A very good morning. A very good morning from Team NTT. It feels surreal that we are on this day, that is the result day. And after having covered Bengal election length and breadth, having travelled across the state, it feels surreal that we are here on this day, which is 4th of May, and the results would be here very soon. I am joined by Tanima Biswas. Tanima is a very senior journalist. She has flown down from New Delhi and just to be part of us on the results day. And thus, Tanima, welcome.
Thank you, Tamal. Thanks for having me. And it's a great privilege to be part of NTT's live coverage of the Bengal elections, as we have been discussing and I have been discussing over the past several weeks now. This is going to be a historic mandate, no matter which way it goes. And as Tamal said, we'll of course be discussing for this next several hours now the results as they keep coming in. Amra shob numbers guloke decode korbo for the viewers to be able to understand and make sense of the counting day process also, because it is a very lengthy, time-taking process and there are several layers involved. We'll also discuss the main issues which have played a big part during this election. SIR, of course, the main one, which has in a way been the overarching theme for the election, but aro onek kichu nitty-gritties ache which we will try and help the viewers understand as the numbers emerging. And Tamal, if I can put you on the spot. For a little bit.
I know what's the question that's there in your mind.
No. I will get to that later, but first time, because it's all about catchphrases, right?
Yeah.
So, ebar ki khela hobe, ebar ki poriborton, or what is the catchphrase that, according to you, in a way encapsulates this election?
Well, very interestingly, khela hobe has been appropriated by Trinamool Congress. BJP has also tried appropriating khela hobe. They are saying Bishal khela hobe. I mean, khela hobe, the slogan, which in a way was a clarion call given by Trinamool Congress back in 2021, got rechristened as Dhurandhar khela hobe. Dhurandhar. Dhurandhar also made an
entry. And movies matter.
Yeah. Dhurandhar also made an entry in Bengal politics. আমাদের সকল বাংলার দর্শকের জন্য বলবো, দেখুন, ভাষা কখনো ভাবের মাঝখানে আসতে পারে না। ভাব প্রকাশের, বহিঃপ্রকাশের একটা মিডিয়াম হয় ভাষা। তাই আমরা ইংলিশ এবং বাংলা দুটোতেই করব, কারণ বাংলায় করব আমাদের বাংলার অডিয়েন্সের জন্য। আমরা আমাদের গ্রামের প্রত্যন্ত গ্রামের যারা অডিয়েন্স রয়েছেন তাদেরকেও সম্মান জানাই, তাই সেখানেও বাংলায় করব। অ্যান্ড উই উইল অলসো বি কনভার্সিং ইন ইংলিশ ফর দি লার্জার অডিয়েন্স ইন ইন্ডিয়া, বিকজ ইউ হ্যাভ টু অ্যাকসেপ্ট, while the elections are happening in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry and Assam, but the entire nation is watching Bengal, because Bengal election, for some odd reason, historically had been the showstopper.
Absolutely, and this time around was no difference. In fact, it is the biggest one which across the country and even outside, as I was saying, that my relatives, friends everywhere else have been calling, have been talking about it. Ar eto focus royeche Bengal elections er opore that this is the time that actually matters. It's come down, boiled down to this day, 4th of May, jekhane amra dekhchi je of course some early leads are coming in and we'll be talking about it, but it's still a long time to go.
I want to start with this plate, which is right here. Okay, this plate is a tell-all plate. The Bengal battle 2026 will decide Bengal's future. Many are saying that Bengal's future would also shape India's future, as how elections would be looked at in the future. Because Bengal election has happened under the shadows of SIR, an exercise which happened in Bihar as well, but there was a huge paradigm shift when the SIR was implemented in Bengal. So this graphics is basically a tell-all graphics. You have 2026 will decide Bengal's future. Mamata Banerjee versus Narendra Modi. I mean, Prime Minister Modi is Prime Minister Modi, but in Bengal, he is the face.
Exactly. I was about to point that out. Je Shubhendu Adhikari is otherwise seen as the face for BJP in Bengal, but it is the Prime Minister's face. And the Prime Minister's speeches, the Prime Minister's, the rally, the kind of comments that he made in the rallies, as well as, of course, other senior ministers who came down to Bengal. This time around, there hasn't been that kind of rallies that we saw last time around of so many union ministers being para-dropped here. But still, it is the Prime Minister's face which really matters this time around, because BJP is hoping to bank on their biggest biggest name, biggest face if they have to win Bengal?
And I've already started folding my sleeves. I'm beginning to feel the heat from outside the studio. Inside the studio, the heat is no different. Okay, there is a different kind of an adrenaline working, and we can't wait for the results to start popping up. Just to give our viewers a sense of NTT, we don't wear makeup, and our stories don't too.
I'm wearing a little bit of makeup, but the larger point that Tamal is trying to make is that we are trying to give you pure numbers as much as possible.
Absolutely. So you have multiple options if you want to hear the noise. Most of the mainstream media would try and show you, numbers. They have started bombarding numbers, but we are showing 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere because Election Commission has not really given out numbers, and it's very important to understand how this counting process works. Now, every seat has got multiple levels of counting, and these levels of counting in completion would decide who wins and who doesn't. For example, say suppose Jadavpur seat. Jadavpur seat may have 17 rounds of counting, and that would also include postal ballot. Now, postal ballot is always a tedious process to count because they are physical slip and they need to be verified, counted as one by one. It is not a machine generated slip that you count with a click of a mouse. So counting process itself is a very tedious, lengthy process, and you will wait for every round to complete so that Election Commission gives us the data and we publish that data. Otherwise, it's all hysteria and not journalism. So you will try and give numbers which come from Election Commission of India and not what you see from TV, because these leads, I don't know how they manufacture them. I have had the experience of going to the counting center and report from there. So inside the counting center, you have a loudspeaker, and the loudspeaker is pointed towards a media zone. A media has a designated zone. Inside the media zone, there is a loudspeaker, and you hear an announcement coming from inside the counting room. So media people do not count physically these EVM votes or the postal ballot votes. So we depend on the announcement that comes from inside. And this announcement happens in a periodic basis at a gap of about 20 minutes, at times half an hour. So they make an announcement and the agents keep noting them down. Even media people would note them down. So only after one round is completed, and one round counting is also distributed amongst several agents, several people. So it is not like one Election Commission officer is monitoring one round of counting for one particular seat. There could be multiple officers counting the same round. So obviously, and I give you an example. Jadavpur as an assembly constituency, imagine you have a booth in Mukundapur, you have a booth in Noyabad, you have a booth in Santoshpur, you have a booth in Goria, you have a booth in parts of Jadavpur Thana. So these particular booths, these EVM machines have gone and being assembled at a strong room, right? From where the counting has begun. And every EVM will contribute to every round. So it is not like one round is counted by one EVM machine, and that is the reason it is not so simple. So thus the numbers that you get to see on other big channels, probably their over enthusiast reporters from inside the counting center, they are giving some leads, but we cannot follow them. We cannot follow them because they might be misleading at times.
Exactly. A lot of tallying has to be still done, as you were saying, because there are so many people who are physically counting the votes which have come in. Postal ballots this time around, Tamal, as you were telling me, usually we start the early trends which come in. Generally, we see that postal ballots is the one which gets counted first.
Yes.
But this time around, there's a bit of reversal that has been done by Election Commission.
Right. Very interestingly, postal ballot is always counted first. But now this time around they have reformed that, and postal ballot counting will happen post 17th round. Now in places where you have got 17 plus rounds, post 17th round the postal ballot would be counted, which ideally would be towards the end of the day. And I'm giving you a heads up, viewers, this counting process is going to be very, very long, and we are not sure whether the counting process will get over by evening also, because 294 seats amongst all the states and the union territory that's going to the polling has gone to the polling. Bengal has the highest number of seats. So 294, the finishing of the counting will take a lot of time. You need to be patient. You need to be patient with the numbers and do not start jumping. Do not start jumping with the numbers that you get to see on channels, because in 2024 Lok Sabha election and also in other election you have seen laddu बांटने शुरू हो गए थे, उसके बाद लड्डू खा के घर चले गए.
And the scene completely changed from jalebis and laddus to probably very sad faces of party workers. That has happened in many elections, and this time around probably the hysteria, the hype, the excitement is at such a pinnacle that we are probably going to see some pictures like that coming out very soon. But nonetheless, as Tamal has been highlighting right from the beginning, that we are going to give the accurate figures, the figures which have been ratified by the Election Commission. As they come out, those are the numbers that we will be putting up. So Tamal, let me also, yes. Please.
Okay, yes, I will take your question, okay. Let's finish off this plate. We have very strategically pointed out 3 P's: people, power and politics. How are they 3 connected? People, the biggest stakeholder in democracy, जनता जनार्दन, जिनके हर एक वोट से नेता चुने जाते हैं, so people. उसके बाद उन लोग का कंप्लेन होता है कि 5 साल में तो हम लोग नेता से मिल नहीं पाते, लोग भूल जाते हैं, कहानी घर घर की, कहानी हर स्टेट की. लेकिन people are still the भगवान, the God in this election, because who they have voted for is only known to people, nobody else. Nobody else. Poll pundits can give you an assessment, but लोगों के दिल में कौन है, মানুষের মনের মধ্যে কে আছে, এটা বোঝা কিন্তু absolutely impossible. মানুষকে পোলিং বুথ অবধি নিয়ে যাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু তারপর ইভিএম এ গিয়ে কোন বাটনটা প্রেস করবে সেটা শুধু মানুষ জানে.
এইখানে আমি যদি একটু ইন্টারজেক্ট করতে পারি, কারণ this is a very interesting point which we have seen some of the poll pundits also acknowledge this time around. You know, this is such an election of firsts in Bengal. Je one of the known pollsters actually decided to not publish their exit polls in a way, saying that they were not getting in a way honest answers from the people that they were surveying. So in terms of the exit polls also, I know we don't want to refer to it too much in this broadcast, but do you feel, I mean, what is your take in terms of the exit polls, which have been in a way a balance of scales, you know, like they are going this way as that way as well?
I mean, I would have believed the exit polls. I would have believed the exit polls, Tanima, had they really given us the arithmetic behind it. You know, you tell me 2 plus 2 is 5. I'm just asking how you making it 5. I'm saying 2 plus 2 conventionally happens as 4. But you are saying 2 plus 2 is 5. So I'm just questioning what is the fundamental behind it. And also the very fact, you know, what is the sample size? Right. Please understand, 7.8 crore voters were there in Bengal. That has been cut down to 6.8 crore and plus.
Right.
Now, out of 6.8 crore, if you take a 10% sample, 10% sample would mean 6 lakh plus, sample size. What is the sample size of all these pollsters? They are saying at max 20,000, somebody is saying 8,000, somebody is saying 40,000, but nobody has touched a lakh. So if you do not have a sample size which is not even 10% of the voter base of Bengal, it becomes very difficult to gauge the public sentiment. We don't know which are the zones you have covered, how many phone calls did you make, how scientific were your questions, how well could you solicit a response from the people when you were asking these questions.
Sometimes the questions are also leading.
Questions are leading, and the questions were they asked in English or Hindi or Bangla. So in Bengal, বাংলার মানুষ কিন্তু they are very sentimental about the language. গ্রামের মানুষকে যদি আমরা ফোন করে এখন ইংলিশে বরবর করি, তারা বুঝবে না. গ্রামের মানুষ অর্ধেক তো বিজেপি র্যালিতে গিয়ে কিছু বুঝতে পারেনি, কেন এত বাইরের নেতারা হিন্দিতে কথা বলেছে, তারা হিন্দি প্রশ্ন বুঝবে না. তাই তাদেরকে কোন ভাষায় প্রশ্ন করা হচ্ছে তার উপরে ডিপেন্ড করবে রেসপন্সটা. সো হোয়াট ইজ দি স্যাম্পল সাইজ? What are the questions? How scientific are the questions? How not so leading questions were asked? These are the things that decide an exit poll. If I have to consider exit poll outcome in 2024, tell me, Tanima, were they terrible or not?
In fact, I remember meeting him before when the exit poll results had come out, and it took everyone by shock.
Yes.
You included, I remember very clearly, and other journalists were also calling you and asking how is it even possible, the numbers which were given out, and it of course the results which came were exact opposite of the exit polls which were predicted as far as Bengal is concerned back in 2024. So this time also probably we'll have to keep the exit polls aside, though none of the the poll pundits also could really put their finger as to which side Bengal voters rather are veering towards, but nonetheless it is probably a beginning point which a lot of people are referring to. But as far as Bengal is concerned, ওটাতে ঠিক ভাবে বোঝা যাচ্ছে না যে কোন দিকটাতে এইবার কোন party will emerge as the victorious one. And Tamal, if you want to complete the other two pieces.
So people decide power, who would be coming to power, and after people come to power, their politics is also influenced by those who have voted for them. I mean, Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP leader of opposition, time and again had said, जो हमारे साथ हम उनके साथ, नहीं चाहिए सबका साथ सबका विकास, जो हमारे साथ हम उनके साथ. So that is why I say, people who decide who would be in power, they also influence the policies of the politics adopted by the people in power.
Right.
So that is the reason people, power, politics. These three P's will decide the future of Bengal, and future of Bengal would decide the future of India. And I can say, Bengal shows the way.
Yes.
And Bengal will show the way.
That has been what we have seen from history, from historical precedents as well, that this election, as Tamal was saying, the way we have seen it, all the effort that has been put by the Election Commission, all the security deployment that we have seen, also the politics from both sides, and the way both the TMC and the BJP, two parties which are mainly in the reckoning, of course we have the left Congress combined as well, but two parties, mainly the TMC and the BJP, the face-off is between them. It's a two-sided match in a way that if we can borrow a cricketing term from there, and that is what matters. That is what it comes down to between Mamata Banerjee and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has given everything that the BJP can. Mamata, of course, is there to protect her bastion, and we will see the numbers as they come out.
The numbers have started coming. In fact, if you check the WhatsApp, the numbers, the first set of numbers are actually going up on our screen. So Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha, the alliance of BJP, is leading in Kalimpong. Okay, it's Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha leading in Kalimpong, and you also have BJP leading in Jhargram, Asansol Dokhin, and Monteshwar. Jhargram is the Jongal Mahal belt, primarily with the domination of tribals. Jhargram has historically aligned with BJP. In 2024 Lok Sabha election too, BJP was leading in Jhargram. So Jhargram as of now is giving lead to BJP. Asansol Dokhin, the seat of Agnimitra Paul. Agnimitra Paul is leading in Asansol Dokhin. Okay. And you have Monteshwar, where too BJP is leading. TMC is leading in Degonga. Degongate Trinamool Congress lead korche, BJP Jhargram, Asansol Dokhin এবং মন্টেশ্বরে lead korche, Kalimpong-এ Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha lead korche. These are the first set of numbers. We will also see the numbers on screen for other states as well. We will try and dip into them as and when possible. In Assam, we see Congress leading in 2 and BJP leading in 14. In 18, BJP leading in 18, Congress leading in 4 in Assam. In Tamil Nadu, we will just wait for the numbers to come. In Tamil Nadu, we see this is Vijay's party leading in 1 and DMK leading in 2. In Kerala, the left is leading in 9 and Congress is leading in 19, and that had been the larger projection of the exit poll that
this time there's going to be a government change in Kerala.
And that has almost been the tradition also.
Right.
One party changes, the state changes government every 5 years.
Right, right.
One time left, one time Congress. One time left, one time Congress. So by that tradition, it may go to Congress. Again, we are not calling it. We will wait for the results to come.
Of course. These are very early numbers which we want to highlight again and again. These are very early numbers. No need to draw any conclusions from it. And as far as Bengal is concerned, of course, the counting has, in a way, the EC's numbers have just started coming in very early days. But nonetheless, as we can see at the moment, BJP leading in 3 seats and TMC leading in 1. And we will, of course, have to wait and see how the numbers, whether they stay as neck and neck throughout. I imagine it will be. It will be a very close call. Tamal, so now can I put you on the spot and ask you the question very early on? Any wagers?
So if it actually becomes very close call in Bengal, the fight is primarily between Trinamool Congress and BJP. Now, Congress, the other factor. Rahul Gandhi campaigned mostly in the Muslim-dominated seats, Murshidabad, Malda. And why do I refer to that? Because Murshidabad and Malda has the highest consolidation of Muslim votes.
Also saw the largest number of deletions.
And also saw the largest number of deletions. Very important. Now, in this Muslim belt, we also saw other entrants, new players. You have, what's his name, who was trying to construct Babri Masjid? Humayun Kabir. He floated his new party. Humayun Kabir at some point was with Congress. Then he moved on to BJP. From BJP now moved on to Trinamool Congress. Now suddenly ahead of assembly election he decided to form Babri Masjid in Murshidabad's Beldanga. Now the moment he floated that idea, BJP got an opportunity to counter that and say, हम इधर पे बाबरी मस्जिद नहीं बनाने देंगे, हम उसके बगल में राम मंदिर बना लेंगे. So the contours of the political discourse suddenly veered to the communal angle, courtesy Humayun Kabir, who wanted to make Babri Masjid in Beldanga, Murshidabad. And he said, बाबर का बेटा का नाम हुमायूं है, तो मेरा उनके साथ एक दिल का कनेक्शन है, दिल का रिश्ता, तो मैं भी बाबरी मस्जिद बनाऊंगा. Very hilarious, okay? And then there is that unverified sting video where he was caught saying that ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मुसलमानों को fool करने की एक तरीका है ताकि उनके वोट बच सके. Why do I refer to this? Because for a neck-to-neck fight happen between Trinamool Congress and BJP, it is very important that there happens vote fragmentation in 2 to 3 core vote base of Trinamool Congress. Which are they? Number 1, the Muslim vote base. Number 2, the women vote base. And number 3, the Hindu votes who have not in entirety gone to BJP.
Who haven't made up their mind yet, in a way.
Who are
fence-sitters.
Who are fence-sitters and who generally are not, they consider themselves secular. I'm not making a suggestion that BJP is not secular, but these people, these Hindus who do not align with BJP or their ideology, would always want to go for a party which is an alternative. And this election, the 4th biggest factor is the SIR factor. So all-encompassing SIR factor will have an impact on every decision-making process. Say for an example, you are my neighbor. We both are Hindus, right? Now you call me your friend. I have been deleted and you are very angry that Tamal has been deleted for no fault of his. I have a passport. You go to the polling station as a Hindu to cast your vote. Will the thought of Tamal not being able to cast his vote, being disenfranchised even after being a legitimate citizen, will that play in your mind or not?
Right, and that is like, those are the factors which can make an impact at the very last moment. That is what Tamal is trying to say, that amount, the Hindu consolidation, consolidation of Hindu votes has of course been one of the clear strategies of the BJP, but whether that is actually going to translate to votes, what are the other factors, as Tamal said, whether people are looking at BJP as an alternative or whether they are looking at other factors, those are some of the things which would have gone in the mind of several voters in Bengal this time around, because we have seen that the turnout is also another important factor.
Very important factor, and go with the slides now. Can you move on to the first slide? It will be easier for our viewers to comprehend. দর্শক বন্ধুদের বলবো যে প্লিজ এখন থেকে প্রত্যেকটি স্লাইড দেখা শুরু করুন, কারণ আবারও বলছি এক্সিট পোল কি ফান্ডামেন্টাল ফলো করে নিজেদের নম্বর দিয়েছে আমরা জানি না, তাই এটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট বোঝা যে কোনো অ্যারিথমেটিকের পিছনে কি অঙ্কর ফর্মুলা হওয়া উচিত বা হতে পারে এবং সেটাকে ডিকোড করা ইকুয়ালি ইম্পর্টেন্ট. অল দি ভিউয়ার্স, ইউ উইল ট্রাই অ্যান্ড কিপ ইউ এনগেজ বিকজ অ্যাজ আই সেড ইটস very early. I mean, the round 1 probably has been completed, not all across 294 seats. So we will have to wait for the numbers to come from Election Commission, and till that happens, we will educate you, we will make you more wiser so that you can decide in the future, number one, who to watch.
Yeah, us.
And also how to believe the exit polls, how much to believe exit polls.
Tamal, if I can, interject
Yeah.
a little bit. We have some breaking update also coming in,
Yeah.
where the number of seats that BJP is leading in is currently has gone up to 8. You already mentioned a few earlier, Monteshwar, Jhargram, Asansol Dokhin. Now we also have Dinhata, Goshaba, Bagmundi, Bankura and Durgapur Purbo. So BJP is leading in these 8 seats and TMC is leading in 2 seats, as we mentioned earlier, as Tamal did, Deganga and now Koshba as well. So
Right.
these are very early numbers which are coming in.
And Dinhata is very crucial. We will get to Dinhata a little later as a separate plate. Dinhata in 2021, Trinamool Congress won. Guess by how many votes?
You are the maths expert this time around. Please tell.
57. 57. Trinamool Congress candidate won Dinhata, which is in Coach Bihar, known to be a BJP bastion, Nishit Pramanik's stronghold. There, Trinamool Congress won by only 57 votes. And the number of deletions that have happened over there, it's huge.
Right.
So 57 can get neutralized in like this.
Right.
But that seat also had seen high voter turnout. So at the moment, BJP is leading, but we have to wait and see whether BJP can hold on to a momentum of lead in Dinhata and all these 8 seats as the day progresses.
Right.
Let's focus on this particular plate, okay? We will try and decode numbers as we said. This is 2026 election. There had been only 2 phases, all right? In the first 152 seats that went to polling in phase 1, Trinamool Congress won 92 and BJP won 59. In 2026 phase 2, the 142 seats that went to polling, compare it with 2026 results, Trinamool Congress won 123, BJP 19. Now what does that mean? In phase 1 constituencies, BJP had a stronger relative performance. Why? Because in phase 1 of 2026, out of 152 seats, majority of them were from northern part of Bengal, which is known to be a BJP stronghold. So in 2021, BJP performed the best in the northern part of Bengal. They won 39% of their seats in these 152 seats category in 2021.
Right.
Compared to only 26% of seats they won overall statewide in 2021 out of 294. So their strength predominantly is in northern part of Bengal. Similarly, phase 2, out of 142 seats, Trinamool Congress won 123 in 2021, which means an 87% victory rate. 87%, that's huge. So southern part of Bengal and going down till Purulia is known to be Trinamool Congress stronghold. So 87% of 123 seats they won in 2021 had gone to polling in phase 2. So Trinamool Congress had been saying they're confident that phase 2 is our strength, and what we have to do is we have to dent BJP's fortunes in phase 1 seats. So what are the key takeaways? Phases are politically segmented, different geographies, as I said, northern part of Bengal, different strength. BJP is stronger in northern part of Bengal, Trinamool Congress strong in southern part of Bengal, and 2 phases reflect 2 political worlds. Why? Because BJP, which is not there in Bengal, is suddenly a supreme force in northern part of Bengal, and Trinamool Congress, which is in power in Bengal, had been trying hard and harder to make inroads in northern part of Bengal. And before I proceed, I just want to give you a quick analysis of that as a journalist having been to northern part of Bengal, Tanima. You know, Trinamool Congress came to power after dethroning left.
Right.
And left fundamentally had relied on the labor politics, on trade union politics. Now, northern part of Bengal has too many tea gardens. Wherever you have tea garden, you have got unions. These unions had their allegiance with the left for the longest time. And they had also voted against Mamata Banerjee during the time of Poriborton, which is in 2011. So, they are historically, traditionally anti-TMC. Now, as anti-TMC, what do they do with their votes? Do they still go back to left, which has now reduced itself as a weaker force, or they go to a power which is more powerful than left and which is fighting against Trinamool Congress? The obvious second option.
Right.
So they opted for BJP, and that is how a huge vote share transfer, roughly about 22% of left's vote share had transferred to BJP. If BJP has 38% of vote share, between 35 and 38% of vote share, please consider 22% of vote share that has migrated from the left to the BJP.
I will like to pause at this point and ask you a question, because the SIR shadow is there everywhere in Bengal this time around. So as far as phase 1 seats are concerned, as far as North Bengal is concerned, where you've said that they have transferred their votes to the BJP for their historic reasons, do you see the SIR impact? Did you see rather the SIR impact there, or how much was it?
Absolutely. In northern part of Bengal, if you start from Murshidabad, Malda, then Kuch Bihar, then North Dinajpur, South Dinajpur, Murshidabad had deletions of more than 4.5 lakhs. Highest. Then you have Malda, which is 2.5 lakhs. You have deletions in Kuch Bihar also, Dinata also, which is in Kuch Bihar. So there are, every seat is impacted. Jhargram was least impacted, 235 deletions happened in Jhargram, where BJP is leading now. So you will decode that also in seats which had seen maximum deletions vis-a-vis seats which have seen least deletions.
Right.
And in these seats, what had been the political dynamics, who was there in power and who was trying to come to power. Going back to this slide, BJP's 2026 strategy in phase 1, defend core base in north, convert local edges into wins and maintain momentum in favorable terrain. For BJP to hold on to their 77 number and also the 59 from phase 1, they need to defend their northern part of Bengal seats. For Trinamool Congress, the strategy would be protect strongholds. Because apart from northern part of Bengal, elections also happen in phase 1 in areas like Purulia, Jhargram, which is the Jongle Mahal belt, Bakura, Purulia, West Midnapur, East Midnapur. So these are the seats where Trinamool Congress has substantial presence. So for them to maintain a balance and hold on to this number, even they have to try hard in defending their terrain vis-a-vis the margins which have been less than 5,000. So we will go to that as well. So the battleground for 2026 crossover performance in others' territory will decide how many seats swing into elections. Meaning, as BJP, how much can I dent Trinamool Congress, and as Trinamool Congress, how much can they dent BJP's vote bank? Can you please move on to the next slide?
Right, very interesting, Tamal, and as you were mentioning that the phases of these two, this is also first time, like you were telling me, that Bengal has seen only a two-phase election. That is also a first of a sort for Paschim Bengal.
Haven't I tanned less? I have tanned lesser.
Yes, your team can vouch for that.
Titash has also tanned lesser because we have travelled a lot. But if you ask me as a journalist, I would any day prefer more phases in Bengal. Because Bengal is so rich, story-wise, journalism-wise, it's nearly impossible to just cover all these stories in two phases. If you have phase distribution, like multiple phases, you can travel, you can do stories. So as a journalist, my vote is for more phases.
Right. I've also covered phases in Bengal which were like 7 to 8 phases. So that gives the breathing space also to reflect as many voices, as many issues as you were saying.
If you can take this frame, full frame on the screen, if that is possible. Okay, so if this is possible, if you can just take this as a full frame, very interestingly, in 2021, Tonima, you were asking about how had been the margins like, which are the seats where the fight would be very interesting.
Right.
I have decoded this here. Okay. you have 94 seats. 94 seats. We have 94 seats where Trinamool Congress won by a narrow margin of less than 5%. Okay? In 94 seats, Trinamool Congress won by a narrow margin of less than 5%. That is nothing. 5% can have a swing any moment.
Any moment, yeah.
A deduction of voters, a swing of voters, change of heart, anti-incumbency, everything can contribute
to neutralize that
to
margin.
neutralize that margin, which is less than 5%. Okay? So that is one. Trinamool Congress had won 94 seats by less than 5% margin. Okay? Now Trinamool Congress won roughly about 85 seats with a margin of 5 to 15%. 5 to 15%. And Trinamool Congress won 45 seats in 2021 with a margin of over 15%. So this South Bengal and also Murshidabad.
Okay.
And Malda. So pockets with Muslim domination, and South Bengal saw Trinamool Congress lead their numbers with a 15% plus margin. So TMC's massive majority was built on large number of slim margin victories. If Trinamool Congress, they are fighting anti-incumbency, okay? There is no denying. If you are there in power for 15 years, you will have anti-incumbency. And if Trinamool Congress wins this election, it will be purely and purely because of SIR.
Okay. So what you're telling me is their biggest problem can also turn out to be their biggest strength.
Because how you fight your problem gives out the impression to the people what your intentions are, and if your integrity can also reflect through those actions and intentions. So SIR, if Trinamool Congress wins, I would say it would be purely because of SIR. I mean,
that's very interesting.
If Trinamool Congress wins, and if I were Mamata Banerjee, I would send the best of gifts to Ganesh Kumar.
To Ganesh Kumar.
To Ganesh Kumar.
Flower bouquets.
Flower bouquet,
chocolates,
shawl,
Bangali mishti,
Rasgulla, fish fry, and also jhalmuri.
Jhalmuri, of course. Flavor of the season.
We need to have jhalmuri after a little while when you are hungry. Jhalmuri is the top of the season.
Yeah.
So yes, SIR is the biggest factor, and I will discuss that in details just a short while from now. But SIR can be a boon for Trinamool Congress, can also be a bane for Trinamool Congress. Which way it goes, we have to see. Because these deletions in most of the places have been neutralized by overwhelming turnout. When is the last time you have heard of voter turnout more than 90%? It is like ICSE board results.
Yeah.
Rest of the country is CBSE. Bengal is ICSE. They dhanadan marks. ICSE never disappoints people. I'm sorry, not being judgmental.
I am an ICSE.
I am a CBSE.
Oh.
I am a CBSE. Let's discuss our marks.
Please
tell me something. Yes, somebody got 100 out of 100 in English. I'm sure his or her English is superb, impeccable. But 100 out of 100 in literature?
It's unheard of.
Unheard of. This has happened. So thus I say, Bengal is ICSE result when it comes to voter turnout, and the rest of the country is CBSE. Very conservative. Look at Tamil Nadu. What is the voter turnout? 85, 88%?
Yeah, right.
Big.
It's reasonable, but huge but reasonable. Yeah.
But Bengal, 96%. Me and Titash, we literally had eyes popping out when we were decoding the turnout data. There are booths where voter turnout had been 99%.
Oh my God.
Now, it is possible. A booth may have about 1500 voters. But for 15 out of 1500 voters, 1490 people to go and cast their vote, it's huge. And why has that happened? Because of SIR. Because लोगों के जहन में एक डर बैठ गया. People are literally scared that my name has been secured in the voter list. But what if I don't cast my vote and that reflects in election commission data? करे भाई तमाल का नाम तो मैंने डाल दिया voter list में और उसने वोट नहीं डाला, इससे उसे रखना ना रखना बेकार है. हटा दो.
So this will also be the precedent that matters in consequent elections, which is
Absolutely.
why people came out and voted like no tomorrow. And
Yes.
you know, I have come from Delhi, and we've seen that in Delhi as well, and I'm sure that's true for other parts of the country as well, that people who had their votes in Bengal made sure that they came. There were large scale absenteeism. I will not go into those details, but people took leave, just took the flight and came to Bengal to cast their vote, because this time it really mattered. As Tamal was saying, that is also part of the reason, whether in terms of they wanted to make sure that their votes were, their names were secure in the electoral rolls going forward, or whether they felt that this is an election that could decide the future of Bengal, and also elections, how they are fought in the country. Everyone may have their own individual reasons, but people voted, came from different parts of the country as well, and of course the people who live here, work here in Bengal, they also cast their vote, because this one was a decisive, this is a decisive
This
election.
is a decisive, and I will tell you stories. And you know, in the course of the day, we will also be dipping into the anecdotal experience of us covering SIR. I was talking to a BJP family, and that too from Bangla area, a traditional BJP voter. The family votes for BJP. In that family, out of 5 members, the mother's name is there. The children have been deleted, the husband deleted, so 4 members have been deleted. The mother works as a house help. From Bonga, she travels to Kolkata every day to work as a house help. She cooks at somebody's house. Guess how much she earns? She earns about roughly 7,000 to 8,000 rupees a month. Okay? Leave aside all the financial support she gets from the state in social security schemes. But she has been the sole bread earner in the family. I'm telling you a story. The husband cannot work because of chronic illness. She has educated her daughter. The daughter works in Bangalore at an IT firm. Superb a story. Superb a story. She works at an IT firm in Bangalore. Now, still the mother has not let go of her job in Kolkata. This daughter earns about 35,000 rupees. Bangalore is an expensive city. You have your rent, खाना पीना घूमना कभी कभार एक मूवी देखना सर्वाइवल के लिए पैसा चाहिए. She has spent 24,000 rupees after one-way flight.
Oh my God.
That's the story.
Yeah.
A Hindu BJP family in Bonga, traditional BJP voter, their family member had to shell out 24,000 rupees first to come and attend to SIR hearing.
Okay.
And then her vote has been restored. She came to cast her vote again by flight for one day. Imagine, why am I saying this? But people have gone to that extent. You may say that Bangalore में रहती है 35,000 कमा लेती है, so चलो decent है. There are migrant workers. Migrant workers.
Yes.
You know, Delhi is khali.
Exactly. Yeah, it was khali, it still is khali. Probably people are going to return after today. But the numbers have been huge, and not just, as I said, like whether they are house helps or whether otherwise also, all sections, categories of people, as we saw, made sure that they came to Bengal to cast their vote, whichever region they were in. Let us also, Tamal, for just 1 minute, reflect the numbers. They have, once again, more leads are coming in. If we can just point out, the BJP currently is leading in 18 seats, beg your pardon, 18 seats. The Trinamool Congress on 4 seats and BJPM in 2 seats at the moment.
In the hills.
Yes, in the hills.
In the hills.
So these are where the numbers stand at the moment. BJP 18, TMC leading in 4 and BJPM in 2 seats at the moment.
I mean, this is gonna be, if BJP can hold on to this momentum, and if these early trends, these are not even numbers, these are early trends and leads. If BJP can hold on to this number, I mean, would be unthinkable. BJP has never been in power in Bengal. And BJP has always said that this is the land of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. Now, we have also seen the fight over Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee in 2021. Now, he is the ideological guru for BJP. Trinamool Congress all along has maintained that why we respect Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, but our ideological guru is Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
Exactly.
And we saw how the Bengali Ashmita was fought over Bengali icons including Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee in 2021. So if BJP can hold on to this momentum, it's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge.
Huge.
We will have a lot of para-dropped BJP leaders coming once again.
Yes, and I wonder if BJP...
Too early for that maybe to predict that.
The other day, me and Titash were discussing, if BJP comes to power, what is the first change that you expect in Kolkata? And we thought, and we said, the blue and white dividers would go.
Oh my God, yes.
Everything blue and white may just disappear. And then she's asking, oh my God, so much of taxpayers' money would again be invested after painting them black or white or saffron white. Saffron white ho jayega Tamal. I said, ho bhi sakta hai. We have seen after BJP won Tripura, poor Tripura house that is there in Kimak Street. You have seen Tripura house that's there in Kimak Street.
Right.
So that Tripura house was always spick and span. It's after all your state house. Neatly white and had red borders. After BJP came to power in Tripura, the first change I noticed was in Bengal. What happened? Tripura house got painted into white and saffron.
Right, of course. The numbers, the colors will change as they say.
Yeah.
And probably
can you go back to the previous slide again? We were talking about the margins. Yeah. So
actually, the numbers once again have gone up. The BJP is leading in 24 seats at the moment. Once again, we want to put the caveat each time we put out numbers that these are early trends. These are not absolute figures, absolute seats. These are early trends where BJP is leading in 24 seats, TMC in 5, BGPM in 2.
Okay, now these are early leads and we have to hold on to our horses. Let's see whether BJP starts celebrating or not. If the celebrations start, then of course you will get to see those visuals as well. But coming back to this slide, as I was saying, 94 seats, Trinamool Congress won by less than 5% margin. Trinamool Congress is most worried about these 94 seats. If they won 215 seats in 2021, you take away 94. The number comes down almost by 100.
Right.
You are like 119, 120 then. So these 94 seats where the margin was less than 5%, very, very, very crucial for Trinamool Congress in this battle.
Right.
Similarly for BJP. Now BJP essentially had 77 seats, much lesser than Trinamool Congress. So the seat here, obviously the number proportionately will come down. So there are 22 to 24 seats for BJP compared to 2021. They were like ultra close. BJP won by 5,000 votes or less than 5,000 votes. And there are about 22 to 35 seats where BJP won by even lesser than 3,000 votes. Could be 500, could be 2,500, like Murshidabad. I give this example over and over again. BJP won Murshidabad seat in Murshidabad district by 2,490 some odd votes.
Thin margin once again.
Yeah, so very thin margin. And altering such thin margin is not a big challenge in an election of this kind, which is affected by SIR, which is affected by deletions. Also, you have high voter turnout, but at the same time, you also have anti-incumbency.
Correct.
You have other factors contributing to the minds of voters who go to the polling booth and cast their vote. So obviously, there are 22 to 24 seats which are ultra close for BJP. There are 15 seats. Where the BJP's margin was between 10 to 15%. 24 seats for BJP less than 5 to 10%. And overall 50 seats in total with moderate leads. Only 8 seats BJP had with over 15% leads.
So 45 versus 8, the cushioning factor that BJP had is like one-fourth of the number probably, or less than that, of what TMC had in a way.
So let's consider Trinamool Congress holds on to 45.
Right.
BJP holds on to 8. And the game starts from here. Because 15% deletion, overall see, from the total voters, 91 lakhs, there had been a deletion of, so 91 lakhs had been total deletion from the electorate,
right,
which is roughly about 12% of Bengal's electorate deleted.
Total, right.
Under categories like shifted, duplicate, dead,
Deceased.
or logical discrepancy. So under each category's consideration, overall number is 91 lakhs of voters who have been deleted, which is 12% of electorate. You take it off. Still you have 15% cushion.
Right.
For 45 seats for Trinamool Congress.
Right.
Still you have 15% cushion for 8 seats for BJP. So these two categories are considered to be safe for respective Trinamool Congress and BJP. Make sense?
Right.
So the game happens here. The game totally happens here. Right? The game totally happens here. Now, what are the few observations we have? Deletions exceeded 2021 margin in 108 plus seats. We have everything ready for our viewers. You don't have to do any research. We are your Grok, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever you want to say, the destination to do some research and give you details. So there are 108 plus seats where deletions have exceeded the 2021 margin. Who is more worried now?
Right.
Who is more worried now? You have 94 plus 24, which is like 8 and 118 seats. Total 118 seats where for either Trinamool Congress or BJP, the vote victory margin was less than 5%, maybe less than 5,000. Here, the deletions have exceeded the 2021 margin in 108 seats.
Right. That is the significant one actually which matters and which could be the decisive factor as far as the election is concerned.
Absolutely. For example, Dinhata. I was talking about Dinhata. In 2021, Trinamool Congress won this seat by 57 votes. Dude, 57 votes.
Right. I mean, this is as down to the wire as it can get.
I mean, just imagine the condition of the counting agent and the candidate inside the counting center. I thought we'll laugh. Arey Bhagwan, Bhagwan. I mean, बचा लो, बचा
remember
लो.
all the Bhagwans.
I mean, इस बार बचा लो. आपको मोदक खिला देंगे, आपको लड्डू खिला देंगे, आपको सब कुछ खिला देंगे, सब दिला देंगे. Please जिता दो. भगवान ने सुन लिया. 57 votes. Trinamool Congress got extra from BJP and they won in Dinhata by 2021.
This
What
time the deletions are 17,000 plus.
17,274.
Right.
So deletion is almost 300 times more than the winning margin. Thus I say the deletions would have a key, but when you juxtapose that with the voter turnout, the math slightly changes. You have over there, if you can kindly read out, see where are the battleground seats?
Right.
Nodia.
Right. Nodia has a narrow, it will be narrow if TMC wins because historically what have you seen in Nodia in terms of,
Nodia,
and it is a Motua stronghold.
Absolutely, absolutely. It has got Hindus who have migrated from Bangladesh, it also has Motuas. So over there, you know, these 108 seats where the margin was less than 5,000 and the deletions have exceeded their margin, we have distributed them in these number of districts. Nodia, you have North 24 Parganas and South 24 Parganas, Hooghly,
Right.
Bardhaman Belt, Malda Murshidabad, Cooch Behar and other fringe areas like Jalpaiguri, Alipurduar.
Right.
These are the few areas, these are the few places in Bengal's map where the deletions have been huge and the margin, winning margin of the candidate can get affected by the deletions. We have distributed them in those districts.
So, as you were mentioning, and this graphics also very clearly points out, that it's a battle for these 100 seats which can decide who comes to power in Bengal. It's 100 seats, of course, is a very psychological benchmark that we have seen BJP aiming for so many times around. Last time particularly, at least they had tried to, in the inside circles of BJP, they had tried to cross 100, but they couldn't. But this time around, of course, they are aiming higher. But 100 seats is what it comes down to, that either side, if they can swing these 100 seats to in their favor, that is where the that is essentially these are in a way bellwether seats, we can call them.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Also, we have a breaking input, Tonima. Also for our producers, the breaking input is Mamata Banerjee is leading in Bhawanipur.
Okay.
Mamata Banerjee is leading in Bhawanipur after round 1. So do not start dancing. This is a standard rule for every candidate, for every supporter of every political party. Hold on to your horses. We will try and make a breaking plate. Mamata Banerjee, the sitting chief minister, is leading in Bhawanipur by 1996 votes in round 1.
Right, and very interestingly, Tamal, if I can also point out that Shubhendu Adhikari, who is Mamta's competition rival in many ways, but specifically this time around in Bhawanipur, has also given a soundbite, showing confidence, of course, saying that BJP is going to form the government and the initial trends are in their favor, etc. We'll also play out the soundbite in a short while from now for our viewers. So both sides, in a way, again, Bhawanipur is the seat probably. The seat in this election, like Nondigram was for 2021. All eyes are on Bhawanipur because, of course, Mamata's prestige battle this time around as well. We've seen her main rival Shubhendu Adhikari has challenged her in Bhawanipur, and at the moment the numbers are in the favor as per the early trends in the CMs for the CM. But whether that is going to remain the same or not, Tamal, that is very, very hard.
Let's recall Nondigram. I remember I was standing outside Mamata Banerjee's residence like this, and I was giving live. I was working for a channel there. So I was getting all the feed out here on my phone, and I'm standing like this, and I'm saying, it was 5 o'clock. And I said, yes, it is now been confirmed. Mamata Banerjee has won Nandigram seat, and Mamata Banerjee won by about 1220 votes. In fact, I was conversing with one of the very senior leaders of Trinamool Congress. I said, so is it confirmed? Yes, it doesn't really matter whether we win by 1200 or 1300 or even one vote. Yeah. A victory is a victory. Yeah. I say that. The live gets over, and I was in connection with the editor-in-chief of that channel. I end the live by 5:30, and then suddenly by 6:30, there was a complete spin, and again I stand. And then my anchor was asking, Tamal, हो क्या रहा है? एक decision तो दे दो. कभी बोल रहे हो ये जीत रही है, कभी बोल रहे हो वो जीत रहा है. So by 6:30, it changed.
Right.
So Nandigram battle we cannot forget.
Right.
Nandigram has gone down the wire. Again, it's a very thin margin.
Right.
Very thin margin. And we will discuss about Nandigram because this time the battle had been even more crucial while Mamata Banerjee is not fighting in Nandigram. But like Shubhendu Adhikari, the betonor of Mamata Banerjee, came on a face-off with Mamata Banerjee Nandigram. Similarly, this time Trinamool Congress has fielded Shubhendu Adhikari's betonor.
Disciple of sorts, political disciple, Povitra
Kaur.
Right.
So we will discuss Nandigram in details, of course. So these are early trends. We will keep giving numbers as they come. Is Shubhendu Adhikari's bite ready? We can play that. We can play that, and also in folded hands. In folded hands, I am doing our marketing. Please, please, please join us in this live broadcast. আমরা জানি অনেক বাংলার দর্শক আমাদেরকে বলছেন বাংলাতেও বলতে, নিশ্চয়ই আমরা বাংলায় বলবো, কিন্তু আপনি আমায় বলুন এইটুকুন ইংরেজি কে বোঝে না? আজকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আপনি ইংরেজিতে লিখছেন, ইনস্টাগ্রামে আপনি ইংরেজিতে লিখছেন, ফেসবুকে নিজে ইংরেজিতে লিখছেন, তাই এই বেসিক ইংরাজি সবাই বোঝে। আমরা কেন ইংরাজি আর বাংলার মধ্যে করছি? কারোর মধ্যে দ্বিচারিতা নয়, আমরা বাংলা ভাষাকেও সম্মান করি, আমরা ইংরাজিকেও সম্মান করি। তার মুখ্য কারণ হচ্ছে বাংলার উপর ভারতের সবার নজর রয়েছে, আর বাংলা থেকে একমাত্র এনটিটি নিউজ দি ট্রুথ হচ্ছে একটা ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট প্ল্যাটফর্ম, যেটা মানুষ সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে ইউটিউবে দেখছে অন্য জায়গায় বসে। কারণ যারা ন্যাশনাল মিডিয়া বা অন্য বড় বড় মেইন স্ট্রিম দেখতে দেখতে বিতশ্রদ্ধ হয়ে গেছে চিৎকার চেঁচামেচি থেকে, তারা কিন্তু এরকম উইন্ডো খোঁজে যে কোন জায়গায় গিয়ে আমরা ইংরেজিতে এরকম একটি খবর বা সঞ্চালন দেখতে পাবো যাতে কিনা তারাও বুঝতে পারে। তাই সেই জায়গায় আমরা তাদেরকে তাদের মতামতকে মান্যতা দিয়ে আমরা ইংরাজি আর বাংলায় করছি। আশা করি আপনাদের এখন অবধি বুঝতে কিচ্ছু অসুবিধা হয়নি। বেঙ্গলের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস 4টেতে লিড করে আছে, বিজেপি 21টাতে লিড করে আছে, এবং আমি আপনাকে বারবার করে বলবো যে এই নাম্বারসগুলো আর্লি ট্রেন্ড, এবং সব থেকে ইম্পর্টেন্ট অন্যান্য চ্যানেলের সঙ্গে আমাদের নাম্বারে আকাশ পাতাল তফাৎ থাকবে। কারণ আমরা শুধু এবং শুধুমাত্র ইলেকশন কমিশনের ওয়েবসাইট ছাড়া, ইলেকশন কমিশনের ডেটা ছাড়া কিচ্ছু ফলো করছি না। আমাদের কাছে ইলেকশন কমিশনের ওয়েবসাইটের এবং অ্যাপের অ্যাক্সেস রয়েছে, এবং সেখান থেকে সাংবাদিকদের সঙ্গে যেই ইনফরমেশনটা শেয়ার করা হয়, আমরা সেই ইনফরমেশনের ভিত্তিতে আমাদের গ্রিডে নিচের যে নাম্বারসগুলো দেখতে পাচ্ছেন ওগুলোকে আপডেট করছি। আমরা সিট ভিত্তিক যেই আপডেটগুলো আসছে সেগুলো জানাচ্ছি। যেমন ভবানীপুরে এখন ফার্স্ট রাউন্ডের পর মমতা ব্যানার্জি 1996 ভোটে এগিয়ে রয়েছেন শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর থেকে, কিন্তু আবারও বলছি রাউন্ড 1, তাই এখন অনেকটা সময় লাগবে কাউন্টিং শেষ হতে। তাই আপনাদেরকে ধৈর্য ধরে থাকতে হবে। আমরা ক্ষণে ক্ষণে বাংলাতেও বলবো, ইংরেজিতেও বলবো, এবং এই ডেটাগুলো আপনাদের বোঝা অত্যন্ত ইম্পর্টেন্ট। মনে রাখবেন, এই এক্সিট পোলের লোকেরা আমাদেরকে বোকা বানায়, মামু বানায়, রীতিমতো আমাদেরকে উল্লু বানায়, কারণ আমাদেরকে নম্বরস দিয়ে আমাদেরকে নাচিয়ে দেয় 2024 লোকসভা ইলেকশনের এক্সিট পোলের নাম্বারের দরুন 31 লাখ পিপল 31 লাখ 31 লক্ষ মানুষ শেয়ার মার্কেটে এফেক্টেড হয়েছিল 300 কোটি টাকার বেশি শেয়ার মার্কেটে মানুষ হারিয়েছিল আর শেয়ার মার্কেটে মানুষ ইনভেস্ট করে শেয়ার মার্কেটের মুড ইলেকশন রেজাল্টের উপর ডিপেন্ড করে তাই এক্সিট পোলের যে একটা প্রভাব তার উপরে থাকে সেটা বলা বাহুল্য তাই এক্সিট পোলের নাম্বারসকে কিভাবে বোঝা যায় কেন বিশ্বাস করা যায় সেটা তখন আপনি বুঝতে পারবেন যখন আপনারা এই ডেটাগুলোকে বুঝতে পারবেন এই রিসার্চগুলো আমরা খুব কষ্ট করে করেছি তাই করজোরে অনুরোধ প্লিজ বাংলার সকল মানুষের কাছে এই ফেসবুকে ইউটিউবে লিঙ্কটা শেয়ার করে বলুন যে অন্যত্র নয় এখানে এসে খবরটা দেখো আমরা কোনোদিন যদি কোনো দল জেতে আমরা সে বলতে পারবো না সেই দল হেরে গেছে সত্য সত্যের রূপেই আসবে কিন্তু সময়ের সাথে তাই অপেক্ষায় থাকুন জুড়ে থাকুন ইটস অ্যান হাম্বল appeal please join us in this broadcast share this link with your friends and family and tell them to watch this live broadcast if you have to get back to work please do it let the channel play on your phone or on your laptop time and again just just dip
Keep
in
checking in.
keep checking in and also we are properly dressed up to this so they can check out us as well
yes both ways আর যেটা তমাল বললো যে আমাদের চেষ্টা এখানে পুরোপুরি হচ্ছে যে আমরা কোনো সেনসেশনালিজমে যাচ্ছি না আমরা কোনো হাইপ বা হিস্টেরিয়াতে যাচ্ছি না আমাদের একটাই চেষ্টা হচ্ছে আপনাদেরকে অ্যাকিউরেট ফিগার্স দেওয়া আর আমরা চেষ্টা করব আমরা দুটো ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজেই ইকুয়াল ভাবে আপনাদেরকে ইনফর্ম করব পুরো যে তমাল আর তমালের টিম মিলে পুরো যে আপনাদের জন্য এই সব ইনফরমেশন যেটাকে গ্রাফিক্যালি রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা হচ্ছে একটাই আমাদের মেইন উদ্দেশ্য ও সেটা হচ্ছে আপনাদেরকে অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইনফর্ম করা যাতে বেঙ্গলে সবসময় জানা গেছে যে সবাই খুবই ইনফর্মড পলিটিক্যালি অ্যাওয়্যার ভোটার্স সবাই জানে এটা অ্যান্ড অ্যাজ উই হ্যাড সেড আর্লিয়ার ইন দ্য ব্রডকাস্ট যে বেঙ্গল শোজ দ্য ওয়ে তো আমরা চাই যে আমাদের ভিউয়ার্সদেরও আমরা একদম আমাদের পুরো আর্নেস্টনেস আর ইন্টেগ্রিটির সাথে ইনফর্ম করি আর সেটাই হচ্ছে আমাদের একমাত্র চেষ্টা এইটাতে আর যেটা আমরা আপনাদের যে নাম্বারসগুলো শেয়ার করছি খুব প্রপারলি ভেরিফাইড রাটিফাইড নাম্বারস ইলেকশন কমিশন থেকে যাতে অ্যাটলিস্ট আপনাদের কোনো এরকম আমরা হুজুগে রাখবো না আর একদম ভেরিফাইড নাম্বারসই আমরা আপনাদের কাছে এই প্ল্যাটফর্মে শেয়ার করছি এনটিটিতে আর আমরা চেষ্টাও করছি যে যত নম্বর আছে যত রকমের ডেটা পয়েন্টস আছে সেগুলো একদম সিম্পল ভাষায় উদাহরণের সাথে অ্যানেকডোটাল ইনফরমেশনের সাথে যেটা তমাল আর ওর টিম গ্রাউন্ডে দেখেছে সেই সব তথ্য দিয়ে আপনাদেরকে আমরা পুরোপুরি সবসময় অ্যাওয়্যার আর ইনফর্মড রাখবো throughout this entire broadcast.
Absolutely. We have Shubhendu Adhikari's first reaction ready. This would be the first reaction of a political leader from any political party this election result season. We have seen many sound bites of many leaders, but today is the D-Day. And trust you me, every time a leader speaks, deep down inside the leader knows, dhak, 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 dhak.
How well can you wear your confidence on your sleeve? That
absolutely.
is the game.
Lot to learn from our politicians, huh? Lot to learn from our politicians.
Always.
Every politician knows deep down inside how the booth has performed, but they will have that confidence in their face. Hum to jeet rahe, 200 par, 400 par. We are forming government.
Right.
These are like immense confidence. अगर राजनीति में होना है वो तो आपको thick skin होना है.
Yeah, of course.
Or
you may have to eat your words in a few hours, but
that's
still.
okay. But that's okay. You eat them. That's fine. I'm back in
With
politics.
jhalmuri, as we said.
Yeah, so jhalmuri is very crucial. Actually, when you eat jhalmuri, na, you half of your words don't come out. What's the number? So that's essentially what politics is. I will do this. I'm winning. Okay, I did not win. Fair enough. Eat jhalmuri again next time. So Shubhendu Adhikari's statement is ready. The first reaction of any leader of any political party. Let's play Shubhendu Adhikari, the first reaction now.
जो रुझान आए हैं हिंदी में तो अभी जो रुझान आए हैं क्या लग
सरकार
रहा है
भाजपा कर रहा है
सीटों
ये
का
मान के चलिए आप लोग का जो चल रहा था जो इनिशियल ट्रेंड रहा है 135 प्लस बीजेपी 100 अप्रोक्स टीम्स
नंदीग्राम और भवानीपुर का क्या रिपोर्ट मिला है आपको अभी तक
देखिए भवानीपुर में तो इनिशियली तो टक्कर रहेगा ये जो पहले राउंड हुआ है इसमें 14 जो बूथ है 6 मुस्लिम प्रॉन बूथ है उसमें भी वो लोग जो 90-95% मुस्लिम वोट को पिछले बार मिलता था, इस बार नहीं मिला, क्रैक है। और जो 8 हिंदू बूथ है उसमें मेरा लीड है। ये भवानीपुर का मैं 9-10 राउंड से आप देख लेना, मैं पूरा संभाल के आगे चला जाऊंगा। ये 77 वार्ड आ जाएगा, उसमें ममता बनर्जी का काफी लीड होगा।
मालदा और
3, 4, 5 राउंड, 6 राउंड तक उसको मैं मेकअप कर दूंगा। वो उसका 10 राउंड का बाद उनका बहुत खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
मालदा
मिलके
मुर्शिदाबाद में
देखिए, पूरा जो ट्रेंड है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी साथ साथ हिंदू पोलराइजेशन, इनिशियली हम लोग देख लिया। हिंदूज आर consolidated in favor of Lotus. It's a very good signal for us. In Nandigram, I had in first round more than 3,000 votes. Only 14 booth counted. And मेरा जो इंटरनल कैलकुलेशन था 1,000-1,100 वोट में लीड होना था, उसमें मैं 3 गुना लीड में चल रहा हूँ।
मुर्शिदाबाद मालदा में भी देखना दादा, बीजेपी को बढ़त मिल रही है, कई सीटों पे टीएमसी पीछे चल रही है उन इलाकों में भी जहाँ पे मुस्लिम बहुल क्षेत्र ज्यादा है।
मुस्लिम वोट बाइफर्केशन हुआ है, बाइफर्केशन हुआ है, खास करके मालदा, मुर्शिदाबाद, उत्तर दिनाजपुर में बाइफर्केशन हुआ है। और जो साउथ बंगाल और कुछ बिहार जो मुस्लिम ज्यादा टीएमसी को दे रहा है इनिशियली, लेकिन जिस तरीके से 90-95% हुआ था उनका 21 में 24 में, उस तरीके से कंसोलिडेशन नहीं है, क्रैक है।
ईवीएम पे आरोप लगाना शुरू हो गया है टीएमसी की तरफ से कई लोग आरोप
वो झूठा बात छोड़िए। आई विल स्पीक आफ्टर 11 AM. It's good.
Still, what message would you like to give to the counting agents?
Yes.
The counting agents को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे अभी की?
धैर्य रखना चाहिए, ये कुछ नहीं है, ये सभी इनिशियल ट्रेंड है, बहुत आगे जाना है, पूरा इतना सब माने कूल एंड काम।
In Nandigram, you're leading by 3,000 votes in the first round.
यस यस,
3,500 वोट है।
दादा
ये मेरा आंकड़ा है ना, वहाँ 5 मुसलमान बूथ था आउट ऑफ 14 जो काउंट हुआ। मुसलमान बूथ में भी टीएमसी को हालत खराब कर दिया नंदीग्राम,
दादा शुभेंदु अधिकारी
मुसलमान बूथ में भी खराब कर दिया। ये मेरा थोड़ा सिग्नल था,
दादा
ज्यादा दिन तक लोग को गुमराह करने नहीं हो सकता।
Right, that was Shubhendu Adhikari, the candidate from Bhawanipur and Nondigram, and of course, as we have been discussing, potential CM face of BJP, the biggest face that BJP has in Bengal, and somebody who has challenged Mamata Banerjee in 2021, came out victorious in his seat at that point, and we'll have to of course wait and see whether or not there is a real battle this time around in Bhawanipur. That is clear of course, but who emerges victorious?
I just have to add one thing, Tonima, okay? BJP has always found this question the most tricky one. Who is the chief ministerial face? That question was volleyed to Amit Shah multiple times this time as well. Now, not for once in 2021 too had BJP named Shubhendu Adhikari, alright? So, Shubhendu Adhikari is not named. You just said. If you have some inside information from BJP, viewers, hold her, not me. If she has some inside information.
Yes, you can hold me accountable for that, but let us see what happens.
Yeah, so Amit Shah said something very interesting. Amit Shah said, अरे आप चिंता क्यों कर रहे हैं, वो बंगाल का होगा, बंगाली मीडियम का पास आउट होगा, बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, बंगाली होगा. So these are the hints he has given.
Right.
Whether Shubhendu Adhikari or somebody else, we don't know.
No name has been taken by the
So
BJP.
yes, no name has been taken. But going back to Bhawanipur, where the early trends show Mamata Banerjee is leading, our colleague Ankit is there. Ankit, can you get Ankit now? Ankit is there in Bhawanipur. Ankit is there outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. Ankit, can you hear us? Ankit, can you hear us?
Currently, I am standing just near to the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's house. As you can see over here, that the police has been deployed near to the Chief Minister's house. But interestingly, why West Bengal is the talking point. Why the West Bengal? Because you see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for the, I guess this is the only state where he came and the rally which goes 20, Prime Minister Narendra Modi did 20 rallies in the West Bengal from last 1.5 months. On the other side, if you see, Home Minister Amit Shah was there in the state for more than 15 days. Right now, the current battle, which is between TMC and BJP, it's around 10:30 right now, and the current status, if we talk about, is BJP is leading till 10:30. We have to wait for more time, but I want to show you a very interesting person just next to the Chief Minister's house there. He came with the entire the logo of Tribunal Congress. But interesting, what I have seen over here is that the number. I'll try to speak to him to see the number. He has already declared it's 226. He has written on his body 226. As we all know, the magic number is 148. But as the chief minister has spoken, more than 200 seats, and he has given the same number 226. दादा, आप यहाँ पे आए हो, क्या कारण है? आपने जो है 226 जो है नंबर लिखा है। और बेटा আমি আমার রাত্রে উত্তম বলে একটা ছেলে আছে, সে বলেছে রাত্রি 9টা থেকে 12টা পর্যন্ত করেছে। এইটা করেছে, এইটা এই তালিকায় একটা ছেলে করে দিয়েছে এটা। মমতা জিতবে, 235টা সিট পাবে। মমতা জিতবে, হ্যাঁ। একটু এগিয়ে আছে, মমতা এগিয়ে আছে ভবানীপুরে। ভবানীপুরে, হ্যাঁ, ভবানীপুরে মমতা এগিয়ে আছে। So, if you see, these are the workers of TNC. These are saying that Mamata Banerjee will come in power. Mamata Banerjee is going to win. But here we have to say, on the one side, if you see the entire uh, structure of Bharatiya Janata Party against the TMC. TMC was talking about the welfare schemes. TMC was talking about what they have given to the state, but on the other side, the BJP, they were talking about the infrastructure. Yes, definitely. The key factor of Bharatiya Janata Party is infrastructure.
Ankit, thank you so much. We will keep coming back to you. We will keep coming back to you. You are possibly outside, and you are the lucky amongst all of us. At least you can sense the sentiment and the mood of the people. I always love doing this. I don't know.
That's at heart. We are reporters, and on the
Yes.
ground is the biggest adrenaline rush. Absolutely.
Any day I would want to be on the field, and just because of the heat, and so weather is so unpredictable, we were thinking of doing it from outside. I mean, this viewers, you must be wondering, अरे ये लोग तो गरीब है, कहाँ से इतना बड़ा टीवी आ गया? भाई साहब, इसको हम लोग भीख मांग के लाए, भीख, लिटरली भिक्षम देही। किसी की कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में था, हमने बोला सर कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में है जहां पे कुछ कॉन्फ्रेंस हो नहीं रहा है, अब 2 दिन के लिए हमें दे दीजिए। तो हमने उसको उठा के इधर पे फिक्स किया, बाकी सब तो लैपटॉप जो है अपना है, तो इसीलिए हम लोग जुगाड़ के ऊपर चला रहे हैं, सो दैट वी कैन गिव यू अ गुड एक्सपीरियंस। अदरवाइज वी एक्चुअली थॉट ऑफ डूइंग इट फ्रॉम द फील्ड, बिकॉज इतना इतना तामझाम की जरूरत ही नहीं था। एनीवेज, surprising, na? Where Ankit was reporting from, I didn't see much of crowd.
Yeah, at the moment, a very sober, outlook outside CM Mamata Banerjee's residence. But I guess, as we have also been pointing out, they also don't want to jump the gun, despite the fact that Mamata is leading at the moment from her seat. But probably they don't want to, do any sort of optics at
Tactical.
this point.
This could be a tactical.
Yes. Optics matter a lot. while we were just discussing that, the bravado, the confidence assertion, etc. These are all typical strategies that any politician would play on a counting day, right up to the last moment when the results are finally out or there are clear indications which side is winning. But এই মুহূর্তে আমরা যেটা দেখলাম সিএম এর রেসিডেন্সের বাইরে, it's a quieter, more or less very sober situation scenario on the streets right outside Kalighat, her residence there. Kojun supporters, of course, the colorful supporters. Politics and elections in Bengal is always very colorful, and some colorful supporters who had landed up outside the chief minister's residence to show their support, also to boost morale of the party workers even today. But at this point in time, of course, it's too early to call, and probably the TMC is playing it safe as far as the optics are concerned.
Okay, viewers, we will also be taking your queries. I do see some of you are writing to us directly, and I'm so glad you're doing it. সো আপনাদের সকলের কাছে অনুরোধ, যেখানে আপনি দেখছেন সেখানে লাইভ চ্যাটে গিয়ে আপনারা আমাদের সঙ্গে চ্যাট করতে পারেন। যদি কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে সেটা জিজ্ঞেস করতে পারেন, আমরা চেষ্টা করব আপনাদেরকে উত্তর দেওয়ার। দ্যাট উই ক্যান অলসো এনগেজ উইথ আস। ডু রাইট টু আস অন দি লাইভ চ্যাট বক্স অ্যান্ড উই উইল বি রেসপন্ডিং টু ইউ। উই ডু সি ওয়ান কমেন্ট কামিং ইন ফ্রম Sharbajit. Tamal sir, can you clarify one point? Why are the other channels showing totally high-end figures and you are showing lower? Very valid point, and me and Tonima, we have been explaining this from the very beginning, that we are giving you numbers which are given by the Election Commission of India. There is no Media Commission of India, alright? So Media Commission can give their own numbers, but we follow Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India follows their own procedure. Now, as we told at the beginning, there are multiple rounds. There are multiple rounds when the counting would happen, and each round will change the result, either for good for TMC or for BJP. So every round projection can be a trend, and every round completion can give you a lead. Okay, the round when it is getting completed, you can give a trend, but only when the round is completed, you can have a sure shot number which can then be considered as a lead. Now that lead can also change by the completion of round 2. Right. So every round changes the number. We are giving numbers which are now been confirmed by Election Commission of India. Other channels could be overzealous. Their alacrity is riding on Red Bull. Good luck to them. So they are giving numbers on their own. Not our responsibility. We are being responsible with our journalism, and we are only following Election Commission of India. Otherwise Election Commission of India हम लोगों को भी delete कर देंगे भाई. So वो मौका तो नहीं.
Catchword of the day or this election.
By the way, the numbers have changed. Right. The numbers have changed as per Election Commission of India. I would quickly want to go to my colleague Titash. Producers. I would quickly want to go to my colleague Titash. Titash has the updated numbers. Titash has got updated numbers. Titash, if you can hear me, give us the updated numbers. What is Election Commission of India now telling us? Is it BJP holding on to the momentum, or Trinamool Congress has made some gains?
So, like you mentioned, Tamal, if we are looking at the ECI website at the moment, initially we saw when the numbers started trickling in, well, quite at a back foot compared to the channels that are currently running it. While the numbers started trickling in, the initial momentum was given to BJP, and BJP has quite, for quite some time been riding high on that momentum itself. However, just a while back, while TMC was stagnated at a particular point, we saw that TMC too has gathered a significant jump, if we would call it. For TMC was stuck at around a bracket of 14 to 18 seats for over 40 minutes or so. And after that, when ECI updated the seats, we saw that that TMC took a significant jump, and TMC is currently standing at 37 seats as opposed to BJP's 63 seats. Interestingly, an interesting candidate has come, entered the race, as you would say. That is Humayun Kabir. Humayun Kabir's Aam Janta Unnayan Party. Now, Humayun Kabir himself has contested from 2 seats, that is Nauda and Rejinagar. While Rejinagar he isn't leading in, he is leading from Nauda, and his party has marked a lead for itself. So we see that in Nauda, Humayun Kabir is leading. And if we look into TMC's leads at the moment, we can see that seats such as Kuch Bihar, Dokhin, Sitai, now these places, Kuch Bihar, Sitai, which is part of northern part of Bengal, that particular place in itself is a BJP stronghold as we know of it. And in 2024, although we saw that Prakash Barai, he won the Kuch Bihar seat, there's no denying that there is a significant BJP concentration in the northern part of Bengal as well. But this time around, we see that Kuch Bihar, Dokhin, Sitai, these places have been taken over by TMC. Now, and the margin of lead, although in Kuch Bihar Dakshin, we see that TMC's lead is around 3,370 votes. In Shitai, that has come down to 938 votes. So the margin is very slim if you were to look at it. Now, moving on, there are places such as Himtabad, Kumarganj, Gangarampur, Harishchandrapur, Malotipur, Mothabadi. Interestingly, Mothabadi, which became a flashpoint in the days leading up to the elections, there was violence and then there was NIA, and then the entire episode that took place in Mothabadi. TMC is leading. TMC is leading by a margin of 2,204 votes. Then we have Sujapur, Farakka, Suti, Bhagwan Gola, Hariharpara, Jolongi, Nakashipara, Baduria, Degonga. Degonga, TMC was leading from the very beginning. Therefore, it is only obvious that they are still leading. And although the margin, you could say that it is quite slim in comparison to what other cushiony margins are like. The margin is around 2,184 votes in Degonga. Anisul Rehman Bidesh is leading for TMC. Now, Kagdeep, Canning Pushim, Canning Purbo. Now, if we were to talk about Kagdeep, Canning Pushim, Canning Purbo, that place itself, that place also saw massive SR deletions, and it is a strong Muslim stronghold in terms of demography when we are talking about Bengal. And from Canning Pushim and Canning Purbo, both these assembly constituencies, TMC is leading, I would say by quite a big margin. From Canning Paschim, BJP is leading by almost 7,100 votes, and in Canning Purbo, around 2,300 votes. As of now, if we were to say that TMC's strongest and the most cushion margin is coming from Koshba. Koshba is yeah, Koshba is in Kolkata. Now, Koshba is Javed Khan's stronghold. Javed Khan has been holding that seat for the past 2 terms, if I'm not wrong, and this is the third time he's contesting for it. And Javed Khan is leading with a very significantly high margin, which is 19,694 votes. 19,694 votes. And if
One second. Talking about Koshba, now Koshba is in heart of Kolkata, all right? And in heart of Kolkata, Koshba is one seat which has substantial Muslim population also. It has a mix of Hindu and Muslim. Now, if Javed Khan is leading by over 19,000 votes in round one or round two, he's increasing his margin.
If Javed Khan is leading this round two, interestingly, Tamal, the total number of votes that have been counted so far, that is 20,647, and out of that, Javed Khan is leading
with a margin of 19,694 votes.
That's huge. That's huge. And essentially, this 19,000 votes which you're talking about, it cannot be from one community, right? So it also reflects that the core vote base of Koshba and of Javed Khan has possibly sided with him with Trinamool Congress.
I would cut you for a minute. That is Koshba, the constituency of Javed Khan. It also happens to be the constituency that I cast my vote. So
don't tell me who did you cast your vote. Don't tell me. You are this close. You are this close. You are smiling, Pitash. Have some shame left in you.
That is top secret. No one tells who is voting. That is top secret. So if you're talking about Javed Khan, especially in the Koshba constituency, he does enjoy
quite a bit of public sentiment over there, and he, it is, I'm just talking out of experience, from functions to opening ceremonies and everywhere, he is visible. He's a very visible face in Koshba, to put it that way, and that, I guess, translates to the vote bank itself. Then moving on, we're talking about the Kolkata seats. If you're talking about the Kolkata seats, where Mohish Tola, Baliganj is Shobhandev Chattopadhyay. He's a Trinamool Congress old guard. He is leading from Baliganj. We have Entally, where Trinamool Congress is leading. Then we have Howrah Modham, Howrah Modho, Howrah Dokhin. Again, Trinamool Congress is leading by margins of 5,000 votes and around 8,000 votes respectively.
I think Konima has a breaking on Bhawanipur.
Yeah.
Konima has a breaking on Bhawanipur.
Right.
But viewers, put your fingers crossed. Put your fingers crossed. Now she has a breaking on Bhawanipur.
Didi na dada, that is the big question. And let me start by saying this is only second round of counting which has taken place. There are 20 rounds of counting which is likely to take place, but at the moment the breaking update is that Shubhendu Adhikari is leading from Bhawanipur. If I can also put out the margins, at the moment he is leading by 1500 votes. That seems to be the case, 1558 to be exact. And Mamata Banerjee is sitting on 4822. As I said, only 2 rounds of counting so far. Shubhendu Adhikari is sitting on 6380 votes. These are very early days, Tamal and Titash, as we have been pointing out. But the Chief Minister seems to be on a sticky wicket at the moment. Second round of counting which is going on in Bhawanipur, but it is her bête noire, as Tamal put it, her main rival, Shubhendu Adhikari, who has taken the lead.
All right. Oh, okay. So basically, Shubhendu Adhikari has taken the lead. Do we have a soundbite of Shubhendu Adhikari again? I think he has given another reaction. Is that so? All right. Can we go back to Shubhendu Adhikari's reaction once again? Now that he is leading, in all fairness, you should play his soundbite once more.
Right.
So let's play Shubhendu Adhikari's statement, the first reaction of any leader from any political party that we have. Please play Shubhendu Adhikari.
ये मान के चलिए आप लोग का जो चल रहा था, जो इनिशियल ट्रेंड रहा है 135 प्लस बीजेपी, 100 अप्रोक्स टीम्स।
नंदीग्राम और भवानीपुर का क्या रिपोर्ट मिला है आपको अभी तक?
देखिए भवानीपुर में तो इनिशियली तो टक्कर रहेगा। ये जो पहले राउंड हुआ है इसमें 14 जो बूथ है 6 मुस्लिम प्रॉन बूथ है, उसमें भी वो लोग जो 90-95% मुस्लिम वोट को पिछले बार मिलता था इस बार नहीं मिला, क्रैक है। और जो 8 हिंदू बूथ है उसमें मेरा लीड है। ये भवानीपुर का मैं 9-10 राउंड से आप देख लेना, मैं पूरा संभाल के आगे चला जाऊंगा। ये 77 वार्ड आ जाएगा, उसमें ममता बनर्जी का काफी लीड होगा।
मालदा और
3, 4, 5 राउंड 6 राउंड तक उसको मैं मेकअप कर दूंगा। वो उसका 10 राउंड का बाद उनका बहुत खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। मिलके देखिए पूरा जो ट्रेंड है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी साथ साथ हिंदू पोलराइजेशन, इनिशियली हम लोग देख लिया। हिंदूज आर कंसोलिडेटेड इन फेवर ऑफ लोटस, इट्स अ वेरी गुड सिग्नल फॉर अस। In Nandigram, I had in first round more than 3,000 votes, only 14 booth counted, and मेरा जो इंटरनल कैलकुलेशन था 1,000-1,100 वोट में लीड होना था, उसमें मैं 3 गुना लीड में चल रहा हूँ।
मुर्शिदाबाद मालदा में भी देखना दादा, बीजेपी को बढ़त मिल रही है, कई सीटों पे टीएमसी पीछे चल रही है उन इलाकों में भी जहाँ पे मुस्लिम बहुल क्षेत्र ज्यादा है। मुस्लिम
वोट बाइफरकेशन हुआ है, बाइफरकेशन हुआ है, खास करके मालदा मुर्शिदाबाद उत्तर दिनाजपुर में बाइफरकेशन हुआ है। और जो साउथ बंगाल और कुछ बिहार जो मुस्लिम ज्यादा टीएमसी को दे रहा है इनिशियली, लेकिन जिस तरीके से 90-95% हुआ था उनका 21 में 24 में, उस तरीके कंसल्टेशन नहीं है, क्रैक है।
ईवीएम पे आरोप लगाना शुरू हो गया है टीएमसी की तरफ से कई लोग आरोप।
वो झूठा बात छोड़िए, आई विल स्पीक आफ्टर 11 AM, इट्स गुड।
काउंटिंग एजेंट्स को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे अभी की?
धैर्य रखना चाहिए, ये कुछ नहीं है, सब इनिशियल ट्रेंड है, बहुत आगे जाना है। पूरा इतना सब माने कूल एंड काम।
नंदीग्राम यू लीडिंग बाय 3,000 votes in the first round.
Yes.
3,500 वोट है।
ये मेरा आंकड़ा है ना, वहाँ 5 मुसलमान बूथ था आउट ऑफ 14 जो काउंट हुआ। मुसलमान बूथ में भी टीएमसी को हालत खराब कर दिया नंदीग्राम,
शुभेंदु अधिकारी
मुसलमान बूथ में भी खराब कर दिया। ये मेरा थोड़ा सिग्नल था, ज्यादा दिन तक लोग को गुमराह करने नहीं हो सकता, क्रैक है। और जो 8 हिंदू बूथ है उसमें मेरा लीड है। ये भवानीपुर का मैं 9-10 राउंड से आप देख लेना, मैं पूरा संभाल के आगे चला जाऊंगा। ये 77 वार्ड आ जाएगा, उसमें ममता बनर्जी का काफी लीड होगा।
मालदा और
3,
मुर्शिदाबाद
4, 5 राउंड, 6 राउंड तक उसको मैं मेकअप कर दूंगा। वो उसका 10 राउंड का बाद उनका बहुत खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
मालदा
मिलके
मुर्शिदाबाद
ज्यादा दिन तक लोग को गुमराह करने नहीं हो सकता।
প্রথম দিকে যা ট্রেন্ড
So we are also getting some feed of BJP celebrations beginning. We will try and play those visuals soon. But you know, apart from Bengal, Tanima, Tamil Nadu would also be very, very interesting.
It is very, very interesting, and if we can just pull up the numbers that I'm seeing, it's hard to believe, but something which probably some people had predicted, but unbelievable nonetheless. If we look at the numbers which have come out, and these are all Election Commission verified, ratified leads at the moment, but still, TVK, a party which has just entered the electoral foray, a 2-year-old party led by one of the biggest stars that Tamil Nadu cinema has produced of late, Vijay, is the head of TVK chief. His party is leading on 97 seats. They have left behind the incumbent party, the ruling party DMK, which is leading at 35 seats at the moment. AIDMK and BJP combined is leading at 61 seats at the moment, but TVK has a huge march over both of them at 97 seats. Tamal, and this is the person who had been hounded by the central agencies. This is the person who had been made to answer for several incidents related to his election rallies. This is the person whose film, Jananayagan, had been stopped. It has still not released. A lot of things, in a way, you could say, had gone against Vijay, but the kind of mass appeal that Vijay has, that probably is reflected in the numbers. Even Vijay probably wouldn't have thought that he would get these kind of figures.
Tamil Nadu also has a history of voting for somebody who is larger than life.
Right.
A celebrity figure,
Exactly.
J. Jayalalitha,
Exactly.
from the movie industry,
Right.
and now you have Vijay again from the movie industry.
I mean, this is a blockbuster performance.
This is a blockbuster. Pushpa is gone. I mean,
Jananayagan, that is going to be one of the biggest. We are, of course, in Bengal, we are in Kolkata and talking about Bengal elections, but this is another big headline story which has
Absolutely.
emerged. If these numbers can be held by Vijay, by TVK through the day, they are almost reaching 100. It's 98 at the moment, reaching 100. Also, for a newbie party which has just got into electoral, the electoral politics, for them to have reached this point, leaving behind, remember, DMK is the party ruling in Tamil Nadu. AIADMK and BJP are the ones who are mainly challenging DMK. Everyone has been left behind by a debutant party, by a mega star, of course, Thalapathy Vijay, but nonetheless, this kind of figures, it's a turning point in Tamil Nadu elections. People were wondering whether Vijay is going to turn out to be the kingmaker. He might become the king.
he might become the king.
He might become the king.
Sartaj.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really unbelievable, but quite a huge feat by Vijay, TVK, and we'll of course have to wait and see whether these leads can be converted into seats. This kind of huge gap, chasm, like a gorge which has been created between him and the other parties, whether Vijay can hold on to that. We haven't yet seen any sort of reaction coming in from him yet, but nonetheless, I'm sure his party is also tracking the numbers very, very closely, and they might also be playing it safe to wait and watch.
And also for the longest time, it was unclear as whether Vijay had some kind of allegiance with either or.
Yeah.
As many would say, who is funding Vijay? Kanafusi. कौन विजय को पैसा दे रहा है? बीजेपी का बी टीम है क्या? बीजेपी का बी टीम है क्या? Because you get to hear that in Bengal a lot, whether AIMIM is BJP's B team or not. So like Vijay was also made to answer that question time and again. And if I have to believe my sources, my fellow journalists who are there in Tamil Nadu, and they're very senior. I can't name him, but then he very senior. I did ask as what's going on? किसके साइड में है विजय? He said, अरे बीजेपी वाले उनके पास जाके बाहर खड़े होके रहे for so many days. He did not entertain them for even once. So
Very smart move.
Very smart
Now
move.
it looks like, yeah.
Very smart move. And if this happens, I'm sure if this happens, then the story would also be shifting out of Bengal.
Yes,
The
that would be
focus-
the main headline if this happens.
If this happens, it's going to be big.
It is going
Very,
to be
very
huge.
big.
It is already, quite fascinating, the kind of numbers that Tamil Nadu is throwing up. Nobody would have thought, everybody's eyes, as we have also been discussing, have been on Bengal elections, the kind of focus that has been there, even, as far as national media was also concerned. But Vijay, pulling this off is a huge feat for a party which is just 2 years old, first time in elections. Nobody would have thought this kind of numbers could be racked up by Vijay, but his party has done it. What worked for them, that is of course up for analysis, but not aligning with any of the existing big Dravidian parties, of course, was a big move that paid off for Vijay, if we can look at it that way.
But well, if we can just come back to Bengal again, and we will of course be dipping into all these states, Kerala as well. We have friends who have dropped into our office now, and especially we have a friend from Kerala. So my Kerala friend would be now helping us with Kerala numbers. And she's already into the works. We will also be dipping into Kerala, and we will also try and explain how Kerala is equally significant. It is not an attempt to undermine one state to other. We will also be focusing on all these states. So if we can quickly go to the next slide, as we get numbers, we will keep updating them. Let's go to the next slide, because these slides hold the key to Bengal election results, and these slides are extremely significant. We have a shift in politics happening in Bengal since 2019. How? Because Tonima, in 2019 we saw for the first time BJP winning 18 seats. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. BJP from 2 Lok Sabha seats went up to 18. It was a huge jump. Vote share jumped to 40%. Trinamool Congress was at 42%. With 2% vote share difference, Trinamool Congress was at 22 and BJP was at 18.
Right.
So they just needed a swing of 4%. Only 4% was needed for BJP. Then happened 2021 election. And Mamata Banerjee just reversed. Uno reverse? Mamata Banerjee reversed it.
Right.
Trinamool Congress vote share went up to 48 point some percent. BJP came down to 38%. Does the game get over there? No. We have Lok Sabha election. Alright. In Lok Sabha election 2024, if you can move on to the next slide, you will understand why we are calling it shift in politics. In 2021, Bengal Assembly election, Trinamool Congress won 215 seats. Okay?
Right.
In 215 seats, and BJP got 77. When you juxtapose that with the Lok Sabha results distributed in your assembly segment, that 215 came down to 192.
Right.
Trinamool's loss became BJP's gain. From 77 they went up to 90. So this is an indication that there
was a momentum which favored BJP in
Absolutely.
2024.
But what is that momentum? Is the momentum courtesy Mamata Banerjee when she is on the ticket, or is it the momentum when Prime Minister Modi comes on the ticket? Because 2021 assembly election, it was Mamata Banerjee who was there on the ticket. So obviously it was her election. 2024 was Modi's election.
Right.
Prime Minister Modi was on every ticket. He was the face of BJP and he was himself contesting for the Prime Minister's chair.
Of course.
Will you still say that the momentum has shifted drastically for Trinamool Congress to be worried about? Maybe not, or maybe yes. Why? Because in previous explanation we said how there are 94 seats with less than 5% margin.
Right.
Now, every election leads you to another, and every shift from one election to another can dent your misfortune, which is 2026.
It's very interesting, Tamal, because this question has come up, time and again, whether for national elections people vote a certain way, state elections people vote a certain way. Of course, the face on the ticket, whose post is on the line matters. And in national elections, BJP has an edge because, as I said, that it is their biggest face who is, contesting for the top post in the country. But will BJP be able to keep the momentum going from 2024 to 2026 this time around? That is the big question. Of course, as we have discussed through the length of this broadcast, that a number of changes we've seen on ground. TMC, of course, believes that these are political manipulations which have been done by the BJP. But in terms of all the administrative changes that we saw brought about by the Election Commission when it came to handling elections in Bengal, is that something which is going to, in a way, inadvertently or not, help BJP to keep that momentum going, whether they are going to keep that momentum going from the national elections to the state elections as well? Because, as we said, that the Prime Minister, if I'm not mistaken, came to Bengal and did 20 plus rallies?
Yeah,
20 rallies,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So he was, in a way, despite not being typically a face of Bengal, he was of course going to other states as well, but he put a lot of emphasis on Bengal in the eastern part of the country and how it matters for BJP to break this citadel.
I also have some observation about BJP's campaigning, and this is my observation, what I noted, what I saw. So BJP in 2021, I remember it was 5th of October when Amit Shah held the first election rally, that too from Birbhum, that too in 2020, for 2021 election.
Right.
So October, November, December, January, February, March. So BJP took 6 months to campaign in Bengal in 2021. In 2026, we did not see similar, similar aggressive campaigning from October or from November. Yes, Amit Shah would come for internal meeting once in a while. Prime Minister Modi would also come to northern part of Bengal, hold 1 or 2 odd rallies. But it wasn't really the case of aggressive campaigning like what we saw in 2021.
And neither were their other big faces, like the union ministers did not really come down as many times as we saw or hold campaigns. There were no star campaigners in a way.
Right. Ask me why?
Because they thought that strategy didn't work out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In 2021, that strategy did not work out because in 2021, Bengal election happened on the issue of Bengali Ashmita, outsider versus insider. বহিরাগত সবাইকে বহিরাগত বলেছিল তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস, প্রাইম মিনিস্টার মোদি, অমিত শাহ সবাই বহিরাগত, গুজরাট থেকে বাংলা কন্ট্রোল করা হবে না। So that narrative in a way did lot of damage for BJP. So after election, when BJP went to the boardroom, they said, boss, this is not how it should be working in Bengal, because Bengalis, Bangalira খুব emotional.
Bengali pride.
Bengali pride. We are very emotional people, and larger vote share, larger vote analysis says that Bengalis are very emotional when it comes to loving somebody, when it comes to hating someone. We are very strong. Agree?
Agreed.
Bengali
pride matters.
One Bengali doing high five to another Bengali. So obviously Bengali pride did matter. So when BJP went back to the boardroom, they said, okay, we have to rely more on local faces. Like Shubhendu Adhikari, Dr. Shukanta Mojumdar, Dilip Ghosh. Another point of observation, Dilip Ghosh, have you noted? Dilip Ghosh was completely sidelined. He was once the BJP president in the state, and it was during Dilip Ghosh's tenure when BJP outperformed all their expectations in 2019.
Right.
And thereafter his presidency ended and then became someone else. Dr. Shukanta Mojumdar also became the president.
Right.
But the peak that BJP had in Bengal was during Dilip Ghosh, but Dilip Ghosh was sidelined for some odd reason. You won't see Dilip Ghosh in Prime Minister Modi's rallies, you won't see him on the stage. So everyone could figure out there are some differences happening. Dilip Ghosh then went and attended Jagannath Dham inauguration, something that was done by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. He attended that. Again, none of the BJP leaders did that. So obviously there were a lot of differences between BJP and Dilip Ghosh. Cut to 2026. Dilip Ghosh back in folds.
And he wanted to contest from the seat that he wanted.
In 2024, he lost. He contested from Durgapur and he lost. And he was shifted away from Midnapur, which was his base. So that was also like a challenge for him. Jo jeet raha hai jis seat se, in Bengal, the first assembly seat that BJP won was from Kharagpur. And that seat was won by Dilip Ghosh. All right. So Dilip Ghosh has its presence in Kharagpur Midnapur belt. So Kharagpur Midnapur belt is his territory, and he was shifted out for Lok Sabha election from Midnapur to Durgapur. He lost. So many thought, was it a conspiracy to make him lose so that he gets sidelined? He got sidelined. But then BJP could not become more adventurous this time, has gone back to the old leaders.
Right. Playing to your strengths.
Playing
Basically,
to your strength.
focus on areas which do not need to see a shake-up if things are going right over there. And Tamal, on a lighter note, I also want to point out, because you were talking about the outsider and the Bohiragoto aspect which BJP has kept in mind, they got a face from Delhi though to have Maj Bhat.
Oh.
Anurag Thakur came. Probably this was an effort to also, quell the rumors that when BJP comes to power in Bengal, they're going to make changes like, non-veg is going to be a sticky point, or other way around, maybe. So they actually got Anurag Thakur to do the March Path in front of cameras in order to enforce that point that while there are outsiders, while BJP is still seen, I'm sure they are aware of the fact that they are still probably seen.
If you can pull up those videos, Rakesh Singh, was on Poila Boishakh Day campaigning with fish. Anurag Thakur eating fish. Viewers who are joining us from outside, दोबारा मत पूछना, हमारे लिए मछली जिंदगी है, मोहब्बत है, पहला इश्क.
It was very important for BJP to also highlight the fact that they are not going to change the basics, as you were saying, Bengali pride,
True.
which is also related to food. We love to, our food is very important for us, our food habits are important for us, something that no Bengali or people in Bengal would want to give up. So the BJP, while kept their strategy clear that we are going to focus on local Bengal faces as far as their party is concerned, but the outsiders who were coming in were also embracing Bengali culture, were also embracing the habits which a lot of Bengal voters thought were they at stake if there's a Porivartan.
And absolutely, and why it became necessary? Because we saw, you're from Delhi, CR Park, there happened an incident where inside CR Park fish market, 2-3 random people did some Instagram live and went viral. They tried objecting to the fish sellers operating from next to a mandir. A mandir which was there inside, Kali Mandir, which is there inside the CR
market.
Park market. Now that became a talking point, and there had been many such instances where attacks have happened on Bengali vendors who are selling chicken or other non-veg from a stall which is named after Ma Kali. Says Ma Kali fast food center. If you are in Kolkata, if you are in Bengal, every second shop is Ma Kali grocery store, Ma Kali egg roll store, Ma Kali chicken store. In fact, যেখানে chicken কাটা হচ্ছে বা মাছ কাটা হচ্ছে মাথার উপরে মা কালীর একটা ছবি থাকে. So for Bengal and Bengalis, that is a different sentiment. We don't distinguish our faith from our food. Our food is our faith and faith is our food.
Right.
So obviously, সেই জায়গায় there was a huge interference, I would say, when such visuals came to fore, and those visuals were immediately capitalized by Trinamool Congress.
Which is why that didn't ultimately happen. We are not saying that the BJP MLA, local MLA was on board with it, but ultimately it did not happen. That's also important to point out.
Absolutely. So they realized that, outsider narrative had dented them so much so, they have to make inroads to the plate, to emotions, to the heart, and also to the bedroom. Couples should be talking about Porivartan. And that can only happen when you have put on one brick after the other. Start with food. So you have Anurag Thakur eating fish, and we are playing those visuals at a time when me and Tonima, we are starving. Also Titash and my entire team, we are starving. We are surviving on coffee and some biscuits, and we are starving, and my producer is happily playing those visuals of Anurag Thakur literally gorging fish and some earlish, I guess biryani or pulao. I mean, yeah, I think we will order the same for lunch. Okay, so yes, talking about fish, talking about food, we also need to talk about numbers. Let's go to Titash. Titash has got updated numbers.
Okay, so
We can go to
have some details here and fresh updates. BJP has crossed the 100 mark. According to the Election Commission of India website, BJP has
Titash.
Of 880 votes.
We will come to you, Titash. We'll come to you. We also have, a breaking update.
Bhawanipur, as we mentioned, is the seat that we are keeping a hawk's eye on, and the latest update that we are seeing is, once again, there's a turn. Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent Chief Minister of Bengal, is leading now. Just a short while back, we reported that it was Shubhendu Adhikari who had taken the lead, but once again, it has turned. As we mentioned, there was 2 rounds which had been counted so far, 3 rounds counting pore. Eta amra dekhte pacchi je Mamata Banerjee is leading by a very slim margin. She is sitting on 9359 votes if leads are to be concerned, and that is just a very slim margin of around 900 votes more than Shubhendu Adhikari, who is sitting currently, trailing currently with 8461 votes. So once again, there's
Leading
a
by
seesaw.
900.
By almost 900,
900.
898 to be precise.
I am not carrying my wallet only. If you have money, you can put your money on whoever
Yes.
you want. I am not carrying my wallet. 900? Okay, it's gonna go down to the wire. Huh?
It is going to go down to the wire, probably Nondigram once again. Nondigram 2.0.
I will request my producer to just follow the group. We have just sent some graphics. So we can actually use them. So yes, at the moment Mamata Banerjee is leading after round 3, but in round 2 BJP was leading by a huge margin by about 1100 or 1200, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So the numbers would keep changing, and it would keep changing the numbers. In fact, on the slide where we are showing Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari, we are actually keeping the numbers open. We are not even giving numbers. I mean, how many times can we inject numbers, and how many times? See, this is the plate. We are not giving any numbers over there. Let them deal with the numbers themselves. Okay. So, it's a very high profile battle. It's a high profile battle, and Mamata Banerjee is at the moment leading. Let's get back to us. We will continue with our discussion. Are we back? Okay, we are back. Titash, if we can quickly go back to our previous slides. So yes, Tanima, let's get back to this. So this was basically the first sign that again things were shifting, and it may shift, and it was a warning call for Trinamool Congress, right? So let's move on to the next slide. So you have 192 for Trinamool Congress and 90 for BJP as per Lok Sabha segment distribution. 2024 Lok Sabha election. Let's move on to the next slide. You have, as I said, in 2021 they won 215, 213 was the actual number. In by-election they won 2 more, so 215 became the number. Trinamool Congress went down by 21 to 23 seats from 2021 assembly election to 2024 Lok Sabha election.
Right.
Alright, let's move on. Let's move on to BJP. Alright. Here you go, Tanima.
So it's 77 seats, and they were up by, that was 2021 of course, and in 2024 they managed to convert, if we see the assembly constituency wise seats, they went up to 90. So a domination in a way by the BJP, though of course in numbers the TMC, absolute numbers TMC was much higher, but this is a good consolidation that the BJP were able to pull off in just about 3+ years to 2024, where they were up by 13 seats. So if we compare the kind of work that they have done in these 3 years to reach up to this point in 2026, there's of course a 2-year gap between 24 and today, but 90 seats they gained in the national elections, in the general elections, up by 13 seats. Now the point being is whether they're going to keep this, be able to protect their territory in a way that they improved upon from 2021 to 2024.
I mean, Tanima, one day is too long in politics.
Yeah.
Very, very long in
And
politics.
so unpredictable in a big battleground state like
Absolutely.
Bengal.
One day is very long in politics, and anything can happen. So when you refer to the fact that from 2021 in 3 years time, they have done this, people should not get overtly surprised from here if they increase their tally from 2024 to 2026, which is 2 years.
Correct.
It is possible. It is very much possible. Now, in order to make it possible, what are the things that BJP has to do? BJP has to dent into Trinamool Congress's pockets. right?
Right.
If you can move into the next slide. If we can move into the next slide, it's going to be interesting, clearer, and
Also, Tamal, sorry, at this point, we have two fresh sound bites which have come in, both from people that we have been talking about, Shubhendu Adhikari and the man
Dilip
who's
Ghosh.
made a comeback in a way, Dilip Ghosh.
my vote is for Dilip Ghosh. I'm not technically, I'm not even a voter from his constituency, so my vote is for Dilip
But
Ghosh.
the comeback man, in a
The
way.
comeback man, and he Dil Khush aadmi hai.
Right.
Dilip Ghosh, one thing is nice. I was interviewing him. I said, Dilip da, আপনি সবসময় রেগে থাকেন কেন? বলছে আমি অন্য কারোর উপর রাগি না, তোমার উপর রাগি। আমি কেন রাগে? তুমি এরকম ভুলভাল প্রশ্ন করো। আমি আচ্ছা। And then having said that, he completed the entire interview.
Right.
খুশ মেজাজ ইনসান है। দূর থেকে দেখে করে হেসে ভালো আছো? And the day I had gone for his interview, it was অক্ষয় তৃতীয়া দিন। তো অক্ষয় তৃতীয়া নাকি তিথি ভাবে দিলীপ ঘোষের জন্মদিন। That is also Dilip Ghosh's birthday.
Did you wish him?
I wished him, and I did not carry a gift for him. So I saw people all carrying lotus, one lotus. मैंने एक आदमी से बोला एक दो ना भाई, मुझे क्यों? मैंने उनको देना है, बोले उन्हीं के लिए लाए, बोले मेरे हाथ से दे दो. So I took one lotus to him and said, Dilip da, I forgot to carry a gift for you because I did not know. Here's your gift. He happily took it. বলছে আমি আপনাকে কিছুই খাওয়াতে পারবো না। আরে মানে জন্মদিন কিচ্ছু খাওয়াবেন না? বলছে না, আমি বাড়িতে গিয়ে আমার জন্য পায়েস হয়েছে, আমি পায়েসটা খেয়ে ঘুমিয়ে যাবো। So
Seasoned politician.
Yes, we have Dilip Ghosh's bite. Let's play Dilip Ghosh's reaction and then move on to the slides again.
এতে কি দেখলেন, ভিতরে কি প্রত্যাশা আজকে? প্রস্তুতি পুরো আছে, সরকারের তরফ থেকেও, কমিশনের তরফ থেকে, আমাদের তরফ থেকে। সাধারণ মানুষ যে ইচ্ছা নিয়ে ভোট দিয়েছেন, পরিবর্তন হোক নিশ্চিত হবে। নিরাপত্তা ব্যবস্থা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন, পুলিশ আর ফোর্সই আছে, আর কেউ নাই। কারণ কি, যারা নির্বাচনে গন্ডগোল করতে পারেনি, এবারে চেষ্টা করবে সেটা বিফল করে শান্তিপূর্ণ ভোট গণনা রেজাল্ট হোক, এটা আমরাও চাইছি, কমিশনও চাইছেন। কিন্তু চেষ্টা হলেও সফল হবে না গন্ডগোল করা। আপনার মার্জিন কত আশা করছেন? মার্জিন তো ভালোই হবে, এখনো পর্যন্ত যেটা হয়নি, কিন্তু আমরা টার্গেট রেখেছি 1 লাখ ভোট। খড়গপুরের মানুষের কাছে আমরা দাবি রেখেছি, নিশ্চয়ই তারা আমাদের দাবি পূরণ করবেন। খড়গপুর না, বাকি বিধানসভা কেন্দ্রগুলি সব জায়গায় একতরফা হবে, রেজাল্ট দেখে রাখুন, নতুন সরকার হবে।
তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস যে 200-র বেশি আসনের দাবি করছে,
আজকে পর্যন্ত 200 পাচ্ছে, বিকাল থেকে আমরা পাবো না। অভিযোগ করছেন যে বিভিন্ন জায়গায় সিসি ক্যামেরা বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যারা হেরে যায় তারা অভিযোগ করে। অলরেডি রাস্তায় বসে গেছেন, কারা বসে? বিরোধীরা বসে অভ্যাস করছে।
Dilip Ghosh is confident. Dilip Ghosh is confident, and I'm so glad he's wearing a kurta, not his usual morning white t-shirt and his shorts. You know, this man goes for morning walk every day at 5:30 in the morning. I swear, I will never ever be his bodyguard.
Just because you have to wake up at 5 o'clock.
Every day. I want my Fridays, yaar. I want my Saturday. I want to just chill with my friends. ये दादा ऐसे है, ये भाई साहब ऐसे है कि ये अगर chill भी कर लिए, उसके बाद दूसरे दिन 5:30 is up. And there are poor reporters who are dedicatedly, in that 5:30 wala shift.
Trying to chase him in the park.
Chase him in the park. Eco park, this park. What is he doing? He's running. Our good friend, I'm not naming him, he's from a national channel. You know him, of course. So, this election season, Dilip Ghosh said, you come here during morning walk, I'll give you my interview. He said, okay. Then he asked, what time? He said, 5:30 in the morning. And the fellow senior journalist, he had to go to Eco Park for Dilip Ghosh's interview at 5:30 in the morning.
Oh my God. Good morning exercise, at
Yeah.
least starting our day on a healthy note.
So I'm very happy that he was not wearing his polo
Jogging shorts.
dry fit t-shirt and joggers. Okay, we will try and go back to our discussion. We will try and go back to our discussion. There is some issue with our frame. We will try and fix it.
Also, Tamal, sorry, just to interject a little bit, like for the BJP, this is a psychological boost. you know, crossing the 100 mark in
Yeah.
a way,
Yeah.
which is something, this is of course still leads. We will have to see whether, you know, these are converting into actual seats. But having crossed the 100 mark, in fact, 114 is where they are standing at the moment, and TMC at 69. Of course, leads several rounds of counting to go, all the caveats included. But for the BJP, this is definitely a psychological boost, something that they had been trying in 2021, at least to cross the 100 mark. This time around in 2026, they have managed it, and this in a way correlates to what we were talking about.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the reason we are back into the slide again. It's very, very significant, and you would notice that how BJP has tried increasing their tally, and that had been their endeavor. Like it or not, but BJP is an election machinery. Totally an election machinery.
If nothing else, definitely. And as you said, that all their party leaders also don't leave out a single day to actually, you know, achieve the kind of numbers that they have been hoping for, trying for.
I mean, look at 2024 Lok Sabha election. They came down to 240, and uske baad every assembly election minus Jharkhand, BJP has won single-handedly or with alliance.
Right.
Maharashtra won. They became the single largest party. Haryana, no anti-incumbency. High turnout, pro-incumbency sign, and BJP
Proves
wins.
the pollsters wrong.
Absolutely. You have Delhi. Your Delhi, madam. Your Delhi, 2025. Achha, by the way, are you getting your financial support, that 2,500 rupees?
I have not tried going for it yet, but yeah, Delhi also, of course, they managed to wrest it from Aam Aadmi Party, which was also one of the prestige battles in a way that the BJP had been trying for quite some time, from Congress rule to Aam Aadmi Party stint that they pulled off, and this time around the BJP converted that into a win. And several questions were raised by Aam Aadmi Party as well. But at the end of the day, the result was, of course, that they got a BJP chief minister.
And when I say that they are an election machine, look, the Bengal election result is today. And BJP, in middle of Bengal campaign trail, they also held a meeting in Punjab.
Right.
Amit Shah went to Punjab.
Right.
Prime Minister Modi went to Punjab.
Their eyes are already in Punjab.
Their eyes are already on Punjab, because Punjab goes to polling in end of 2026.
Later this year.
Later this year. Yeah. So Punjab polls, where Aam Aadmi Party is now in power, it's going to be very significant. And BJP, again, they are shifting gears.
Right.
So 2024 Lok Sabha election debacle, if I can consciously use that word, even though they are in power, they have not shied away from contesting elections in other places as aggressively, and from the very next day. Right. So they are a political party. Every day in politics counted for them. And okay, we have to
try and fix this.
We will try and fix it, please.
But yes,
we are just going on a standby mode, I guess. We are just going on a standby mode. Very quickly, we are running out of time. Very quickly. So, yeah. So basically, yeah. So let's come back to the details. BJP went up by 13, and let's move on to the next important part. Very, very important. I'm dying to go to that aspect. Now, you know, so TMC still ahead statewide, BJP expanding ground presence, and 2026 could be more competitive. That is very much evident now with the kind of trends which you are seeing, the leads which you are getting now. It's very, very competitive. We are seeing Trinamool Congress leading in 37, BJP leading in 63. So yes, it is extremely competitive. Let's move on to the next one, and we will find as why is this competition so aggressive, and how this competition is interesting. Now, Tonima, for you and for our viewers, what we have tried doing is we have tried decoding numbers vis-a-vis deletions. You remember, you have been talking about 95 seats with very thin margin. We have been talking about deletions. So now we have tried juxtapositioning deletions vis-a-vis high turnout, and whether it can be advantage BJP or advantage Trinamool Congress from phase 1. Right. Now for viewers, how have you distributed our analysis? For phase 1, we have selected the top 20 seats with highest deletions. And interestingly, they are mostly non-BJP bastions. So these are non-BJP bastions. It is not my finding, non-BJP. They are non-BJP bastions by the
Saw the
result,
highest deletions
which saw the highest deletions
and record turnouts.
and record turnout. This is phase 1. Alright? In phase 1, there were 152 seats. We have filtered down 20 seats. Let's begin with Shamsherganj. Shamsherganj is in Murshidabad. Shamsherganj is in Murshidabad. How many voters have been deleted? 74,775. I repeat, 74,775. And mind it, this is only out of logical discrepancy. Only and only out of logical discrepancy,
If
nothing
you can
else.
explain for a viewer who's just tuning in, what is logical discrepancy? Because it's very important to point out that while certain deletions have happened because of duplication, because the voter was apparently deceased, but logical discrepancy একটা খুব unique ব্যাপার। তো সেটা as somebody who has covered the issue extensively on ground, একবার যদি বুঝিয়ে দাও।
So logical discrepancy to me is the most illogical thing. One word answer. Illogical an analysis by Election Commission termed as logical a discrepancy.
But in layman's terms, from the EC's perspective,
Okay, so women, মহিলাদের বিয়ে হয়, অনেক মহিলারা নিজেদের surname change করে. Women after marriage at times choose to adopt the surname of the husband. Now, when the voter ID card was made, the card was made when she was say 18 or 20.
2002 te.
2002 te, or even after that.
Right.
So in 2002, if you have your name listed in the voter list, your voter card says you are, says for an example, Tonima Bishas. Tonima Bishas, daughter of, D by O, daughter of
Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishas, right? So your voter ID card has your father's name
Right.
as your guardian.
Right.
You got married. You got married, not to me.
Yeah.
So you got married to somebody whose surname is Saha.
Right.
You choose to become Tonima Saha. And this happened after say 2002. So in 2002 you are there in the voter list as Tonima Bishas. With father's name as Mr. Bishas as your guardian. You got married after 2002. After 2014 Aadhaar card happened. Your Aadhaar card now reads Tonima Saha, wife of, guardian's place, you don't have your father's name anymore.
Right.
Husband. So one individual Tonima becomes Tonima Bishas on the voter ID card, is Tonima Bishas on the voter ID card, became Tonima Saha supposedly on the Aadhaar card. The voter card has a father's name, the Aadhaar card has her husband's name. Now two documents of one person with slightly different credentials. Surnames. Now, you have your name in 2002 voter list, which means according to Election Commission, if your name is there in 2002 voter list, you are safe, you are mapped.
Right.
In case you are not there in 2002 voter list, you can map yourself with any of your family members.
So that is the first filter in a way
First
that the
filter.
EC is looking at.
That was the only filter that was told to us, that if you have your name in 2002 voter list, you don't have to give any other document.
Right.
Now, when BLOs were collecting documents, I don't know why they did collect documents, BLOs did collect documents. While accepting the enumeration form, BLOs accepted the enumeration form along with a photocopy of say Aadhaar card. Aadhaar card was getting contested by Election Commission as a valid proof or not, but nonetheless that was collected. Now you are mapped, you are not deleted. Suddenly after the first filtration was done, you thought you were safe.
Exactly.
Your name was there in the draft list.
Right.
Suddenly Election Commission decided there is a logical discrepancy with you. Is Tonima Bishas and Tonima Saha the same person?
Right.
Now how do you prove that you are the same person? You have to then furnish your marriage certificate. You have to then prove your other documents. And it became very Herculean and tedious a task for women primarily to prove that this change in surname is a very usual thing in India's custom.
Right, and also important to point out at this juncture, Tamal, that women are traditional big vote bank for Mamata Banerjee.
Absolutely.
A big vote bank for TMC.
Absolutely.
Traditionally, they have been, even in 2021, they were a big factor. The X factor, as everyone called it so, that women voters accounted for a large chunk of votes and seats being converted, being on in TMC's kitty in 2021 because of that Mahila power and that appeal that Mamata Banerjee holds as far as women voters are concerned. So denting that vote bank could cost TMC. We are of course still waiting for the final result, but the logical discrepancies, this aspect specifically how it affected women voters, those who got married or for some reason their name change happened, that is something which could create a huge dent for the TMC, for Mamata Banerjee particularly, being a mass leader and a woman leader for that matter.
Right. I will just quickly go through a couple of reactions of our viewers. As I promised them, I would be taking some reactions and thereafter move on to some updates as well. I see somebody writing here, AAP is now looking as a curse to these parties. AAP supported DMK and TMC, both are in loss. Now, people are going by the early trend. People are seeing these numbers. BJP at 114 in early leads. Trinamool Congress in early leads by 69. So, yes, I would be repeating myself at the risk of sounding repetitive. I would say, please hold on to your horses. Celebrations can wait. Wait for the numbers, because this is not even 11:30 and not even half of the rounds are completed. You have 17 to 20 rounds in each of the seats. So everything can change in every round. At the moment, yes, BJP is leading. Good luck to them if they can hold on to this momentum. BJP would be very, very happy if they can cross 100, if they can form a government on their own with majority, because that would be historic in so many ways. BJP has never been in power in Bengal, and they always say their ideological guru, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, started his work, his fight, and his fight to keep Kashmir, as they say, in India from Bengal. So, Akhand Bharat, that idea of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is also being, hailed by BJP as their principal motto. So yes, BJP must be very, very happy with these numbers. They would find these numbers extremely enterprising. There are some viewers saying, Noa Parate VVPAT slip গড়াগড়ি খাচ্ছিল কেউ কভার করলো না। আমরা কভার করেছি, আমরা সেই ভিজুয়ালগুলো দেখাবো, নিরাশ হবেন না, অপেক্ষা করুন, দিন লম্বা, সারা দিন ধরে আপনারা আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন, আমরা খবরের সঙ্গে রয়েছি, সেটাও দেখাবো। I have another viewer writing, Bengalis have no role in this election. Election Commission has done with SIR and technology. भाई जनता जनार्दन है, हमें कुछ नहीं मालूम। इलेक्शन कमीशन के ऊपर बहुत लोगों का गुस्सा है, और क्यों वो बता सकते हैं, बिकॉज शायद उनको लगा कि जिस तरीके से एसआईआर किया गया, लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसी में जिन लोगों का नाम हटाया गया, शायद they had the legitimate right to cast their vote, people with passport and all. I think they have been unfairly disenfranchised, and that have no qualms in saying. People holding passport, if they have been disenfranchised, this is unfair, this is not natural justice, this is natural injustice. I do agree to that, but then whether Election Commission's SIR impact is impacting political fortune of these two parties, well, we have to wait and see in future interpretation.
If we can just read out the numbers as they stand at the moment, Tamal, it is BJP leading in 134 seats, TMC leading in 72 seats, the other parties at the moment, of course, not causing any sort of significant dent. BGPM at 1, AJUP at 1 seat leading, and CPIM leading in 1 seat.
We will be updating the numbers. If I can request my producer, we will just update the numbers. The fresh numbers are here. If you can repeat them, Tonima.
Right. So it's the BJP which is leading at 134 seats, to be precise, as per the Election Commission's website. TMC leading in 72 seats. And as I mentioned, the others who have, made a beginning, but stuck at 1 seat each, BGPM, AJUP and CPIM, khata khuleche, as they say, but Honestly, the fight, as we have been talking about, is a two-cornered fight between BJP and the TMC, and the BJP at the moment, 209 out of 294, 293 to be precise. Falta, as we know, is not going to be counted today, but 209 seats out of 293 seats which are being counted. ওখানে যে লিডস এর বেসিসে আমরা যদি বলি, at the moment BJP has in fact got a substantial lead in leading in 134 seats at the moment. These are early trends, not absolute numbers. We are going by the election commission's figures strictly, and the TMC is leading in 72 seats. Tamal, so quite a historic beginning for the BJP. And we'll of course have to wait and see how they capitalize.
I just want to quickly take another reaction from another viewer. I found it very interesting. I lost it, I guess. How do I find it? Somebody just wrote, she's from Bangalore, watching us from Bangalore. Where did I? She said that it's making me very emotional as she sees BJP perform well. She said that there is joblessness in Bengal, and that's the reason she had to move to Bangalore. I'm sorry I lost your name, viewer. I'm very happy that you're watching us from Bangalore, and please stick around with us. We will be continuing our broadcast as long as it takes till the results get over. I saw another viewer writing, sir, I live in abroad. Only me and my sister has remained in the electoral list. Whole family got wiped off. My village, 300 out of 1,000 are gone. Look, 300 out of, another viewer, he's writing that, Sayyid is writing, I live in abroad, and only me and my sister is there in electoral list. The whole family got wiped off. Somebody is writing, democracy finished in India. It never looked like a fair election since beginning. Results are showing that trend. I would say, viewers, just stay calm. And this is for all viewers, supporters of BJP, supporters of Trinamool Congress. Stay calm. Always know, whatever happens for good. Whatever happens for good, and your faith can also manifest a lot of things. So hold on to your faith. I'm just trying to be that Baba. We are trying to be the Baba. We have a guest ready, right?
Right. We have Shombit Pal, who is joining us on the broadcast. Shombit is, of course, a senior journalist who has been tracking the Bengal elections. He has tracked it in the past as well. But this time around, of course, it is a historic election that we are witnessing. If I can go directly live to Shombit. Shombit, what is your initial reaction? The numbers that we are looking at, we are following election commission numbers, as we mentioned. They are at the moment showing a substantial lead for the BJP. Are you surprised? If you can hear me, I was referring to the election commission's numbers as they have come out. It shows a lead by BJP in 140 seats, TMC leading in 73 seats, or a lead by more than a half. If you look at it that way, that the BJP is in a way leading in almost 70 seats, more than in 70 seats, more than double of the seats that the TMC is looking at leading in at the moment. So is this something that was expected on expected lines, according to you? This something that was expected on expected lines, according to you?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the anchor properly. Can you hear me properly?
We can hear you, Sambit. We can hear you. If you can just give us your initial reaction as far as the numbers are concerned. We can hear you, Sambit. We can hear you, Sambit. We can hear you. reaching the 150 mark, which in itself is going to be historic, which in itself is historic already for them in Bengal. As I mentioned, that these are leads, but your first thoughts on the numbers that we are looking at the moment from the Election Commission?
Yeah, it is of course historic. Historic in the sense that Bengal politics has turned right from the left and turned right completely without any hesitation. That's what it seems. And what was expected that they would do well in North Bengal, but to reach to this mark of 150 or 148 for that matter, they had to breach the TMC bastions in South Bengal, which they are doing. And initial trends are also showing that they are reaching the South 24 Parganas bastion of TMC as well. So this is really surprising. And the result from Hooghly is really surprising, where BJP is taking lead in most of the seats as of now, what we can see. So yes, I would say that SIR has been a factor for sure. Apart from that, the anti-incumbency, which worked only in the second phase, I would say, and that has worked against TMC and for BJP. We'll have to wait for the detailed results and see if left and Congress, if they have made a dent on TMC votes or not. So that's something we'll have to analyze. Otherwise, it's clear verdict for BJP as of now, and they have used SIR not only to delete names with the help of the election commission, but also they could heighten the polarization pitch as well. SIR has been a weapon to actually, awaken BJP's vote bank, which has been very latent as of now, and they have voted with an intention that they're voting a party which is pro-Hindu party, and this party can actually tame the minorities in Bengal. That has been a sense here in the urban Bengal. That is what we can see.
Shomvida, Tamal this side. Tamal this side. How are you? I hope you're doing good. So glad to connect with you, and so glad to come face to face again. Shomvida, yes, the numbers are very telling, but there is also another aspect. Election Commission website is saying the counting is happening out of 210 seats. The total number of seats 293 if you keep aside Falta. So counting has basically started in 210 seats instead of 293. There are 84 roughly seats where the counting has not even begun. And now we have Saket Gokhale, Trinamool Congress leader. He has put out it's 11:30 a.m. and counting hasn't even started on about 84 seats in Bengal. ECI playing this game of moving very slowly. BJP already discussing what all they are going to do in government. They will go on till late. Early celebration equal to very hazardous. This is what Trinamool Congress is reacting as. Do you think Trinamool Congress is justified in reacting like this, or you think it's all fair? It takes time. The election commission may take time, and it's natural. They're only crying foul because their numbers are not exciting as of now.
Yeah, there has been allegations of slow counting, and Mamata Banerjee has been warning her party workers that you need to be vigilant in the counting centers, and we can see that as of now, what I can see that there is counting that's going on for 230 seats as of now, according to Election Commission. So yes, you are right. And TMC is also justified in claiming that there are a large number of states where the counting has not really begun, or the records are not showing as of now, and they have still chances. But when BJP is that much ahead, I do not know whether this result is going to change drastically, because it's already 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, and even if it changes, it will be in a very short, very small margin in which either party will be ahead of each other. So that is a trend that I can really understand, because in the seats BJP is ahead. In many seats they are ahead of TMC candidates with a very small margin in certain cases. So and that's the again that's a reflection of SIR process. I understand, and we'll have to wait and see. But this result, what we can see, I don't think that is going to change very drastically.
To analysis, and we will see that going through the day as to what are some of the factors which contributed to this sort of a major lead that BJP has taken at the moment. But if we can just focus a little bit on Bhawanipur at the moment, what I can see as per the EC website, Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent CM, is still leading. Shubhendu Adhikari, her main rival in a Bhawanipur seat, is trailing by 900 votes. That is the figure that the EC has been giving for a while now, and 3 rounds of counting has been completed. But in a way, as we saw in Nondigram, it was Mamata Banerjee who lost her seat there, but won the state very decisively. This time around, at this point in time, of course, we have to put that caveat every time, it is she who is leading from her seat, but her party is trailing behind BJP. Do you think at this point it would be fair for us to guess that Shubhendu Adhikari is going to be the potential, the front runner as far as a CM, a BJP CM in Bengal is concerned? Can we safely say that?
To talk about Bhawanipur, there are different categories of population out here. If we can, have a quick look at that, you have, non-Bengali speaking population, one who are residing in the high rises, another who are the middle class people who are residing there. They have Gujaratis, there are Marwaris, there are Biharis, there are Punjabis. So the cosmopolitan nature of that constituency is very significant. Another section is upper caste Hindu Bhadralok, who have been resident of this area for a long time. Then you have slum dwellers and the Muslim population out there. So out of this 9 municipal boards or corporation boards that we have in Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee's core vote bank has been the slum dwellers and the Muslim population out there, and also the upper caste Hindu Bhadralok also voted for Mamata Banerjee. And when Mamata Banerjee has contested the election from Bhawanipur, she has got she won with a huge margin. Now, if it is changing towards BJP, or if the margin is going down, then we'll have to understand that a lot of people, especially from the high rises, especially from this non-Bengali speaking Hindu population, and also upper caste Hindu Bhadralok families, they have voted against Trinamool Congress. So this is what is my understanding. Now, coming to your question, whether Shubhendu Adhikari will be awarded with the chief ministership if BJP comes to power, that's $1 million question, because you understand that how BJP works, and BJP is very much it's very good at this game of giving surprises to the states. But Shubhendu Adhikari would be someone who had taken this challenge of taking on Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, as well as contesting from his home turf in Nandigram. So he's of course the front runner. But if BJP is going to be an inclusive party when they come to power, if they come to power and if they form the government, then Shubhendu Adhikari will not be the good choice. Shomik Bhattacharya was brought here as a president of the state BJP only because he's a moderate face, not only inside the party but also outside, and he represented that Bangali Bhadralok, image of BJP. Now, which way BJP will go, that will depend on these two persons. As we understand, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah will be choosing the next chief minister, will be aligned to the center as well, or will be aligned to what Narendra Modi and Amit Shah dictates from Delhi. That has been the case in all other states where BJP has come to power. But yes, defected leaders, like those who have defected from other parties, have been awarded with this post of chief ministership. Himanta Biswa Sharma is one example. Recently, we have seen Shamrat Chaudhary taking over in Bihar, and Shubhendu Adhikari can be their choice as well.
Amit Shah made it very clear that the person, whoever is becoming the chief minister from BJP, will be from a Bengali medium school, will be a Bangali, will be from Bengal, not from outside. But then the BJP insiders also expressed this fear over and over again that Shubhendu Adhikari, when he came into BJP, it has also led to division within the party. For the first time within BJP, there was like new guard and old guard. For the first time in BJP, you had this division that they are import, we are original. And this time, where BJP tried propagating that, look, we have not given many seats to turncoats, we have not entertained turncoats, and it's a fact. Like 2021, this time, hardly anyone from Trinamool Congress switched over to BJP because BJP realized it did not augur well. But considering all these factors, the very fact that Shubhendu Adhikari's inclusion had also seen sidelining of Dilip Ghosh, if at all there is a correlation between the two, do you think he is a potential front runner, can be a front runner? Will BJP go with that formula of giving someone like Shubhendu Adhikari the responsibility because he had the experience of being with the government, running the show? Or do you think they would go back to their own convention, surprise hardcore BJP leader or worker, and who has the blessing of RSS?
Yes, that's the surprising point. What we are talking about, whether they will throw the surprise or not will depend on a lot of factors that you have already mentioned, Tamal. What goes for Shubhendu Adhikari is that even if he could not deliver in earlier election, even though he had defeated Mamata Banerjee, but this time if he can win Bhawanipur, which seems a little difficult as of now, but yes, please.
Tonima has a number for Bhawanipur.
Right. At the moment, the election commission, I mean, remember we were looking at a very low margin of 900 votes or so just a short while back. But at the moment, the incumbent chief minister, Mamata Banerjee, has gained a huge lead of over 8,000 votes. These are leads still now, but she is at 17,244 votes. She's leading in Bhawanipur, and Shubhendu Adhikari is at 8,762. So the gap between the two is over 8,000 votes. It's around 8,482 votes where Mamata Banerjee is leading in Bhawanipur. The
Do you have a round? Which round is this?
This is fourth round.
This is fourth round. So viewers, 4 নম্বর রাউন্ডের পর 4টে রাউন্ড, টোটাল 20টা রাউন্ড আছে ভবানীপুরে, হাইয়েস্ট মনে ভবানীপুরেই আছে, 20টা রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং হবে এবং তার মধ্যে 4টে রাউন্ড কমপ্লিট হয়েছে এবং 4টে রাউন্ড কমপ্লিট হওয়ার পর লিডে এখন মমতা ব্যানার্জি রয়েছেন, লিড বাই ওভার 8,000 ভোটস এবং 4 ইন্টু 5 হচ্ছে 20, অর্থাৎ 5 টাইমস আরো এরকম রাউন্ড বাকি রয়েছে। 4 মানে ফার্স্ট কোয়ার্টার রয়েছে, আরো এরকম 5টা আপনার কোয়ার্টার লাগবে যেখানে কমপ্লিট হওয়ার পর ফাইনাল রেজাল্ট জানা যাবে। এভরি ভোট উড ম্যাটার and every count would matter and every round would matter. So we are at round number 4, 1/5
of rounds,
1/5, long way to go, right Shobhita?
Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, but as I always maintained during this whole election campaign that if Mamata Banerjee loses Bhawanipur, that means TMC is going to lose in a big way across Bengal. So it's difficult to say, as I said, as of now, who is going to win Bhawanipur. There were 9 wards, as I said, in last elections in 2024. BJP was ahead in 5 of these wards. and in the rest of the wards TMC was leading, and they had a margin of about 8,000 votes or so. And whenever Mamata Banerjee has contested, so whenever BJP has done well in Bhawanipur, that is always in Lok Sabha elections, where Mamata Banerjee was not the main factor. But whenever Mamata Banerjee has contested this seat, she has held a very good margin. Now, SIR factor is going to play its part, of course, because about 50,000, if I'm not wrong, names have been deleted from electoral rolls in Bhawanipur. So how that pans out, we do not know. But coming back to Shubhendu Adhikari factor, Shubhendu Adhikari's probability of becoming adorning the mantle of the chief minister in Bengal if BJP comes to power. Yes, a lot of things are in his favor. For example, that this time he is delivering in East Midnapur. He was, according to my sources, forced to take on Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, which he was not very, ready to do, and so these are the factors that will be for Shubhendu, and he also was in the government, so he has experience. To be in he had the experience in governance, in being a minister, a cabinet minister. He has a long experience, and then if we have other leaders of BJP here against Shubhendu Adhikari, then Dilip Ghosh is a factor, but I do not think that BJP will go for him as of now. But he has RSS connection, so that may play in his favor. Shomik Bhattacharya doesn't have much experience in government, but he has strong RSS connection. He's a moderate leader, not only, as I said, outside the moderate face of BJP, just not outside the party, but also inside the party. And because of him, both Shubhendu Adhikari, Dilip Ghosh, and all of the factions, the old guard, the new guards, they could come together and fight this election. Then we have Shopon Dashgupta, who is also leading in Rajbari, I'm told, and you may never know if he can be the surprise to to appease the Bengali Bhadraloks or not.
Runners there in a way being listed by Shombit over there. Shombit, another interesting point, jumping from the main faces that BJP has in Bengal to another important aspect which was discussed in the run-up to the elections, during the elections also, is the Motua factor. Tamal, I have over here in front of me the election commission's breakup in terms of the seats where BJP is leading. And if you see some of the seats that we were talking about in the Motua heavy stronghold seats of the Motua community in Bengal, Kollani, BJP is leading. Bongaon Uttor, BJP is leading. Several Bongaon Dokhin also BJP is leading. So some of these, if I can just if I'm moving my cursor along some of these seats where BJP is leading, which fall in the Motua belt for that matter. We were discussing whether or not the SIR deletions are going to have some sort of an impact in the Motua strongholds. At the moment, going by this map.
Going by the map, of course. Now, we also have to understand, Matuas that I have spoken to, Matuas were united in 2019. Matuas started dividing after, I would say, 2021, during 2021 election. So 2019 was the time when they had consolidated in entirety in support of BJP. Why? Because it was 2019 when so it was 2019 when BJP had promised CAA to the Matuas. Okay, so BJP had promised CAA to Matuas and said, "You will be giving you citizenship." I hope Shombita is still there. Okay, so yes, CA was promised to all the Matuas. So Matuas are they who had migrated from Bangladesh. They are all from Bangladesh. They have migrated. Basically, they were ousted from their country. Now, those who left their country also felt they lost a sense of their belonging and sense of identity. Now, they settled in India, but the pain of separation has always stayed. Now that was a very emotional aspect where BJP slowly got into and said, we will be giving you citizenship. So BJP got Matua support in 2019. Come 2021, post 2019 till in the run up to 2021, Trinamool Congress countered CAA that this is nothing but a ploy to disenfranchise people, deregister people, remove people's citizenship, and people would be at loss. Again, that was the first time when Matuas broke, but majority went to BJP. Alright? Come to 2024, and I will give you an example from Nadia. There are 8 seats in Nadia where Matua's stronghold went in favor of BJP in 2021. Come 2024 Lok Sabha election, out of 8, 3 got shifted to Trinamool Congress. So Matuas are always constant and constantly supporting BJP. That is also not true. Why? Because you had promised CAA in 2019. The rules were formulated and that took about 5 years. It was implemented only in 2024. And after the rules were implemented, barely any Matua could apply initially because they were asking for one document that proves your connection with Bangladesh. Now, जो लोग घर छोड़ के आए, those who have lost their homes, their documents, everything, where will they find one piece of document to prove their connection with Bangladesh? So essentially, many people could not even apply. So the shift of Mutuas had been happening, but having said that, they have also been deleted.
Right.
So whether they who support Trinamool Congress got deleted in this random logical discrepancy deletions, or BJP voters were also affected, we don't know. But Matuas were equally affected, and they historically have stayed close to BJP for the kind of anti-Muslim feeling they have.
Right.
And why anti-Muslim feeling? Because they come from the partition
Right.
memory.
Right. Exactly. So at the moment, of course, whether the SIR deletions have gone in favor of BJP or not, that remains to be seen. But what we can in fact see is that BJP has managed to hold on to the cluster of seats in the Mutua belt. At the moment, we are of course only looking at indicative figures, leads that we can see. But as far as the map is concerned, Tamal, it is in front of us. There has been a significant inroad being made by the BJP in South Bengal.
Absolutely, absolutely. In BJP supporters have started taking to social media with their celebration. Some are saying lotus blooming in Bengal. Finally, 2016 BJP 3 seats, 2021 77 seats, 2026 BJP on course to form government, leading on 164 seats, 44.93% vote share as per ECI trends. I'm so glad this particular BJP supporter had carefully mentioned the word trends. So these are trends. We will be very, very cautious in trading into those water. BJP supporters can have their emotions running very high. And obviously, as per Election Commission data too, BJP is at 92 and Trinamool Congress 52 as per leads. So obviously, long day to go and we have to wait and see whether BJP can hold on to the momentum. If yes, congratulations to them for this historic win, but we will wait to congratulate them till the numbers are out. Shombita is still there.
Right. Shombit, if you can hear us, we have of course been talking about the Mutua factor, the SIR deletions, what impact they would have. Also, the other important thing is the women factor. Like women have always been seen as huge vote bank for Mamata Banerjee, who is of course a fierce leader, a street fighter, but also seen as one of the top women political leaders that our country has. And women have been gravitating towards Mamata Banerjee for many, many years now. Do you think that this time around during the, whether it is for any factor, I would not want to name it at this point in time, but that the BJP has managed to wrest a large chunk of women voters away from TMC as well, which is why we are seeing these kind of numbers?
Yes, I always maintain this, that if BJP has to reach 148 mark, has to do two things importantly. One is that they have to breach the South Bengal bastions of BJP of TMC, and attract the women voters. I think that if these numbers are going to stay, then of course BJP has bridge that women vote bank of TMC. And that would be, I think, mostly in the urban areas, because the results that we're getting to see, that especially Hooghly, that's very surprising result that I get to see here, and also to some extent in Howrah and also in Kolkata. I think that women have shifted their base from TMC to BJP, and that is why probably the BJP is getting this number. Now, why it has happened? If you remember that post Arjikar incident, and the kind of the spontaneous movement that we had seen on the streets of Kolkata and adjoining areas, uh, that had reflected the anger of the women. They have found this election to express their anger, which was not there, that was not expressed in earlier elections. Probably they have got this opportunity, number one. Number two, if BJP has got a section of rural women votes as well, which I think was strongly with Mamata Banerjee, because of her charisma, because of the face that Mamata Banerjee has, the popularity that Mamata Banerjee has. Apart from that, if BJP has bridged that core vote bank as well, that has probably happened because this time, unlike 2021, BJP was very clear. They came out of all the hesitations about Lakshmi Bhandar and criticizing Kanya Sri or other schemes that were favoring the women of Bengal, and they have come up with a stronger scheme for women in terms of this Annapurna scheme, or whatever they're calling it. So, and they have said that they will raise this the amount of this scheme from 1,500 to 3,000, and some of the BJP cadres had also gone out to households and actually made the women fill out the kind of form, and then told them that if you fill up this form, you will get the benefits of Annapurna Prakalpo in if BJP comes to power, something like that. And that has happened, and there were stories around that as well, that BJP cadres were actually distributing this kind of forms, and there were a lot of controversies over that as well. But they have probably convinced that yes, if BJP comes to power, then the schemes are not going to stop, rather it will be augmented, and that has gone well with a section of women, I understand.
Do you think this, at the moment, we are not calling it a verdict yet, we are just calling it early trends. But do you think this is comparable to 2011?
Not really. Not really.
Why would you say that? Although this is very early in the
No,
day.
I will not want to compare this election with any other election because of SIR. It's going to be unfair. And I say this unfair because there have been deletions that have happened that did not happen in 2011. If you say the turnout equally was not as high as it happened this time. So people wanted a change in 2011. Yes, there was a high turnout, but the turnout was still around 82 to 84%. Compare turnout to this election, 96%, 95%. But we still don't know whether that turnout is because of people voting against anti-incumbency, or people coming out in huge number voting in fear of SIR, or whether this would go as pro-incumbency as the day progresses. We have no idea. But if you ask me, and Shombita would agree, Bengal elections and Bengal political history always say and show that if there are changes about to happen, the winds of change start flowing much before the the final election. Shombita can also come in, as in 2011 Poriborton, as Mamata Banerjee says, Poriborton happened, 34 years of left rule changed. But in 2010 you also had a corporation election. Prior to that you had municipal election.
So the indications were there.
Indications were there. Trinamool Congress started winning in Panchayat. Trinamool Congress started winning in corporation election. And that was the first sign that Trinamool Congress had got into the left vote bank, and people defying the left dominance when then started to resist the left. Who are these people? If you are a worker, you are a worker because you believe in a party.
Right.
And you are trying to challenge the tide, which is the left. So किसी ना किसी को somebody has to pick up the Trinamool Congress झंडा and go out on the rally, and whoever goes would be identified, right? So that change was showing much before the 2011 পরিবর্তন. Did we see such kind of fervor on the ground while covering elections? I would say maybe not. Is that the reason why most of the pollsters said that voters are silent? Maybe yes. But indications were not there. Shomita can come in here.
Yes, Shumbit, we were discussing whether or not the 2026 election, what we are seeing in terms of the counting day where we stand at this point, is it bringing back memories of 2011 for you? Do you think there is any similarity?
No, I will not say I agree with Tamal what he was saying, that the kind of wave or anti-government wave or anti-incumbency wave that we had seen prior to 2011, that was completely different, and that started with 2008 Panchayat, 2009 Lok Sabha elections, then corporation elections. So we had witnessed that there is a wave against the left rule in Bengal. But this time around, it was not the case. I would say that till the first round of polling in West Bengal in 2026, for last couple of months, SIR has been the only factor, and that had dominated the whole election campaign. Only between first phase of polling and the second phase of polling, this anti-incumbency factor, these urban voters, they're getting outraged with this TMC government, the issues of unemployment, the women voters, all these issues, and the awakening of the Hindu voters, all these things came into play only for this 7 days or 8 days for that matter. And there has been, I won't say a wave, but there was an undercurrent that is being reflected in this election. So it's not comparable with 2011 elections. There had been a lot of issues which were actually related to the people on the soil. This time, yes, corruption could have been the issue. Unemployment could have been the issue. The lack of industrialization could have been the issue here. But those were not dominating issues until the first phase of polling. So this time around, this is complete different elections, with the SIR being one of the determinant of this result.
Sure, you would love to hear a couple of. Actually, you have to go. All right, no worries, no worries. Shomita, I really appreciate you joining us now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we will also be connecting with you later in the day to see, whether the assessments stand ground by the end of the day.
Whether things change or
and we will then be discussing who are the potential. Who could be the potential candidates for BJP? BJP can hold on to the momentum. But Shomita, if before I let you go, in case if you have to bet your money, will you bet your money on the trends which are now seen? Will you bet your money on the leads that you get to see now, or you will bet your money on the unseen?
So I think I'll go with this trend, because the kind of lead that BJP has taken, I think it's a bit difficult for TMC to make it up in rounds to come. But I agree that there will be whichever way it goes ultimately. I'm not an astrologer, and as you rightly mentioned that several rounds of countings are left as of now. Even if it goes in either way, it will be in a very small margin. That's the trend that I can see as of now. Let's see and wait. Yes, I'd love to join you again. So thank you very much, Tamal, and your colleagues out there for inviting me. And let's see how the rest of the days go.
Evening, I'm not letting go this easily. You have bet now, and I will get back to you. If you win, you win. If you don't win, then of course, laddu, हम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ बांटेंगे. By the way, Shomita, laddu distribution has started in BJP party office, which is in Murlidhar Lane, and laddu distribution is also happening in other BJP party offices. Several BJP leaders have come open and reacted. We will play those reactions. But yes, Shomita, thank you so much for your valuable input. It's always lovely talking to a seasoned journalist who has covered Bengal so closely and who has also been my boss. We have worked together, so I've learned a lot from Shobhita. He had been my mentor, so it's absolutely a pleasure to connect with you and to get an insight which is so so deep and of course rooted to the ground. Thank you so much, Shobhita.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Yes.
As Tamal was pointing out that several reactions have come in from BJP leaders. Let's listen into them.
Well, we will be playing those reactions. We are just trying to line them up, and viewers, I always say, সমস্ত মানুষকে বলবো এত তাড়াতাড়ি কোনো কনক্লুশনে আসবেন না। আমি বারবার করে সবাইকে বলি, বিজেপি হয়তো এই মোমেন্টাম হোল্ড করে রাখবে, বিজেপি হয়তো জিততেও পারে, কিন্তু কি অঙ্ক হবে সেটা জানার জন্য আপনাকে জুড়ে থাকতে হবে। যারা যারা এখন ভাবছেন এটা এই রেজাল্ট তারা প্রত্যাশা করেননি, আপনারা নিরাশ হবেন না, ওয়েট করে দেখুন। আর আবারও বলবো, যা হয় ভালোর জন্য হয়, ঈশ্বর যা করেন মঙ্গলের জন্য করেন, তাই অপেক্ষায় থাকুন। রেজাল্ট কোন দিকে এগোচ্ছে সেটা দেখুন। আপাতত যেদিকে লিড দেখাচ্ছে সেই লিড দেখাচ্ছে বিজেপি 100 ক্রস করেছে, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস 70-এর কাছাকাছি 69-এ রয়েছে, বিজেপি 114-তে রয়েছে। সো উই আর ট্রাইং টু ডিল উইথ নাম্বারস, অ্যাবসলিউট নাম্বারস which are leads. Please understand, which are leads, and I would quickly want to give you a sense. Probably it will be helping you understand. So I was reading something and I jotted it down. So basically, Nondigram has about 18 rounds, Bhavanipur 20 rounds, Kharagpur Sodor 20 rounds, Baharampur 16 rounds, Rejinagar 15 rounds, and Chuchura, that is also known as Chinchura, has the highest number of rounds, 27 rounds. So the number of rounds depend on the number of people, population and the geography. So a ratio of that decides how many number of rounds will be there in the counting, and that also depends on number of booths. So Chuchura has got 27 rounds, and we are standing where? We are standing not even at 5. So it's a long day, and yes, probably you're watching the national channels and other big channels, and they are showing you different leads, but these leads may not stand the scrutiny or the test of time today if all the future rounds keep reversing results for any particular party. So obviously we have to wait and see. These rounds are very crucial. Each round is crucial. The lowest number of rounds are there in Metia Bruj, Bijpur and Shoptogram, 10 rounds. So in case these 3 results can be pulled up, probably easy it would be to call shots as whether these seats are going to this party or that party if 50% of the rounds are completed in these 3 seats. Otherwise, rest of the seats are all in average above 17 rounds. And also please understand, the postal ballot will be counted towards the end. For some odd reason, for Bengal, the Election Commission has decided the postal ballot will be counted at the end. So now all the EVMs are getting counted. Later on, postal ballot will be counted. So please wait and stick around to this broadcast. Here are a couple of responses coming in from BJP, early celebration shots, reactions of BJP leaders, Member of Parliament Raju Bishta has reacted, and others have reacted. Quickly listen in.
आउट ऑफ 14 जो काउंट हुआ, मुसलमान बूथ में भी टीएमसी को हालत खराब कर दिया नंदीग्राम।
दादा शुभेंदु अधिकारी
मुसलमान बूथ में भी खराब कर दिया। ये मेरा थोड़ा सिग्नल था। ज्यादा दिन तक लोग को गुमराह करने नहीं हो सकता।
প্রথম দিকে যা ট্রেন তাতে করে মধ্য কলকাতার বেশ কিছু তৃণমূল অফিস সেগুলো ফাঁকা হচ্ছে ধীরে ধীরে।
না না, আই এম নট পাসিং এনি কমেন্ট। কেন বহুদলীয় গণতন্ত্রে কেন থাকবে না পার্টি অফিস? নো নো, ইটস নট গুড। ওরা যে কালচার করেছে, দেখুন কুকুর মানুষের পায়ে কামড়ায়, মানুষ কখনো কুকুরের পায়ে কামড়ায়। ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি এসবে বিশ্বাস করে না। বিরোধী পক্ষের যারা আছেন তারাও করুন, একসঙ্গে কোনোভাবে হিংসা কোনো উত্তেজনার মধ্যে যাবেন না, কোনো কিছু করবেন না। আমাদের স্টেট প্রেসিডেন্টও কাল বলেছে, আমিও আজকে বলছি, এগুলোর মধ্যে যাবেন না। বাংলা শান্তি চাই। তবে ইনিশিয়াল ট্রেড আই উইল স্পিক আফটার 11 AM. নাও আই এম মনিটরিং এভরিথিং।
বলছি কংগ্রেস এবারে দুটো
এটা কি সরকারি
ডিক্লেয়ার হয়নি।
না মানে এই যে
আপনারা ফার্স্ট রাউন্ডে বিজেপি অ্যাহেড ইন মোর দ্যান 135 সিট। এটা ফার্স্ট রাউন্ড ইভিএম পোস্টাল ব্যালট কাউন্টিং চলছে, কিন্তু ডিক্লেয়ার হবে আপনার 3 রাউন্ডের আগে।
শেষের 3 রাউন্ডে
दादा सीटों का एक्सपेक्टेशन कुछ जिस तरीके से आंकड़ा बढ़ रहा है
सरकार हो रहा है अभी, ये बोलना ठीक नहीं, जल्दीबाजी हो जाएगा।
সকাল সকাল রাজ্যবাসীর উদ্দেশ্যে কি বার্তা দেবেন আজকের দিনে?
আজকে
আজকে রাজ্যবাসীকে কিভাবে বার্তাটা কি বার্তা?
সবাই শান্তি রাখুন, হলো পারস্পরিক সহমর্মিতা রাখুন, কোথাও কেউ কোনো উত্তেজনার বশে করবেন না। এখন ইনিশিয়াল ট্রেন অন্তত 50% কাউন্টিং হোক, বেলা 12টার পরে কমেন্ট করবেন, জনতা জনার্দনের উপর ভরসা রাখুন। তো কোথাও কোনো সমস্যার মধ্যে, ঝামেলার মধ্যে, উত্তেজনা ইত্যাদির মধ্যে যাবেন।
ঠিক আছে।
मैं सबसे पहले तो ये जो ऐतिहासिक जीत की तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी बढ़ रही है, मैं समस्त सिलीगुड़ी, दार्जिलिंग, तराई, डुवर्स, नॉर्थ बंगाल और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता को बधाई देता हूं। ये जीत पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता की जीत है और ये जीत 100 से ज्यादा हमारे कार्यकर्ता शहीद हुए हैं, उन शहीदों की जीत है। आज भी मैं देख रहा हूं हमारे बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ताओं की आंखों में आंसू है और जितनी खुशी हमें इस जीत की है, इस ऐतिहासिक जीत की है, उतना ही दुख हमें उन कार्यकर्ताओं का भी है। उन कार्यकर्ताओं ने पश्चिम बंगाल की रक्षा के लिए, पश्चिम बंगाल की सुरक्षा के लिए अपनी जान भी दी है और मैं ये जीत उन कार्यकर्ता के परिवारों को समर्पित करता हूं। ये मोदी जी के नेतृत्व की जीत है और ये जीत स्पष्ट बताता है कि पश्चिम बंगाल विकास के रास्ते में देश के साथ कदम मिला करके मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। ये हमारे युवाओं की जीत है, ये हमारी माताओं, महिलाओं की जीत है, ये हमारे चाय बागान में काम करने वाले श्रमिकों की जीत है, ये हमारे चालक दल जो टैक्सी चलाते हैं, ये उनकी जीत है। हमारे जितने भी कर्मचारी अलग अलग विभागों में काम करते हैं, ये उनकी जीत है, ये समस्त जनता की जीत है। और हमारे ये करोड़ों लाखों कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता जो दिन रात एक करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्थापना के लिए काम करते हैं, पश्चिम बंगाल को बचाने के लिए काम करते हैं, ये उनकी जीत है। ये मैं जीत जनता को, अपने कर्मठ कार्यकर्ताओं को समर्पित करता हूँ।
देखा जा रहा है झालमुड़ी खाने के लिए ये वाला ट्रेंड गर्मियों में रिजल्ट के पहले गेरुआ अभी जो खिला जा रहा है, इस विषय में क्या बोलेंगे?
देखिए, समस्त सिलीगुड़ी की जनता जानती है कि ये जीत किस तरफ जा रही है और अभी तो ये 171 ये रुझान दिखा रहा है। आप लिख करके रखना, 180 से ज्यादा सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आएगी और घुसपैठ हारा है, भ्रष्टाचार हारा है, कमीशन खोरी हारी है और जिन्होंने महिलाओं का अपमान किया उनकी हार हुई है, जिन्होंने आदिवासियों का अपमान किया उनकी हार हुई है, जिन्होंने गोरखाओं का दमन किया ये उनकी हार हुई है और जिन्होंने नॉर्थ बंगाल के स्वाभिमान को गिरवी रखा ये उनकी हार हुई है।
झालमुड़ी के विषय में क्या बोलेंगे?
देखिए, झालमुड़ी खाना सेहत के लिए अच्छा रहता है।
প্রথম টিপার পরে 10 দিন থেকেছে, 23শে এপ্রিল থেকে আজকে 4ঠা মে পর্যন্ত, তাহলে 7 2 9 দিন। তাহলে কি করে মেশিনে 92% চার্জ থাকে? তাহলে নতুন ব্যাটারি দেওয়া হয়েছে, নতুন ব্যাটারি কি করে দেওয়া হলো মেশিনে? এটা আমরা মেশিনে অন থাকে না, অফ থাকে, মেশিন অন করা হয় এখানে নিয়ে এসে। আমরা প্রত্যেক মেশিনটাই বলেছি যে কত পার্সেন্ট চার্জ আছে। কেউ বলেছে 92 পর্যন্ত বলেছে, 93 পর্যন্ত বলেছে, 91 বলেছে। তখনই আমরা বলেছি যে মেশিন গন্ডগোল আছে। কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করুন, ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্ট করুন। নির্বাচন কমিশন বলেছে মেশিন গন্ডগোল হলে ভিভিপ্যাট কি হবে, ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্ট করতে হবে। আমরা লিখিতভাবে দুবার দিয়েছি আরোকে, অবজারভার রাজি হচ্ছে না। অবজারভার তো সিদ্ধান্ত নেবার মালিক নয়, মালিক হচ্ছে যে আরো, তো অবজার্ভ করবে, ওভারঅল কমিশনে পাঠিয়েছি, তো এ পর্যন্ত আসেনি। আমরা প্রতিটা রাউন্ডে এ পর্যন্ত 4 রাউন্ড বা 5 রাউন্ড হয়ে গেল, প্রতিটা রাউন্ডে মেশিনে আমরা চার্জ দেখছি 92-3%। আবার একটা জায়গায়, দুটো জায়গায় দেখলাম প্রিজাইডিং অফিসারের সই নেই 70C ফর্মে, এবং কত পার্সেন্ট পোল হয়েছে সেটাও নেই। আবার একটা জায়গায় দেখলাম আমাদের সেই বুথে যে পোলিং এজেন্ট ছিল, সেই পোলিং এজেন্টের মেশিনে অন্য লোকের নাম পোলিং এজেন্ট। এইভাবে করে কিছু গন্ডগোল ধরা পড়েছে মেশিন। আমি বলেছি যে দুটো চিঠি দিয়েছি আরোকে, আরো রিসিভ করে দিয়েছে, ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্ট করতে হবে, এখনো পর্যন্ত কাউন্ট হয়নি। তাই না, ইভিএম এ কাউন্ট চলতে পারে, কিন্তু আমাদের যে বুথে ইভিএম গন্ডগোল, চার্জ বেশি, সেই বুথের ভিভিপ্যাটটা কাউন্ট করে ইভিএম এর সাথে মিলানো হোক, ঠিক আছে কিনা, পোলিং এটা রেকর্ডটা ঠিক আছে কিনা, তাহলে বুঝা যাবে। তাহলে বিভিন্ন বুথে, বিভিন্ন বুথে রাউন্ডে তো বিভিন্ন বুথে, বুথের নাম্বারগুলো আমার কাছে নেই, বিভিন্ন বুথে। তাই সেভাবে আমাদের দাবিটা মানেনি, এখনো পর্যন্ত দাবি মানেনি, কাউন্টিং চালাচ্ছে। আমরা আমাদের পোলিং এজেন্ট যারা কাউন্টিং এজেন্ট আছে, কোনো সিটে আমরা সই করছি না। আমরা মনে করি যে ভিভিপ্যাট না কাউন্ট না হওয়া পর্যন্ত কোনো জায়গায় আমরা কাগজে সই করব না। কাউন্টিং এজেন্ট আছে, টেবিলে আছে, নালিশ করা হয়েছে, দুবার নালিশ করা, উত্তর আসেনি এখনো। আরো বলছে আমি পাঠিয়েছি, কোনো উত্তর আসেনি। আমরা ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্টিং এর দাবি তুলেছি। আমরা প্রথমে যখন প্রথম রাউন্ডটা কাউন্ট হওয়ার পরে আমরা চার্জটা দেখেছি, চার্জ দেখার পরে আমরা সন্দেহ করেছি যে এই মেশিন ঠিক নয়। 90%, 91%, 92% চার্জ থাকতে পারে না। 23 তারিখে ভোট হয়েছে, কোনো মেশিনে 800, 850 পোল হয়েছে, কোন মেশিনে 900 পোল হয়েছে, কোনো মেশিনে 700, 750 পোল হয়েছে। সেই মেশিনগুলো এখনো পর্যন্ত অফ ছিল। 9 দিন অফ থাকার পরে মেশিনটা চার্জ কি করে এতক্ষণ থাকতে পারে, সেই জন্য আমাদের মনে হয়েছে মেশিন কোথাও গন্ডগোল হয়েছে, হ্যাকিং ফ্যাকিং আমি কিছু বুঝি না। আমি শুধু বলেছি ওই যেই মেশিনটা আমরা বলছি যে চার্জ বেশি, সেই বুথের ভিভিপ্যাটটা কাউন্ট হোক, ওরা ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্ট করছে না। অভিযোগ করেছি, কমিশনের কাছ থেকে অর্ডার এলে করবে, তবে আমরা এতক্ষণ আমরা অপেক্ষা করেছি। আমরা কোনো কাউন্টিং সিটে সই করছি না, ওরা একতরফা করছে, চলতে পারে একতরফা করছে, আমরা আমরা কোনো কাউন্টিং এ অংশগ্রহণ করিনি। তা হতেই পারে, জানি না। না না, কাউন্টিং টেবিলে আছে আমাদের, আমরা কাউন্টিং সিটে কোনো সই করছি না। তাহলে আপনাদের দাবিটা কি? দাবিটা ভিভিপ্যাট কাউন্টিং। আরো কাছে দুটো অভিযোগ জানিয়েছেন, দুটোই তিনি রিসিভ করে দিয়েছেন।
পোস্টাল ব্যালটে নন অফিসিয়াল লিড হয়েছে, আমি বলছি না, ওটা তো ইলেকশন কমিশন প্রপারলি বলবে। ফার্স্ট রাউন্ড ছিল মুসলিম এলাকা 63 নম্বর ওয়ার্ডে, আমার ডেফিসিট হয়েছিল অ্যাপ্রক্স 2000। সেকেন্ড রাউন্ড ছিল হিন্দু এলাকা, আমিও 2000 কাভার করেছি, এবং এখন 2200 ভোটে আমি লিড করছি ভবানীপুর অ্যাসেম্বলি থেকে। মমতা ব্যানার্জি পিছিয়ে গেছে। আমার সেকেন্ড রাউন্ডে 4500 মতো লিড হয়েছে, thanks to every Hindu, Sanatani, those who are cast in favor of me in ward number 63. Expected result 3, 4, 5, 77 নম্বর ওয়ার্ড। এখানে মমতা ব্যানার্জি ভালো লিড নেবেন, আমি যা প্রথম থেকে বলেছি। 7, 8, 9, 10 আমি ওই বড় লিড কভার করব, এবং 10 রাউন্ডের পর থেকে আমি এগোতে থাকব, এবং এক্সপেক্টেড মমতা ব্যানার্জি again defeat in Bhawanipur Assembly.
মালদা মুর্শিদাবাদে মানিকচকে যেভাবে দেখা যায়
है, 2 राउंड या 3 राउंड हुए हैं, पोस्टल बैलेट की भी गिनती हुई है।
लेकिन ये शुरुआती ट्रेंड जो दिखा रही है वो स्पष्ट रूप से इस तरफ इंगित कर रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है, रामराज पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थापित होने जा रहा है। देखिए अभी तक हमारे पास जो रुझान आ रहे हैं इस जिले में, साउथ दिनाजपुर जिले में 6 सीटों में से 5 में बीजेपी आगे है। थोड़ा काउंटिंग और भी जाने थे, कुमारगंज में हम पीछे हैं, उसमें भी हम आगे चले गए।
live developments which are happening in Bengal. It is the results day, and obviously the trends as they appear, the leads that we see, they look very, very exciting for BJP. BJP would definitely be very, very excited with these numbers. Before we progress, Tanima, I was just trying to connect with some of the Trinamool Congress leaders. They have not given us Trinamool Congress leaders. We will try and fix it. We'll try and fix it. So I was trying to connect with some of the Trinamool Congress leaders, and the Trinamool Congress leaders. Okay, it's done. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. These are small technical glitches. Nothing. We are not rich channels, and we operate with small, poor microphones, and they at times can malfunction. I would want to show the audience the way Tanima is struggling to fix. This is results day. This is results day. Yeah, we are not here to be perfect. The numbers are not perfect as yet.
Yes,
the numbers are dancing,
leads.
so are we. Okay, so Ankit, our colleague, is there at the BJP party office, which is the old party office at Murlidhar Lane, and we will be taking him on live. But before I go to Ankit, I want to just finish my chain of thought. So in this small little break time, I was speaking to some of the Trinamool Congress leaders. So far they have not given us a guest. They want the results to be clearer, and obviously after that, they would be responding. Okay. So one leader refused, I moved on to the another one. And that leader said, just wait and watch, we have not lost our hope. And then they are saying, keep your fingers crossed and tell this to BJP. I said, why would I tell this to BJP? You dial up BJP leaders and say, but you tell this to BJP that God save them if they have to deal with Mamata Banerjee as the opposition leader.
Exactly. We all remember, of course, growing up in Bengal and otherwise as well, that Mamata Banerjee is a street fighter, and of course TMC being in the opposition chairs would also be a very stiff challenge for the BJP. But at the moment, if we can just reflect the numbers as they stand at the moment, okay, there's there's a update from the EC as well. The EC site at the moment shows that the BJP is leading in 177 seats. 273 constituencies counting is currently underway. Remember, its counting is going on in 293 seats. Bengal has 294. But in one of the seats, there's going to be a repolling on 21st of May. So at the moment, we're looking at counting going on in 293 seats, out of which 273 seats, beg your pardon, out of the 293 seats. And BJP is leading in 177, as I mentioned. TMC is leading at 92 seats at the moment. AJUP, which is Humayun Kabir's newly floated party, is leading in 2 seats. BGPM and CPIM at 1 seat, leading in 1 seat each. Tamal, as we were mentioning that this is of course quite a lead by the BJP at the moment, but once again it is important to reiterate that counting is taking place in multiple rounds. And these are just early days.
I'm getting mixed reactions on our YouTube channel. I am so glad that even BJP, some of the BJP supporters who do not like me much, even they are watching us, and I'm so glad that you're watching us. I'm forever indebted to you. Like us, not like us, hate us, abuse us, whatever, but stay connected to us, because that gives us confidence that you are on the right track. So some of the BJP supporters are trying to say that, ab tera kya hoga Kalia, ab tera kya hoga Kalia. I mean, if BJP wins, everybody would want to see that there is a new BJP, more tolerant BJP, alright? So independent journalists will be able to survive, they will be handling questions. Criticism is never, it doesn't mean that we hate anyone. Criticism also means that you care for the people. So BJP, if they do not appreciate critical questions, I mean, then they will not be any different from others, right?
Right,
so,
and our job as the fourth pillar is to question people in power, positions of power.
Absolutely. What's the status with Bhawanipur?
Right, if I can just, because we are looking at the seat which matters, of course, as far as the Chief Minister's prestige battle is concerned. Mamata Banerjee has gained a huge lead. She is currently leading with 30,548 votes, and Shubhendu Adhikari is far behind at 11,155 votes. So the margin of a lead that Mamata Banerjee has at the moment is over 19,000 votes. 19,000 votes, 19,393 to be precise, is where the incumbent Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is leading in her constituency in Bhawanipur, and Shubhendu Adhikari, who of course is fighting from 2 seats, remember, in Nondigram he's still leading, but in Bhawanipur he's trailing behind by over 11,000 votes. So that's also interesting to note.
Tanya, you also spoke about overall how, apart from BJP and Trinamool Congress, there are other parties. Okay, can you reflect upon those numbers once more?
Right.
As how many seats are Congress getting, or leading, I would say?
At the moment, the Congress is yet to open its book. Again, like borrowing from sporting terminology, it has not yet taken a lead in any seat at the moment. It is Humayun Kabir, the party AJUP, which is coming third, but very, very far behind, of course, from the 2 parties that we are focusing on primarily. AJUP is leading in 2 seats, and
CPM leading.
CPM is at 1 seat, is currently leading in 1 seat if we are going by the current figures.
All right.
And BGPM in 1 seat once again.
Now, we have to understand for Trinamool Congress to stay below 100, or for Trinamool Congress to stay below 150, the situation can only happen. The situation can only happen when you have a situation when Muslim votes get fragmented. The Muslim votes get fragmented. It's only then that you can get a situation where Trinamool Congress will be below 150. Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if Humayun Kabir's party is leading in 2 seats, if CPM is leading in 1 seat, have they really dented into the Muslim vote bank?
We also have AISF, which is leading in 1 seat at the moment, again, that you were talking about in
ISF.
terms of the
Naushad
ISF,
Siddiqui.
yes,
Naushad
Naushad
Siddiqui.
Siddiqui's party.
So yes, so if the Muslim consolidation is fragmented, in that case, Trinamool Congress may lose out substantial number of seats.
Right.
But without that happening, and especially in SIR environment, can Trinamool Congress stay below 150? It's a question I don't have an answer to. I mean, if Trinamool Congress stays below 150 and minimum seats won by Humayun Kabir and CPM and Congress or ISF without denting much into Muslim vote bank, that would also imply for a change that Muslims have also gone with the BJP.
Right, as you were mentioning, that it is hard to stack up these sort of numbers if there is not a certain amount of votes, Muslim votes, which have also gone for certain BJP candidates as well.
Right. Talking about BJP, they are in the celebratory mode, and obviously, what is the time? It's 12:30 and half a day is gone. It's been over 4 hours that the counting has begun. 8 o'clock the counting process started. It's already 12:30, which means 4 hours 30 minutes have passed by, and BJP, going by the current trend, holding on to the momentum is what they're hoping for. And there are celebrations happening at BJP party offices. We will be tossing over to our colleague Ankit Salvi. Ankit is there outside the BJP party office at Mullidhar Lane in Central Avenue, where early celebrations have begun. Laddus have come. Ankit, I can see lot of activity behind you. Zyada laddu mat kha lena. You're on diet. And obviously, I also see you are wearing green. And you have gone to BJP party office. ज़्यादा लड्डू मत खाइयो, and अगर हो सके ज़्यादा देर अगर रुकना हो उधर पे तो अपना कुर्ता चेंज कर लो अगर चाहो तो. What's the mood out there? What are you seeing?
Yes, Tamal, that's absolutely right. As we have seen that the BJP is taking lead in West Bengal, and I am just standing next to the Bharatiya Janata Party office. The celebration has begun over here. The slogan the Karyakartas are raising, BJP and Modi. Let's talk to few Karyakartas right now. दादा, बीजेपी में जो है लीड पे चल रही है वेस्ट बंगाल में, और कैसे देखते हो इसे?
लीड में नहीं, हम लोग जीत चुके हैं, बंगाल को हम लोग फतेह कर चुके हैं। इस जगह पे आज बीजेपी आ गया है और हम लोग का अभी रुझान दिख रहा है, लेकिन हम लोग को सरकार बना रहे हैं, 200 के ऊपर भी जा सकता है हम लोग का। और हम लोग जीत चुके हैं, बंगाल में सब खुशियां मनाना चालू कर दिया है। एक राक्षसी डायन से हम लोग का छुटकारा मिल चुका है। हम लोग आने वाला समय बहुत अच्छा होने वाला है। बीजेपी आ गया है, मोदी जी के साथ में पूरा बंगाल विकसित करेगा। मोदी जी, शुभेंदु जी, सब हम लोग मिलकर, और एक जीत हमारे सारे कार्यकर्ताओं का, जो इतने साल यहाँ पे लड़े भिड़े हैं, आज वो साकार हुआ है। हम लोग का दिन अच्छा हुआ है आज।
कितना मुश्किल था बंगाल में, और क्या फैक्टर था जो बीजेपी जो है ये मार्जिन से जीत रही, आगे आगे है?
फैक्टर बहुत था यहाँ पे। हिंदुओं के साथ जो दुराचार हुआ है, हिंदुओं को जो इतना मारा काटा गया है, हम लोग को एक साइड कर दिया गया था। यहाँ पे सिर्फ मुस्लिमों का सुना जा रहा था। हिंदू गुस्से में चाहते थे कि सब कुछ यहाँ पे चेंज हो। जो ममता बनर्जी सिर्फ मुस्लिमों को देखती थी, तुलसीकरण करती थी। हिंदू आज यहाँ पे एकजुट हुआ है, इसलिए बंगाल में भाजपा आई है।
धन्यवाद। सो आइए कुछ और कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करते हैं। दादा नमस्कार। बीजेपी फिलहाल लीड कर रही है, और पहली बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और इतने बड़े मार्जिन से जो है वेस्ट बंगाल में लीड कर रही है, कैसे देखते हो?
ये आपने देख चुका है कि पूरे पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता ने दीदी को नकार दिया है और दीदी का विसर्जन भी कर दिया गया। अब रह गई है कि जनता जो हमारे माननीय श्री मोदी जी को इस पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर में सरकार के द्वारा जो लाएगी, अब मोदी जी इस बंगाल को किस प्रकार से आगे ले जाएंगे, ये जनता भी देखेगी और आप लोग भी मीडिया के माध्यम से देखेंगे।
मैम नमस्कार। हाँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी लीड कर रही है, 15 साल बाद जो है इतने बड़े मार्जिन से लीड कर रही है। बंगाल के नागरिक होने के नाते इस सारी सिचुएशन को कैसे देखते हैं?
बहुत अच्छा, मतलब सिचुएशन अभी अच्छा है, चाहते हैं कि आगे भी बहुत अच्छा हो, लेकिन इतना दिन जो सिचुएशन था, बहुत संघर्ष सहा है हम लोगों ने। नारी है या पुरुष है, हम लोगों ने बहुत संघर्ष सहा है। जब वोटिंग चालू हुआ था, वोटिंग जब तक खत्म हुआ था, तब तक भी हम लोगों ने बहुत संघर्ष सहा है। हम चाहते हैं आगे भी बहुत कुछ, अब सब अच्छा ही होगा। नारी सुरक्षा तो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। हम लोग खुद अपना सुरक्षा कर सकते हैं, बाकी जितने हमारे भाई बहन है वो भी हमारी सुरक्षा करेंगे। बहुत अच्छा।
ऐसा एक कौन सा फैक्टर जो आप बता सकते हो जहाँ पे बीजेपी को इतनी बड़ी लीड दी है?
बीजेपी को इतनी बड़ी लीड मिली है क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी काम कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी आम पब्लिक को सुनती है, समझती है, हम लोगों का साथ देती है, सुनती है, समझती है। हमारा तो बहुत ही साथ दिया है। हमारे हस्बैंड यहाँ पर है 17 नंबर वार्ड के, वो जुबो प्रेसिडेंट रह चुके हैं, अभी भी जुबो प्रेसिडेंट है, तो बहुत साथ देती है, हम लोगों को सुनती है और समझती है, क्योंकि मैं खुद ये पार्टी से जुड़ी हूँ, तो मुझे पता है, सुनती है, समझती है। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद। So as you are hearing all the what the Karyakartas are clearly saying, very importantly we have to see over here in the West Bengal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has made
So much. Thank you so much. I just saw one tweet. I just saw one tweet from Omar Abdullah. Omar Abdullah has just wrote, okay, here it is. Bloody hell. 2 words. Bloody hell. Can you put up Omar Abdullah's tweet? He has put out this post 1 hour ago. 2 words. Bloody hell and those 3 emojis, dog wala emojis. ऐसे हाथ नीचे है ना, don't know what's gonna happen, don't know what's gonna happen. You know, even Omar Abdullah is watching Bengal election results, and I'm sure this has got some connection with Bengal election. You know, we will. Yeah, there you see, bloody hell, Omar Abdullah. You know, it's very important. Bengal election is equally important for India Alliance. The India Alliance, which energized itself after Lok Sabha election, could not celebrate beyond Jharkhand. And you see, every other election, the India Alliance, they have lost. And they have lost primarily because they did not fight a united battle.
Correct.
In Bengal too, Congress was fighting in Malda, Murshidabad. Rahul Gandhi came here and Rahul Gandhi spoke against Mamata Banerjee. Arvind Kejriwal I spoke with. Arvind Kejriwal said, it is important for Congress to clarify, are they against regional parties or in favor of regional parties? If they're against regional parties, then it's fair. But then those regional parties cannot be part of India Alliance. On one hand, you are saying that India Alliance is our bread and butter, and then you are contesting against. Your
ally in the state.
And it doesn't augur well, it doesn't give out a proper message. So obviously Arvind Kejriwal was upset that Rahul Gandhi came and campaigned against Mamata Banerjee, wherein Arvind Kejriwal, Tejasvi Yadav, Akhilesh Yadav, they all supported Trinamool Congress. They all came in favor of Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress. So yes, sir, it is also a big thing for India Alliance. What's it?
Yeah, exactly. And there was so much riding on this election result as well, as we have been saying that the verdict is not out yet. But still, nonetheless, the point being that India Alliance, Mamata Banerjee was of course one of the leaders in the forefront. Her leadership has always been backed by several top India bloc leaders, and whether or not she would have gained another momentum after this verdict, that was also something which was being talked about in the run-up to Bengal elections, which is why, as Tamal was pointing out, so many of them came forward, big faces from the India bloc who came and campaigned for Mamata Banerjee in the state, trying to give it a boost.
Okay, I am letting my producer know. Mamata Banerjee has issued a statement. Let's quickly, fire it. Mamata Banerjee has issued a statement. She has just issued a statement from her house. Mamata Banerjee has issued a statement. What is Trinamool Congress saying? Trinamool Congress is saying that only 13% votes have been counted till now. Trinamool Congress is saying only 13% votes have been counted so far. That is Trinamool Congress's position now. We have an official reaction. Guys, we have a breaking import. Trinamool Congress has issued an official statement. I would say Trinamool Congress's official standpoint is only 13% votes have been counted. Only 13% votes have been counted, and thus they are not believing the numbers. They are trying to hold on to this. They are saying that only 13% votes have been counted. Again, how are they getting these figures? Because their counting agents are also there.
Right.
So Trinamool Congress is trying to in a way suggest that the day is far from being over, and hold on to your horses. Do not give up the counting center. Please understand, Mamata Banerjee just 2 days back, after 29th of April election, she issued a video message through her social media platforms, and she said categorically that till the counting is over, no one should leave their counting center.
Right.
And they are saying these exit poll numbers are nothing but an attempt to demoralize Trinamool Congress counting agents.
And there have been so many concerns in strong rooms run in
Absolutely.
the
We will be playing those videos shortly now. We now have an official response coming in from Mamata Banerjee, which means they are not surrendering. So those who thought that Bengal battle is over, no, it is not. We do have a statement coming in from Mamata Banerjee. She is saying that, even 13% counting is not done properly.
It's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. Do we have Mamata Banerjee's statement ready? Okay, let's fire Mamata Banerjee's reaction. First on NTT, we are playing Mamata Banerjee's response. Hear it.
সবাইকে নমস্কার জানিয়ে বলছি, প্লিজ দয়া করে কেউ কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না। স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে, মানে সেন্টারে, সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না। এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে। এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে। আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত, কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। টোটালটা ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছে মতো খেলছে, এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে। এবং আমাদের পুলিশরা টোটাল মাথা নত করে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীর আন্ডারে কাজ করছে। সুতরাং আমি আমাদের কাউন্টিং এজেন্টদের, আমাদের সমস্ত পার্টির কর্মীদের বলবো, অত মন খারাপ করার কারণ নেই। আমি বলেছিলাম সূর্যাস্ত পরে আপনারা জিতবেন, 3 রাউন্ড 4 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হলেও এটা 14 রাউন্ড থেকে 18 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হয়, তখন আপনারা জিতবেন। ওয়েট অ্যান্ড সি, ওয়াচ, আমরা সবাই আপনাদের সাথে আছি, আপনারা কেউ ভয় পাবেন না, নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, আমরা বাঘের বাচ্চার মতো লড়াই করে যাবো।
Oh my God! Oh my God! Tanima, can you say this? I mean, Bagher Bacha? Say this. Tanima, no, Tanima, say that. You are Bagher Bacha.
In fact, that is what we were pointing out and talking about it repeatedly, that she is, of course, the street fighter and also being identified as the Bengal tigress. We can see that the Chief Minister there giving out a clear message to, of course, all the viewers, but also especially to her party cadre, essentially saying, do not abandon your post. Do not abandon the point that you have been sent to, because it's still not over. What she is highlighting is that these are very early round of 2-3 key points which have come through from the message. First, of course, she is pointing out that these are very early rounds. They are not they haven't even crossed, the counting has not even crossed the halfway mark in that manner. So it's too early to say which side is leading for that matter. Secondly, she's also pointing out that the seats or the polling booths which are clearly favoring the BJP, those figures are being counted first in a way to indicate and give a boost to the cadre as well of the BJP. So that is another message that the Chief Minister, the incumbent Chief Minister, is giving. Thirdly, she's also pointing out that this is very important for her party, the observers, the people from her party who are at the counting booths to stay put over there and to monitor what is going on. And so for these many reasons, 3 points that I mentioned, Tamal, you can highlight if any other important part from her message that you
I mean, the most important part, Tanima, the very fact that she has issued a statement at this juncture.
Correct.
I mean, please understand, so far we have played 6 statements coming in from BJP leaders. Shubhendu Adhikari, Akhil Giri, not Akhil Giri, Shubhendu Adhikari, then you had Raju Bishta, you had Dilip Ghosh, you have Shukanto Mujumdar, you had 4-5 heavyweight BJP leaders who have issued a statement. Now, Trinamool Congress from day one had been saying that they would, and I don't know how they foresee this, I honestly don't know. But Mamata Banerjee, from the campaign stage, we have those bites also, or from campaign stage had time and again said that, you know, this is going to happen. This is going to happen on the counting day. He will win at the end of the day. But as the day unfolds, it would be made to look like Trinamool Congress is losing. She has said this multiple times from election rallies. And she had always harped on the fact, an example, that is Nundigram.
Right.
Let's go back to Nundigram discussion. What happened in 2021? In 2021, Nandigram was the hot seat. Why? Mamata Banerjee was contesting from there, and her baton Shubhendu Adhikari was contesting on behalf of BJP. Now, as I told you last time also, they were about, at around 5 o'clock, it was declared that Mamata Banerjee won by 1200 odd seats, odd votes. By 7 o'clock, Shubhendu Adhikari won. And what happened in between 5 and 7? Trinamool Congress says that was the time when Rosa was on. That was the Eid period. Rosa was on. And Mamata Banerjee's counting agent was Sheikh Sufyan from Nandigram. So he had left the counting center right before 5 o'clock. Okay? Because he need to break his Rosa. So he left the counting center. That's what Trinamool Congress maintains. That he left the counting center before 5 o'clock in order to break Rosa. And soon after that, there was a load shedding. Why do you think Trinamool Congress go after Shubhendu Adhikari with this catcalling, load shedding, load shedding, load shedding? Because indeed load shedding happened. There was a power cut at the counting center. So when the power cut happened, and prior to that when Sheikh Sufyan had left Nandigram counting center, Trinamool Congress says some manipulations have happened. We cannot independently verify that. The matter went to election, the Calcutta High Court with an election petition, and there is no clarity as yet what is the outcome. But the Nandigram memory haunts Trinamool Congress till date, because in Mamata Banerjee's political career, she has never lost an election battle. She has probably lost one election at her heydays, during her heydays. But this was a major jolt. Mamata Banerjee lost that to Shubhendu Adhikari. And what was the margin? 1900 odd votes. So obviously they were not convinced. They were not convinced that Trinamool Congress Supremo and Trinamool Congress can lose in Nondigram. After all, she is the face on the ticket. And imagine what is the result. The result was, Trinamool Congress winning landslide. BJP not even touching triple digit. But in Nondigram, for them to lose, it was a huge emotional setback.
Right.
And that was attributed to manipulations. Now, keeping that memory and throwing that memory time and again before the public, Mamata Banerjee from election rallies had said they would be doing this. For share market, they would be doing this. In order to demoralize our counting agents, they would be doing this. They would show numbers as if they are winning. It would be all pumped in, amplified like a bubble. But this bubble would burst after 2 or after 3 when major counting happens and the counting will be slow. I don't know how they foresee this, but they did foresee. It is a fact that counting is going slow. There is no doubt about it. If you have 294 seats and if your counting is happening on 234 or 250 seats, why haven't you opened the account in other few seats? You have counting centers all across. Right. You have EVMs assembled at the strong room. You have designated officials. So why is there a delay in couple of seats where the EVMs have not been opened as yet? And why this exceptional rule for Bengal where postal ballots will be counted at the end? Right? So there is an apprehension, let's put it that way, for Trinamool Congress, because Trinamool Congress is saying they cannot lose. Now Mamata Banerjee on 29th of April, after the exit poll results, figures, on 30th she issued a statement and she said this is for share market, this is to demoralize our accounting agents, and she said I will be going to the strong room and guarding the strong room personally, in a way boosting the moral of the cadres. That you need to go guard your accounting center, you need to go and guard your strong room. All the candidates should be up in toes. They should not take anything for granted till the results are out. Because if you take this moment for granted that you are losing, you are actually losing the battle. And she has also said that the counting, when it happens, I am referring to what she has said. She said when the counting happens, every result is documented. Right. How are they documented? You are counting every vote and then it gets documented on the computer. So when you are uploading the data on the computer, there is a scope for manipulation. Because the uploading is done by Election Commission officials. And an error, a 10% error or a 5% error can change the entire political map.
Right, that is of course the reason why this has gone ahead from Mamata Banerjee as an alert from her side to her party cadres, like let Nondigram be a reminder, and that they should not abandon the counting rooms, they should not be demoralized, and that they should stick to their positions through the day till the final vote counting is done and uploaded, as Tamal was very significantly pointing out over there.
She has issued a statement in English as well.
Right.
She has issued a statement in English as well. Can you play Mamata Banerjee's bite once more? Okay, we will be playing Mamata Banerjee's bite once again. She is there at her place. I have been to the house during these manifesto disclosure and candidate disclosure. So I know this is a house and she is there at her house. She has not gone to the party office. She is there at her house. While celebrations are happening at BJP office, many social media handles are also suggesting that Trinamool Congress party office is all dead. Like what you do, if Congress is not winning, you go after Congress's party office and show how deserted it is.
Right.
So Mamata Banerjee at this juncture again trying to capture the pulse of the party workers, because this is a very crucial election and every vote matters, every count matters, every round matters, and it will be going down the wire, okay, till the last vote is counted.
Right, and this is of course, as Tamal was pointing out, the middle of the day. It's a crucial juncture when she is in a way telling her people, telling her party workers to not lose hope, to actually be on ground, to be at the counting stations in order to ensure that they have a fighting chance, a fair chance. If we can actually play out...
We will play Mamata Banerjee's bite once more, producer.
কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না। স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে মানে সেন্টারে, সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না। এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে। এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্স, পুলিশ সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর এর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে, কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে। আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত, কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। টোটালটাই ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছে মতো খেলছে, এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে। এবং আমাদের পুলিশরা টোটাল মাথা নত করে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীর আন্ডারে কাজ করছে। সুতরাং আমি সব আমাদের কাউন্টিং এজেন্টদের, আমাদের সমস্ত পার্টির কর্মীদের বলবো, অত মন খারাপ করার কারণ নেই। আমি বলেছিলাম সূর্যাস্তের পরে আপনারা জিতবেন। 3 রাউন্ড 4 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হলেও এটা 14 রাউন্ড থেকে 18 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হয়, তখন আপনারা জিতবেন। ওয়েট অ্যান্ড সি, ওয়াচ। আমরা সবাই আপনাদের সাথে আছি, আপনারা কেউ ভয় পাবেন না, নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন। আবার বাঘের বাচ্চার মতো লড়াই করে যাবো।
So that was Mamta Banerjee. Mamta Banerjee not giving up the fight, and I was just watching a national media channel, and that person was literally he jumped out of his seat like this. Okay, jumped out of the seat like this, and I have not jumped out of the seat out of any excitement. My legs are hurting now. In fact, if you want to if you want to do some stretching, yeah. There was also a channel. There is a channel where very senior a journalist, and I have great respect for him. They dance. They dance like this. They do a lot of things. But you know what? I am standing purely because my legs are hurting. Okay, so don't blame me for anything. I'm just standing here. Even Tonima, if you want, you can just.
I will in a bit.
You can just do this because it's going to be a long day, and the proof of the pudding is in the fact that Mamta Banerjee has also issued a statement now, and they are saying 13% of counting has happened. Only 13%. It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock almost, and it's 1 o'clock. And if you actually do a social media analysis, I would go to my colleague Titash. Okay, I will go to my colleague Titash. Let Titash handle the social media analysis. In fact, we can just play the Twitter feed on the screen, on the frame. You can do that. I will also be suggesting our producers, we will be playing the Twitter screen. Just go to Twitter and search Bengal election. You would find a lot of top tweets, and none of them are from Trinamool Congress. I was just checking them, and I will go to my colleague Titash on that aspect, as how the social media that in a way reflects the mood, is at the moment all saffron. All saffron. They are simply celebrating now the victory of BJP, as they call it. Indomitable at the moment, and they are saying you can't stop this victory of BJP, and so they are euphoric, they are celebrating. But Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, has gone absolutely silent. So if Trinamool Congress, as the numbers now stand, they are yet to touch 100. If Trinamool Congress, the moment they touch 100, or if the numbers keep reversing, I'm sure Trinamool Congress social media warriors would also be super active and charged up, and they would start they would start with their tirade on social media. So yes, we will also be going to a social handle desk and see what is the reaction like on social media. Titash, you can let us know when you're ready. But I would also want to harp on this very aspect, that Trinamool Congress Supremo, that she is now trying to give out this message to the people that don't give up. Don't give up. A, it talks about a fighting spirit.
Correct.
B, it also talks about that the distrust. I mean,
right.
Tonima, I will not call you Bohiragato.
Please, I'm not.
I will not call you
I
Bohiragato.
am from Kolkata.
Yeah, I will not call you Bohiragato. You have not parachuted down, unlike those leaders who have actually parachuted down. But, if you actually consider this election has basically been a reflection of distrust. One word to define this election: BJP's fighting spirit, Trinamool Congress's fighting spirit, Mamta Banerjee versus Prime Minister Modi. These are all cliched headlines. If you ask me, there is one word to define this election, I would say distrust. Voters have lost their trust on election commission, those who have been disenfranchised. Political parties, they have openly expressed their discontent and distrust over election commission of India. Political parties have also expressed their distrust on the electoral roll, the voter list. Political parties have expressed distrust on form 6 new additions. Political parties have expressed distrust on the way the election has been conducted. Political parties have expressed distrust on deployment of central forces. You have police observers coming in from outside. This massive deployment of forces. Honestly, I have never seen such deployment in my lifetime. I've seen such deployment in kind of trouble hit areas, be it Manipur or Kashmir, but I have not seen such deployment of forces in an election period. I mean, this is celebration of democracy, and how are you celebrating by keeping people under under some sort of the fear of a gun? And in 2021, 4 people lost their lives in Shitolkuchi in the firing of central forces. So while election commission may take credit that this election has been mostly bereft of violence, which is great, and we do not endorse violence either before election or after election. People should maintain peace, but it does not depend on deployment of forces alone. It also depends on the party cadres, how they respond to a situation. If they become hostile, nothing can stop. If they refrain themselves from hostilities, the situation will always be calm. And this time around, political parties have been very responsible in giving out this message. Shubhendu Adhikari, just few days back, suddenly he said, যা হওয়ার হয়ে গেছে, ইলেকশনে যা হওয়ার হয়ে গেছে, সবাই শান্ত থাকবে. That's what Shubhendu Adhikari said. Even Mamata Banerjee had appealed for peace. So all Trinamool Congress leaders, BJP leaders have appealed for peace. So when you have appeal for peace coming in from top leadership, obviously the cadres will not be resorting to violence as an expression of anger. So that's what exactly happened. This time there had been not much of a violence. But going back to the point, this election essentially has been a reflection of distrust. And now, when Mamata Banerjee issues a statement, trust you me, this too is a reflection of distrust.
Right. The BJP, of course, would like to believe that they are portraying it as a symptom of the other D, the D that they have been looking at or projecting their party to be a metaphor for is development. According to them, they feel that they have portrayed or run their campaign primarily on the development plank. Of course, anti-incumbency is something that they have pointed out. So these are, of course, factors and several other factors, whether if we have to go down to the micro points of it, talked about corruption, talked about alleged corruption, of course, to remember that, talked about women's safety. These are some of the factors that the BJP has portrayed. So it is essentially a development versus distrust narrative that has been portrayed. That is what we are seeing in Bengal.
I'm so keen on Tita's joining us on the social desk. First thing that you should do is you should go to Sambit Patra's handle. Go to Sambit Patra's handle. I want to show this video to Tonima. You would laugh. You would laugh. I mean, how do they think of it? You know, trust you me, had it been done by any other political party, they would have booked them under UAPA. They have generated AI video, plastered Modi's face and Amit Shah's face. Look at this video. Look at this video. Just play it and see.
Oh my God.
They have also played the song. I will go to my colleague Titash. Titash, is your social media desk on? Social media desk on. How hilarious it is.
I'm currently working with 2 phones and 2 laptops together just to keep it parity about what is happening where. So social media has gone crazy, like burst of crazy, and it is quite refreshing to see because up till yesterday night or almost up until today morning, everyone was rooting for TMC and everyone was like, was a done game as is, and BJP is fighting. So there was a sense amongst the BJP people who really wanted to tweet and reply, and then they really didn't have much of an avenue. But now that they do, they have gone all out, all guns blazing, no stopping them whatsoever. There are videos of people, they are taking jibes at Trinamool Congress leaders, Shiny Ghosh, Mohua Moitra, left, right, center. And some pictures of Mamata Banerjee to have surfaced. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah is everywhere, on everyone's profile, and people who have managed to click pictures with them in the past, they have come to the fore. Now, the celebration visuals are crazy. I really would want to take my camera and show it to you. This is too difficult to see. So you guys remember Panchayat, right? So this is the visual that is currently running, and I can't help it. This is crazy. This is insane creativity that is going on right now. You can see Abhishek Banerjee, Mamta Banerjee, Rahul Gandhi, and all others, Arvind Kejriwal. Some have even said that TMC losing this time has only, kind of saved Rahul Gandhi, because otherwise he would have got a jhar from his mother, apparently. So people are going crazy, but at the same time, if you also look at the people or the TMC sympathizers, if I were to say that way, there's a saying in Bangla which we say that "Age gele bage khaye, pore gele shona paye." So that particular idiom has come up many times. Now people are saying you have to just wait and watch. All the cards are yet to unfurl, and do not take any decisions. Before the results are actually out. Trinamool Congress supporters are confident, at least the social media warriors, they're absolutely confident that TMC is also going to make it out in this race. And, Mamata Banerjee coming to the fore, coming from her house in a very confident manner, in a very confident demeanor, as you see Mamata Banerjee, right? Her body language is absolutely unshakable. The confidence is quite deducible from her tone, her shift in gait, and everything that way. That has only added to the confidence of the Trinamool Congress supporters, to put it that way. But having said that, I mean, social media is a very fun place to be in today, right now, and it is all full of memes, and it is the political commentary is actually quite interesting. If you look at some places are okay. So there are AI videos of Narendra Modi that show that he is surprised to see that this is the turnout. One person has said that even Narendra Modi is shocked that BJP has managed to get so many seats, or at least lead in so many seats for now. But then at the same time, if you're looking at the counter narrative, some have said that in Madhya Pradesh, the election commission took as many as 26 long hours to finish counting, and BJP was defeated. So this is I think it has only been around 6-ish hours that the counting in Bengal has begun, and people are actually holding on to their horses, stating that if Madhya Pradesh could be the precedent, maybe Bengal too is an example. Because Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, the sitting Chief Minister, she came online and she stated that only 13% of votes have been counted. Not just Mamata Banerjee, we also saw that Chandrima Bhattacharya, who is a senior Trinamool Congress leader, she also issued a video statement, and she stated that election commission is counting the votes painfully slowly. Now, they have alleged that this is an attempt by the poll body to kind of foster distrust, or psychologically take the battle a foot front and discourage the Trinamool Congress workers, who would then, as alleged by Trinamool Congress, desert the polling stations or the counting stations and strong rooms, which then again may or may not benefit BJP, as it has been alleged by Trinamool Congress. But now, if we were to look at the election figures at the moment as it stands, Trinamool Congress has 92 seats at the moment. BJP is at 187 seats, and if you have to just quickly skim through it, as you know, Shubhendu Adhikari, he's contesting from 2 seats. That are Nandigram, that was his prestige seat in 2021, where he defeated Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee by a margin of 1956 votes. And this time around, he was very confident that he would defeat Mamata Banerjee at her own bastion, which is Bhawanipur, and at the same time, he would also defeat his former colleague and close AD Pavitra Kaur, who is contesting from Nandigram against him. And in Nandigram, although Shubhendu Adhikari is trailing from Bhawanipur, if we were to look at the Nandigram results, in Nandigram, Shubhendu Adhikari has a lead of 2,206 votes. As many as 34,754
34,754 votes have been counted so far, and Shubhendu Adhikari has a lead of 2,206 votes. And this is just the fifth round of counting. In Nondigram, there are 18 rounds of counting, and only as of the fifth count of rounding, Shubhendu Adhikari is leading by 2,206 votes. So this is currently the situation. Also, another very important seat for this time in elections is the Panihati seat. The Panihati seat is important, or rather in discussion, because this seat is being contested by Arjikor rape and murder victim's mother. She has taken the stand. She has stated that this will ensure justice for her daughter, and she said that this is not just for her daughter, but for all the women and the girls, or the matas and the behens of West Bengal. We also saw that when she went to file her nomination, Smriti Irani accompanied her, and she went with her, and Smriti Irani had issued a statement not just in Hindi, not just in English, but she also said that Ami to Bohiragoto noi, I can speak in Bangla, I know your language, I am one of you. And she had stated that it is very important for someone like Obhaya's mother to, enter into a political foray and make a point. And Abhaya's mother time and again has taken a swipe at Mamata Banerjee, stating that governance under her has gone for a toss, and kept on alleging at one of the more moot points of the Arjikor movement, that is, Abhaya perhaps, as alleged, had to lose her life because she had gotten to know about some illegal syndicate that was running inside the hospital. Now, the mother during the campaign tenure itself has harped many times on this issue. She has stated that this competition is directly against the health minister. Now, the health minister of West Bengal is Mamata Banerjee. So, this contest is definitely against Mamata Banerjee, she has stated. And from the Panihati seat, as many as 21,313 votes have been counted, and she is leading by a margin of 8,067 votes. The margin is quite significant. And as you skim through the seats of BJP, there are many interesting candidates, I would say, and interesting so because not just that they are star candidates, but because they have an interesting characteristic attached to their name. And one such person is Shontu Pan. Shontu Pan is a former Republic Bangla journalist and anchor. He left his he made his foray into electorate politics this time around, and he joined the BJP, taking the flag from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And so he was out on an assignment, and he got a call from the senior leadership, the leadership that he has refused to name even after we asked him during the campaign trail. So he got a call, and after that, the leadership convinced him that he needs to join. Mind you, he was on an assignment, he deserted the assignment, and he took the flag from Union Home Minister Amit Shah's hand. And he has been contesting against Trinamool Congress candidate, who is also quite a heavyweight and old candidate of Trinamool Congress, Romelu Shingo Roy. And Shontu Fan is leading by a margin of 4,681 votes from Tarukeshwar Assembly constituency.
Right. Thank you, Titash. We will keep coming back to you for the social media fun.
I just want to, interject over here, taking off a little bit on what Titash said, that all the cards are not out yet. So when I hear this sentence, it reminds me of another personality who has used the word cards in his sentence. That was a video which went viral at the time it happened, and he said to the person who was sitting alongside him that you don't have the cards, I have all the cards, right? It's a person who makes headlines all the time, even if you don't want him, you want a break from him sometimes, but he is somebody who will give some sentence or the other which will make a headline. And Donald Trump, when he was speaking to Zelensky in the White House, said very confidently that you don't have the cards, I have all the cards. So Tamal, I'm asking you today, do you think all the cards are out yet, or who has the cards? Who will have the last laugh?
That's hard to say. That only voters know. Everybody who is asking me this question, I say voters know. And every voter, when they ask me, Dada ki hote choleche, ki hobe? I said your party would win. The party that you have voted for is going to win. Right. If you have gone and cast your vote, your party would win. So I would say, yes, I would agree, not all cards are out. Not all cards are out because, for such a result to happen, it would mean there is 100% anti-incumbency. For this to happen, it would also mean alienation of Mamata Banerjee's core vote bank from Trinamool Congress. For this to happen, it would also mean fragmentation in Muslim vote bank. For this to happen, it would also mean 100% Mutua consolidation. Now, all these factors align themselves to favor BJP. Well, for that to happen, there has to be massive organizational surge of a party.
And organizational skills are not the strength for BJP in Bengal.
As of now.
As of now.
As of now.
Right.
It is not.
Right.
It is not. Had the organizational strength been that superb, BJP would have had our chief ministerial phase.
Right.
If the organizational strength would have been that great, so many central leaders wouldn't have to come and do the campaigning. Because they lack organization. They need faces from central leadership for mobilization of crowd.
Even for this entire duration of elections, they had Bhupendra Yadav who had come and, Biplab Deb also.
Biplab Deb, Bhupendra Yadav, Sunil Bansal. You have Amit Shah, of course, he was here for 16 days. Prime Minister Modi is the face of the campaign. You had Rajnath Singh come down. You had Anurag Thakur come down. Smriti Irani was camping here. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav, even he came. Bihar Chief Minister, now Chief Minister, that time he was the Deputy Chief Minister. Only after he went back from Bengal, he was made the Chief Minister, Samrat Chaudhary. Right. So Samrat Chaudhary came and gave out this message, that look in Bihar, 22 lakh names, people have been deleted, and all these people are now, we don't give them ration anymore. And in days to come, we will also be denying them driving license and others. The fair question should be, if you know they are Ghuspetia, and he used that word, 22 lakhs have been deleted, wo sare Ghuspetia hai. Humble question, boss. If they are all Ghuspetias, what are they doing in our country? आप रेशन क्यों दे रहे हो उनको? हम क्यों देंगे? आपने रेशन बंद किया, क्यों बंद किया? देना ही नहीं है, घुसपैठिया है ना, भेज दीजिए बाहर. Because the moment you think of deporting them, that involves a legal procedure. FRRA.
And which country is going to take them back?
If they are from Bangladesh. Right. If they are from Bangladesh, a deportation cannot happen without looping in the Bangladesh High Commission.
Correct.
So, the moment you make it a formal thing, the Bangladesh High Commission can also contest, Bangladesh government can also contest that you are trying to push in your people, I am not taking responsibility
then
of them.
Then the ownership of proof would also lie with the Indian government.
Correct. So, the moment you think of deporting somebody, that gets entangled in a legal procedure. Thus, many a times you have seen cases of pushing. Sonali Khatun, a pregnant woman who was pushed into Bangladesh, later with the Supreme Court's intervention finally brought back. She was 6 months pregnant. She came back to India when she was 9 months pregnant, and soon after coming here she delivered to a baby boy. So that push-in allegedly happened illegal way, and after Pahalgam happened. So after Pahalgam there were new notifications issued by the central government, which in a way empowered police to detect, suspect, and just deport. And that had almost been the fundamental of BJP. Amit Shah also came and said, detect, delete, deport. I mean, if that is the case, then what are these 22 lakh people doing in Bihar who have been deleted? Right. And Samrat Chaudhary, as Deputy Chief Minister or Chief Minister, is confirming that wo sare Ghuspetiya hai. You have detected them, you have deleted them, now deport them. You are saying, I will not deport them, I would deny them ration. We are saying, why? Deport them. You are saying, we will not deport them, we will cancel their driving license. So they will be dying out of food, no food. You will be rendering them jobless if they are drivers. And basically, slowly and slowly, you would deny them basic right to a proper, dignified life. The question is why? The question is why? When Rohingyas came to Bangladesh, Bangladesh made a special arrangement in Cox's Bazar. Bangladesh never said the Rohingyas are ours. Bangladesh knew that they had been pushed in, they made a special arrangement. Thereafter, what Bangladesh did with the Rohingyas, it's their call. But Bangladesh's then Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had welcomed the Rohingyas to the country and did not push them out. Eventually, they were made a special arrangement near Cox's Bazar. I myself gone and covered it. So I know what kind of arrangements they did. But here in India, you are saying you are anti-Rohingya. You are saying you would be detecting Rohingya. Very funny it is. I'm sorry for using this word, and I'm sure if BJP comes to power, they would be tolerant and not critical of critical views. You are saying that SIR would be detecting Rohingyas. Is that the job of Election Commission of India? Is that a fair question? Election Commission of India's role is what? That you include people. All right. You upgrade voter list. Those who are Ghuspetia, those who are illegal entrants, those who are not citizens, you will detect them. Election Commission of India's job is to ensure in India's election only Indians get to vote. Right? That is the job of Election Commission. So you have gone for a purification of voter list. But can that be used by the larger administration, a government of the day, to say that through SIR, I am detecting Rohingyas? That is not how the Home Ministry is expected to function. Because the Home Ministry's job round the clock is to work on intelligence, figure out how many Rohingyas have come in and how can they be detected, deleted and deported. Now for that kind of an exercise, if you need the Election Commission's help, why hasn't it happened as yet? Also, you talk about deletions, right? In Bengal, 91 lakh people have been deleted. You know how many people have been deleted in Uttar Pradesh? From the draft list, 2.8 crore.
Right. Their electorate is also much bigger.
Their electorate is also more and their deletions have been also more. So had been in Gujarat. From the draft list, over 70 lakh people have been deleted. Now over there, nobody is calling out those who have been deleted as Rohingyas. But in Bengal, you are calling all of those who have been deleted Rohingyas. We don't know who have been deleted in Uttar Pradesh. Thus, we cannot even question whether they have voted in 2022 Yogi Adityanath's second term election, or if they had voted in Gujarat election when Gujarat Chief Minister was elected. So here in Bengal, they are saying those who have been deleted are Rohingyas. So obviously there is a fair question. If they are Rohingyas, what are you doing with them now?
Right.
Because the Supreme Court said they will be going through the tribunal process.
Right.
Over 27 lakh names who have been deleted, they will now have to undergo the tribunal process. Okay? And that's where it becomes very, very significant. So when BJP leaders who have come from outside, every BJP leader who came from outside, they have tried harping on the very fact that look, the central leadership is here for a double engine sarkar. And there is a section in Bengal who are questioning what would be the deliverables of the double engine sarkar.
Right.
Will they be delivering all their promises on time? If not, how much time they would take? In Delhi, 2.5 thousand rupees were promised to all women, and it was promised in February 2025. Prime Minister Modi has said that this would be implemented by 8th of March 2025, which is the Women's Day, International Women's Day. BJP won Delhi, and it's been over a year. Women have not received the financial support as was promised. So there are a couple of questions that have time and again come before BJP. Look at Maharashtra, Larki Behan Yojana. When this Yojana was announced, Eknath Shinde was the Chief Minister. Devendra Fadnavis was the Deputy Chief Minister. That government formation happened after Uddhav Thackeray's government was toppled and Eknath Shinde joined BJP. Fair enough. They introduced Larki Behan scheme and it became a game transforming thing. Thereafter, Eknath Shinde became Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis became the Chief Minister. What happened to Larki Behan? Larki Behan, when was introduced, like women, whoever applied, got the money. After election, they did the scrutiny. And when they found that even men had applied and they got the money. Those who are not eligible beneficiaries, even they got the money. So now what happened? Women were deleted. A substantial chunk of women have been deleted from the Larki Behan scheme. That had also fostered a sense of discontent.
Right.
Bihar, 2 lakh rupees was promised to the women and 10,000 rupees as an advance was given to women. What happened to 1.9 lakhs? That's exactly what Tejasvi Yadav asked. So BJP, when they promise, obviously these promises are long term, they are futuristic, they are not supposed to happen in 1 day or 1 month or one year's time. But how long will they take? That question has also come before BJP time and again. Alright. So again I say, these are fair questions, not generally being critical of BJP. What people have told us is what we are reflecting upon. Now going back to deletion, I think it's time that we we focus slightly on deletion so that we can make things understand, because these numbers would keep coming, and Tonima and me, we would be giving those numbers. Titash is also there with the desk. Tonima, is there any update before I move into the deletion part? Is there any update? Bhawanipur?
If we look at Bhawanipur once again, which is the prestige battle, we can see that in a way Shubhendu Adhikari has narrowed down the lead, not a lot, but Mamata Banerjee is still leading. But earlier we were looking at a figure of 19,000 votes by which she was leading. Currently it's down to 15,494 that the lead margin is. She is currently at 35,522 votes, Shubhendu Adhikari at 20,000 plus a few odd votes over there. So Shubhendu Adhikari closing the gap, but still is currently underway in 287 out of the 293 seats which are being counted today, and TMC is still to reach the 100 mark. They are leading in 94 seats. Interestingly, ISF has got leads in 2 seats, joining AJUP, which is also leading in 2 seats, and the left, the CPIM, currently leading in 1 seat. So that's the breakup at the moment, and we'll of course wait and see if more indicators come through as far as the larger picture is concerned. But primarily this, that we can see BJP, if we look at the overall map which has been put out by the Election Commission, a lot more the saffron flags rising in South Bengal. That is of course, if we are to go by these figures at the moment, that is where the BJP has made the biggest dent in TMC.
By the Election Commission map, I haven't seen so much of saffron on Bengal's map on the election results day. So obviously, we have to wait and see as whether BJP can hold on to the momentum. I will quickly come to some graphics. Okay, now the viewers, we have been promising that we will not only be giving you numbers, we will also give you the math behind the numbers. Okay. Simply don't get enamored by celebration shots, because this is also a time when you educate yourself and you become rich by knowledge. Now we, as I said from beginning, we have tried decoding previous results, and we've also tried decoding juxtapositioning this year's phase 1 and phase 2 vis-a-vis turnout. Alright, so this is phase 1. In phase 1 there are 152 seats. We have picked up top 20 highest deletion seats. Top 20 highest deletion seats. Okay. Now, in this top 20, one thing is common, that out of 20, 17 seats are there with BJP, with Trinamool Congress.
Right.
17 out of 20 are with Trinamool Congress. 3 are with BJP. That in a way gives you a sense of not so balanced, or a disparity, if I can very consciously use this word. Now, look here. This is non-BJP bastion phase 1, Samsherganj. Samsherganj is in Murshidabad. 74,775 people have been deleted. 74,775 people have been deleted. Trinamool Congress won this seat in 2021. This Samsherganj seat comes under Malda constituency, Lok Sabha. In that comparison, in that segment comparison, in 2024, Congress was leading. However, if I have to go back to 2021, this seat was with Trinamool Congress. 74,000 people have been deleted. What is the turnout? 96.04%. So 96.04% people showed up on the polling day to in a way neutralize the deletion. Now they could be, the extra people who came to cast their vote, they could be first time voters, they could be Form 6 newers, or they could be migrant workers. We are talking about Samsherganj, Murshidabad, which also contributes one of the highest when it comes to migration. So they go out to work. So these people came back to cast their vote. in a way taking the turnout to 96.04%. Similarly, Lal Gola, again Murshidabad, 55,420 people were deleted. 96.44% is the turnout. In 2021, this seat was with Trinamool Congress. Bhagavan Gola, 47,493, like 47,500 almost approximately people were deleted. 96.95% turnout. Raghunathganj, 46,100 deleted. 96.9% turnout. Farakka, again in Murshidabad, 38,222 deleted. 96.01 is the turnout. And all these seats, look carefully, all these seats belong to Trinamool Congress. I mean, if you see the massive deletion ratio between 20,000 and 74,000, yet turnout remained extremely high, between 94 to 97%, right?
Which is unheard of.
Which is unheard of. So can this high turnout neutralize this high deletion is something we have to wait and see. Again, what is the catch point? These all seats have massive minority presence. And please understand, in seats which are minority dominated, like Samsherganj, here Hindus are a minority. Lal Gola, Hindus are minority. Bhagavan Gola, Hindus are minority. Muslims are more in number. So what happens is, if you delete 100 Muslims from a kitty of 1,000, you bring that number down to 900. But when you compare that with Hindus, who are say about 50 or 100, the ratio doesn't balance out.
Right.
The ratio is still heavier on the side of the Muslims. So these all seats that belong to Trinamool Congress in 2021 has seen high deletions, equally high turnout. And in Lok Sabha election, as I told you, Congress performed strongly in many of these high deleted segments like Shamsherganj, Lal Gola, Farakka, Ratua, Malutipur, Shujapur. Malutipur, Shujapur, Vaishnav they are all in Malda. Shamsherganj, Lal Gola, Farakka, they are in Murshidabad. But overall, in this Muslim belt, Congress performed better than Trinamool Congress in assembly segment wise, which means if Muslims were angry with Trinamool Congress,
their votes did not go to BJP.
their votes did not go to BJP. Exactly the point. Can you quickly move on to the next plate?
Also, very importantly to point out is that while these are, a lot of, if we can hazard a guess, the number of deletions, mostly a lot of Muslim voters' names were deleted, but these are Hindu minority constituencies. So if we are to look at the results which have come through now, Tamal, one of the points that you were raising is there had to be a huge consolidation of Hindu votes, but in these constituencies, it's a Muslim majority still, even if you delete these number of figures. So does that mean the Muslim votes have gone to BJP? That would also be, if the results, once the results actually come through, that will be a significant, indicative point for this election, if the BJP has actually managed to do what the numbers indicate.
But if that happens, Tonima, then this is going to be a new role model for BJP to flaunt in rest of the country. Because BJP is often perceived as not a pro-Muslim party. BJP is often judged as not equal with their sympathies for Muslims vis-a-vis Hindus.
And they have in fact gone on record to say that all their leaders here have gone on to say that Sanatanis should come out and vote for them. There has to be a Hindu consolidation. Even if their, let's say their election rhetoric was not so anti-Muslim per se, but the Hindu focus has been there throughout for the BJP in this election.
Shubhendu Adhikari in the morning also issued a statement, and he said, look, all Hindus have come out in huge number and they have voted in favor of BJP.
So this doesn't add up.
This doesn't add up here. So if there is a dent here in Murshidabad belt, that's going to be the biggest headline. That BJP is accepted by Muslims. As BJP claims, we are not achut. Hum log sabke saath hai. We are sabke saath, sabka vikas. If there is a dent here, that's going to be the biggest talking point. Let's quickly move on to the next page. There are 10 more seats. Now, see, again in North Bengal. These are all mostly in North Bengal. Dinhata, Shitai and Kuch Bihar Dokhin. Right? sorry, Dinhata, Kuch Bihar Dokhin, Kuch Bihar Uttor and Dinhata. All three seats are in Kuch Bihar. They were with BJP. What has been the deletion? It is slowly, comparatively had been starting to slide. In Kuch Bihar, the deletion was 21,664. Here too, you have 94% of voter turnout, close to 95%. Kuch Bihar Uttor, you have 18,600 approximately voters who have been deleted. Here, it's 95.42% of voter turnout. So BJP is also trying to ensure in their seats where deletions have happened, the high voter turnout can neutralize the deletion. Dinhata, look here, Dinhata, the deletion was 17,274. BJP in 2021 won the seat and 95.7% was the turnout.
But also very importantly, Tamal, to that in 2024 it was not BJP which was leading.
Exactly. Look, BJP here, BJP here, BJP here. It has shifted to Trinamool Congress, shifted to Trinamool Congress, shifted to Trinamool Congress. So in Lok Sabha election, the Kuch Bihar belt overwhelmingly voted for Trinamool Congress, including bastions that belong to BJP. Why? Because the Rajbanshi vote, that vote has shifted out of BJP and migrated to Trinamool Congress. Rajbanshis are also Hindus. They had migrated to Trinamool Congress. So here too you have high deletions. These deletions are equally getting overwhelmed by high turnout. But as you rightly pointed out, even though BJP had 3 seats out of these 20 where deletions have been the highest, BJP's 3 seats had shown signs of shifting in Lok Sabha election. Right. When Prime Minister Modi himself is on ticket. And it is not Prime Minister Modi versus Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee was not the Prime Ministerial candidate for India Alliance. Yet this shift have happened. So this as a data is extremely significant and it gives us a clear idea as whether the deletions have had any parity. What are the observations? 17 out of 20 seats were won by Trinamool Congress in 2021. 3 was won by BJP. But in Lok Sabha election, as I said, Congress performed better. In Kuch Bihar Lok Sabha, 3 to 4 seats, AITC flipped. That is Trinamool Congress flipped the seat in 2024. Alright. So obviously these are the seats that you have to watch out for. I am very keen to see whether Kuch Bihar has gone to BJP or Kuch Bihar is still trying to stick around to Trinamool Congress, because over there you have a substantial Rajbanshi population who had migrated their support from BJP to Trinamool Congress. I believe we have
trying to get to that.
Right. We are also trying to get to that, and I will also. Okay, we have a guest with us. Guest has joined. Okay. Before I move on to the next slide, I will quickly move on to the next slide, which is the BJP bastion. Before I come to Smita Sharma, senior journalist. Smita Sharma will be joining us. I'm so glad she has managed to sneak out some time for us. हम लोग गरीब बंदे हैं, गरीब लोगों के पास आप आए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Just stick around. Data. These are BJP bastions. Okay. Tanima, this is damn interesting. These are BJP bastions and least deletion. If I can take these graphics on the window as well, I want the viewers to understand how the deletions have worked.
I mean, this is compared to the previous figures, these numbers are.
I mean, how the deletions have worked. These deletions also have a story. I will request my producer to take this plate on the window screen as well, so that viewers can see. So what we have identified from phase 1, 20 least deleted seats. Manbajar, how many people deleted? 71. What is the turnout? 91.73% voter turnout. Who won in 2021? BJP. But keep observing, in 2021 BJP won, but that seat had shown a swing towards Trinamool Congress in Lok Sabha election. So here Trinamool Congress could have been ahead. Could have been ahead of BJP without deletions. Now, what is the deletion number? 71. That's minuscule. Can Trinamool Congress bank on Manbajar? We don't know as yet. Here you have a high voter turnout, 91.73. This high voter turnout can advantage BJP. This has been a BJP stronghold. shown signs of change towards Trinamool Congress in 2024. But will this high turnout overwhelm this deletion and also Trinamool Congress's performance in favor of BJP? Again, we have to wait and see. Onda in Bakura, 114 people have been deleted. We were talking about thousands and thousands, 114. Kashipur, 218. Jhargram, where BJP is leading now, 235 people have been deleted. And Jhargram went to BJP in 2021. It went to Trinamool Congress as an assembly segment in 2024, but number of deletion, how many? 235. You have 92.63% voter turnout. So here the comparative study is very, very clear. Raipur, Noyagram, Para, Binpur, Gopibalapur, these are all BJP bastions where the deletions tell a story. They have not even touched 500. Like Trinamool Congress is now inching towards 100, they have not inched towards 500 also. The number of deletions, they were that low, right? So basically the turnout is still very high, 90 to 94% range, solid, but noticeably lower on average than the 94% to 97% which happened in highest deletion seats, right? So in seats where deletions happened the maximum, more people stood in the queue. More people stood in the queue, waited for hours to go and cast their vote. Here deletions have been less, yet I would say 90% and above is superb, but comparatively lesser than those seats.
Right.
Right? If we can quickly move on to the next page and we will then go to our guest. Very quickly. So 17 out of these 20 seats went to BJP. Do you realize how it has reversed? I mean, literally I broke my head after these research. I broke my head.
The numbers are staggering, but
The
they are very
numbers-
important to note.
They're
even
very
as we wait
important
for
to
the
note. Here, there are couple of seats where Trinamool Congress 1, 2, 3. Amta, Trinamool Congress was ahead in 2021. Also in 2024 Lok Sabha election, 393 people have been deleted. Rest of the seats are with BJP. Again, you come to Pashkura Purbo, which is in Purbo Medni. Pashkura Purbo is in Hooghly, right? Pashkura Purbo is in Hooghly. Trinamool Congress was ahead. Trinamool Congress was ahead in 2024 as well. So obviously, the deletions that you see in least deletion category, it was BJP advantage. In 2021, there were more seats with them. There were shift shown in 2024 Lok Sabha election. Interestingly, of all these 20 seats, where 17 of them belong to BJP in 2021, all of them favored Trinamool Congress in 2024 Lok Sabha election. So here, least deletions plus high turnout. Now, whether least deletions would be benefiting BJP or Trinamool Congress, we don't know. Whether high voter turnout will benefit BJP or not, it's a question that can only be answered at the end of the day. Because BJP would want to retain all of it. And if BJP is inching towards 170 or 180, then in that case, they would need all these seats. From Jungle Mahal to Hills, they would need all these seats.
Right.
So can the reverse really happen or has happened? We have to wait and see.
In fact, BJP is edging close to the 200 mark. Currently, if we are to look at the EC's figures, it's at 192 seats that they are leading in. TMC still to reach the 100 mark at 94 seats that they are leading in.
Our guest is very pressed on time. Smita, I don't want to lose you. Smita, where are you? Please come on screen. Let's clap for her. Where are you, Smita? I can't see you. Okay, I will want to see Smita now. Okay, I think I can see her.
Hi, Smita.
Oh, hi Smita. Look who is here.
Hi.
Unfortunately, I can't see any of you, but I hope that my audio is
It's
clear.
good, it's clear.
Your audio is absolutely fine. You are looking beautiful. You are dressed up for the election results, and you chose the neutral color, which is white.
Peace. May peace prevail, whatever be the results. That's all that we can a sea of people coming out on the streets. That's not what we want. We want peace to prevail wherever the results are out.
Extensively. Did you see such kind of saffron sentiment for saffron surge? Was that evident?
You know, I think we will have to wait, of course, for the breakups of which areas are we talking about. This election was just so much more difficult to assess. First of all, because of those massive SIR deletions. And that was the cruelest part of this election, because we saw those heartbreaking stories wherever we went. I went to Nandigram, to Muthabari, Sujapur, Malda. Didn't travel as extensively as I would have liked to. But the point is that, yes, there was some amount of anger on the ground. There was that sense of anti-incumbency. There was a chatter of Poribortan, for instance, even in urban pockets in Kolkata, where a lot of people were coming and saying that they wanted Poribortan on two reasons. One was people who were genuinely afraid that the state had seen 34 years of the left bastion rule here, that citadel fell finally when Mamata Banerjee won those elections, and that she had been in office for 15 years now. So maybe it was time for a change to give it to somebody. The other, of course, was people who were upset with the Trinamool cadres, particularly in the lower ranks, who were talking about there is a genuine problem when it comes to extortions, when it comes to a sense of lawlessness. The anger may not really be directed at Mamata, but her lower rank cadres are the real problem. In terms of a wave, honestly, I think we were having this conversation, and a lot of people had asked me that what would happen in these elections. What I was maintaining was that, looking at the elections, the last few elections that we have witnessed in India, there's a very clear-cut pattern now. The mandates are mostly decisive. And I had stuck my neck out and said this, that I wouldn't be seeing a split sort of a verdict, 110 for BJP, 100 for BJP, 130 for Trinamool kind of a scenario. Whoever wins will get a decisive mandate. But in terms of a saffron wave, at least the areas that I went to, there was polarization for sure. There were chatter of anti-incumbency for sure. Was it a wave? I really don't think so. But there was that big external factor called the SIR that did happen in the state.
Has been covering elections, including in Bengal earlier as well. What do you think worked specifically for BJP? While the SIR and anti-incumbency wave against Mamata are, of course, important overarching points, but where do you think the BJP shifted its strategy that really, the kind of windfall that we are seeing right now? What is it that actually made the difference?
2-3 things. I think the BJP learned lessons from its mistakes in the past, in the sense that I did feel that this election was less personal when it came to attacks on Mamata Banerjee compared to the past one. Of course, there were lower rung leaders who were issuing all kinds of statements, absolutely condemnable, objectionable. But if you look at Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah's campaigns itself, the catcalls had reduced this time. I think they were trying to constantly attack the institution and the organization of the Trinamool Congress, to try and hammer through the point amongst people that, look, your industries are collapsing, that issue of migration, that issue of migrant workers, somebody like a Tejasvi Surya coming out and campaigning there, raising that issue, that even in Kolkata, you don't have enough well-paid jobs. Of course, there are a lot of counters to that. I had spoken to Shashi Panjan, who had countered these arguments, saying that Bengal is a state that you actually have a lot of migrant workers also come and work in here from, and those migrant workers are not ill-treated or abused, like when a lot of the migrant workers go to some of the other developed cities. Having said that, I think the BJP, in a way, was trying to drive home the point that this is a time for a change in West Bengal, to try and recapture that earlier imagination of a Bengal that would create jobs and industries. It has been selling this policy of a double engine growth, double engine sarkar, which is questionable in a lot of states where it hasn't happened. But if you look at the pattern in Northeast India, I think this is very significant. I mean, in Eastern India and Northeast India, the way increasingly the BJP has managed to rout out the regional forces, the parties, it was Odisha, now it is West Bengal. People perhaps have their reasons. And also I think Mamata Banerjee, in terms of, the welfare schemes that we were talking about, whether it is Lokhi Bhandar, whether it is Konyashri, these welfare schemes also do seem to have a limited return on investments. They had their peak value and peak returns in the last elections. This time, I guess people were expecting sort of, not just for the dole amounts to be increased, because the BJP did promise greater amount for women, but they were asking more about jobs. They were asking about better education. I did come across a lot of women in Kolkata, I must say, when I was going out for morning walks or talking to them, who were saying that the education sector has seen a significant decline. But again, I'm saying, I mean, it wasn't that all of this disappointment with the Trinamool Congress government was being projected as a massive support or consolidation for the BJP. So while I know, of course, Mamata Banerjee a short while ago has made these claims that the vote counting is deliberately very slow, and that after sunset the results could take a turn. I'm not sure, Tamal, what are your thoughts on that? On how do you see the results? I know TV and television channels got it all wrong in the last election counting, but it's already 2 o'clock now. Do you see these sort of waves change any further, Tamal?
During Lok Sabha election, we saw the trend change after 3 o'clock. That's the closest memory that I have of elections where exit polls were wrong and where the numbers also suddenly fell after 3 p.m. In fact, there are a couple of state elections too where the counting has continued for very long. Now, I am not in a position to make such claims for Bengal election, because at the moment the numbers that you are getting from Election Commission are showing that they have opened the EVM data of about 280 seats, 80 seats out of 293, and Trinamool Congress is claiming that only 13% counting has only happened. Well, we clearly have to wait. In any other election, I remember during Jharkhand election by 9:30 the elections were called. During Delhi election by 10:30 the elections were called. But there were also comparatively very fewer seats as compared to Bengal. There are 294 seats, and I would firmly believe that every vote count would matter, every round would matter. While BJP is clearly ahead, very much ahead, far ahead of Trinamool Congress now, can they hold on to this momentum? It's something we have to wait and see, because on an average, every minus three seats like Metia Bruj and 2 more, where number of rounds are limited to only 10. Rest of the seats are on an average, they have 17 rounds and plus. And we have not even touched double digit. We haven't touched 10 rounds as yet. So only when you are halfway through can you say, okay, this is the momentum and this is going to hold on as per Election Commission's own data. And I totally agree with you, Smita. We have also traveled and we saw that while there is a larger sentiment against Mamata Banerjee's government, which is purely against anti-incumbency, there was also a section कि I know BJP is not perfect, but क्या ही होगा, देखते हैं क्या होगा, 5 साल के लिए मौका देके देखते हैं, अगर नहीं होगा तो फिर हटा देंगे. So that was also playing in a couple of people's mind. But for BJP to touch 200 or stick close to 200 will only happen if there is massive fragmentation in women vote bank, in Muslim vote bank, and in Matua vote bank. If Matuas have united for BJP, then BJP can touch 200. If women have united,
also be, I mean, when the final data comes in, and I'm not a data expert by any stretch of imagination, because I'm told that in Mothabari, say for instance, apparently the BJP candidate is leading. There was Abdul Hanan, and this was a seat where, as you know, that entire drama played out of the judicial officers being taken hostage for hours. In fact, the TMC's MLA and Minister Sabha Yasmin had to be shifted to Sujapur. There were a lot of minority votes there, but it wasn't necessarily that the minorities, the ones who have not been deleted, have also perhaps voted in a consolidated fashion or rallied behind Trinamool Congress. I mean, there have been instances in other states where you now see different patterns emerging even from the minority vote banks. No one political party can now claim that this is a vote bank that is completely rallying just behind me and will not vote for anybody else. I think there will be a lesson there to learn from once the data is out there.
and also, as you rightly pointed out, Motabari, so Murshidabad and Malda are places where you have multiple players reaching out to the Muslim vote bank. You have AIMIM. Right. AIMIM was also fighting in 14 seats, all concentrated in and around Malda and Murshidabad. You have Humayun Kabir's party, again on the promise of Babri Masjid, is reaching out to Muslim vote bank. So, and you also have Congress. Rahul Gandhi and ISF. So all these forces have tried appeasing the Muslim vote bank. Have Muslim really fragmented? Again, we have to wait for the final results. These are all trends and leads. I will be very clear. We will be steering clear. We are not competing with the TV channels. We will never do that. They have their own source of intelligence. We are intelligent enough to focus only on Election Commission. So we are only going by their numbers. The leads are suggesting that BJP is way ahead and BJP is ahead of Trinamool Congress. But if they have to hold on to the momentum like this, and if they do, in that case, they would be very close to 200. If that happens,
There are two comments that stayed with me. One was because, as I'm a voter from Asansol, my hometown is Asansol. One is my cousin who is in that region, and who told me that, Didi, somebody may be actually a biryani lover. You have biryani every day. It is not sort of destroying your health. Your metabolism is good. But one day you may just feel like, हो गया बिरयानी, थोड़ा आप चिकन पुलाव भी ट्राई कर लेते हैं, मटन पुलाव भी ट्राई कर लेते हैं. There's that one human mindset that one gets to see increasingly amongst voters in India today. B, this other person I remember, I think, he was a vendor. He was selling clothes on the pavement in Durgapur. And this man said, I don't have any problems with Trinamool. They allow me to earn my living. Nobody comes and bothers me. I'm happy. But सबका ना, सारे राजनीति में सबका एक एक्सपायरी डेट होता है मैडम. वो कभी मोदी जी का भी शासन का होगा, लेफ्ट का भी था, सबका एक एक्सपायरी डेट आ जाता है इन टुडेज टाइम्स. So I think people have also sort of started to vote not just decisively, but they don't want one party to stay in power for too long, lest the corruption also seeks in. And then, without a doubt, there are, of course, all those other factors that we have been talking about in West Bengal too.
Pointing out is very interesting, because Bengal is seen as a state which is very slow to change in many aspects, not just electorally, not just choosing the government wise, but change happens pretty slowly in Bengal. But if I can just take the conversation a little away, if we are to go by these figures, and I was asking this question to our previous guest as well, would you want to wager on who could BJP have primed or possibly has started thinking by now to be their top post holder in the state if they are going to win this election? Then who could they have primed for the chief ministerial post?
One thing is for absolutely sure, having seen this government in action for the last 11 years now or more, जो नाम हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं वो तो कभी नहीं बनेंगे CM. It's like so anybody who has any hopes of becoming CM, anybody who has any iota of hope of becoming a CM will be fervently praying that, please God, let my name not be discussed in media right now, because it will have to be somebody who is not known. I mean, the usual suspects one would think would be, somebody like a Dilip Ghosh. I don't know by how much, if he's leading and by how much in Kharagpur, because he has a Sangh connection, unlike a Shubhendu who's not a Sangh person. Or who knows, somebody like a Locket Chatterjee, a woman. I mean, you have a Rekha Gupta installed in Delhi, not really elected, but installed. And I'm using that word responsibly, a woman face, or somebody just completely unknown about. So with BJP, you never know. It's only the top two men who really know. But I think these are names. I mean, somebody was saying that Swapal Das Gupta, who's now leading in Raj Bihari, former journalist, he has a good chance. But I think he's too much of a bhadrolog for the BJP to install as the chief minister in West Bengal. So names, these are speculations right now.
What happened in Uttar Pradesh election, like Yogi Adityanath was not even there in the scene.
Correct.
And then suddenly Yogi Adityanath was made the chief minister. And then he contested for the second term, became the chief minister for the second term. Now many say he's the front runner when it comes to taking the baton and the legacy of Prime Minister Modi for the Prime Minister's post. So I won't be surprised if BJP has a surprise card hidden somewhere, because we have seen couple of Maharaj, like Kartik Maharaj, who did not contest election but campaigned aggressively for BJP. And BJP made it a point that in their political rallies, sadhus are seen. So there could be several speculations, but I totally agree with you. The name which is in middle of discussion, वो तो कभी नहीं बनने वाले.
Probably not the front.
So Kartik sir का भी पत्ता जो है कट गया फिर तो. For a second, I thought he was suggesting that Yogi Adityanath could be installed as the CM of West Bengal, and Manoj Tiwari and Himanta would be eating fish there every day. So,
will Prime Minister Modi be happy if Yogi Adityanath becomes the chief minister in Bengal?
That will keep him
I,
engaged for sure.
he doesn't have too many fans in the Delhi leadership. He clearly, of course, his anchorage and strength lies in the Sangh and the Hindutva forces. So there's that other, in fact, power dynamic that keeps playing out between the center and him. But in West Bengal, I mean, Amit Shah, I think, that going back to the question of what the BJP did differently this time, I think they were also trying really hard to not trigger the Bengali strong cultural identity, which is why you saw whether it was a Tejasvi Surya, whether it was a Manoj Tiwari, whether it is an Anurag Thakur eating machli on a Tuesday, trying to tell Bengalis that no, we are not going to do what we perhaps may have been doing in other states. In Delhi, for instance, in Chitranjan Park area near Kali Mandir, during the North Indian Navratras, the fish markets are asked to not sell fish, or in Ghaziabad, the fish mandi, it closes. But they were trying to really drive home this point that Amit Shah also saying that whoever is the CM will be a Bengali, who will speak Bengali, who will be a son of the soil, or a daughter of the soil. So they definitely have learned their lessons. It's a party that has been trying to get a foothold here since 2014. That was the first time when they won 2 seats, including my hometown of Asansol, where Babul Supriyo was then with BJP, of course, won that seat. But the other divide that was very clear, I think, in these elections was also between the Hindi speaking, the Bengali speaking, and the non-Bengali speaking belts, and the polarization that we saw. I mean, Titash, me, when we went to Nandigram, it was all draped in saffron and Jai Siya Ram ke flags. So the polarization has worked. The industrial crisis is another question. Women voters, because this election became about Didi versus anti-Didi and also Didi versus Modi, Prime Minister Modi in national elections actually finds his strength, one of his strongest bases are women voters. So maybe that also divided women voters in the state about the way that they sort of went ahead and cast their votes for.
Five things that you would take away from this Bengal election as a lesson, Smrita. As political journalists, 5 things. If BJP can hold on to this momentum, in that case, what would be the 5 takeaways for you?
The biggest takeaway for me would be that whatever the results are today, this was a cruel election that led to disenfranchisement of millions of people, which shouldn't have been the case. People who lost their lives, people who struggled with the fear that their identity, their citizenship would be lost. That's not how elections should be and can be done. If you need to do SIR, do it in time, give time. This was a cruel process with no justification for the logical discrepancy category.
I find the backdrop pretty familiar. I have been to that office. I believe this is the Red Mic office, or this is your house?
No, I don't have such a pretty house. It's the Red Mic office. I have to go back and join the panel again. So Saurabh Shukla is in Iran, so I'm holding fort for him.
I know. I've been watching all his stories. Fantastic he's doing.
Yeah.
He's kind of shaken us all up. I still don't know how he ended up going to Iran.
I know.
Very discreetly he
Achha,
went.
I know, while we are talking about the big shot journalists like Tamal Saha and Saurabh Shukla, please do also check out my very small little YouTube station, Smita Sharma Journalist. Sorry for the shameless plug.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Smita.
bye guys.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much
for your time.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Jhalmuri, namaskar. Fish fry, namaskar. Fuchka, namaskar. Okay, so yes, this question would always be as what are the biggest takeaways from this election if this numbers hold up. I mean, I still see the Election Commission website not making TMC touch 100 because they are still trailing as per the Election Commission website. At the same time, Election Commission website is showing that in the lead category, BJP has gone up to 194.
Correct. Right.
BJP has gone up to 194 and Trinamool Congress is still struggling to touch the triple digit, the 100 mark.
Yeah.
So they are at 92. So if this momentum holds, as I've been saying, Tonima, that this can only happen if there is massive consolidation. Like there has to be 100% consolidation of Hindus, 100% consolidation of Hindus, including women, including Matuas, including everyone. And then, thereafter too, they might need a slice of minority votes.
Right. And as Smita was also pointing out, that possibly, the elections and the way elections are done in the country, no party possibly, if this holds for the rest of the day and in the final verdict as well, no party can possibly look at a vote bank as an absolute. A consolidation in their favor or against their favor, as you were mentioning, that they would need to get a substantial chunk of women votes, they need to get a substantial chunk of minority votes in order to actually reach this figure which the leads at the moment are suggesting for the BJP, which is a huge feat in itself, but also probably an inflection point in the elections that Bengal has seen in recent times, and also for several other states which are also closely following and tracking Bengal elections. But coming to another interesting point, Tamal, which you and I were discussing, the way this elections, and Smita also referred to it while she was with us, that the way the elections have happened this time around, the manner in which the administrative changes that were made by the Election Commission is possibly, if we are to see this going forward, do you see this being carried forward as a legacy of sorts, as a blueprint of sorts in the subsequent state elections for Punjab, for that matter, that we are seeing? Possibly it will change in some way because infiltration may not be a factor in Punjab for the election commission.
But then smuggling could be bordering state with Pakistan.
Right. So do you see this
national security
in this election that we saw, that the election commission made so many changes, this going to be the way forward in which the EC functions?
I mean, that would be a commentary on EC, but people do have that commentary on EC. The way people have been disenfranchised, I totally second Smita when she says this had been unfair. I would say this had been the most inhuman election ever in the history of elections in India. That you disenfranchise people, you disallow them from casting their vote. And I remember Justice Joymallo Bagchi in the course of the hearing had once said that if you know that you belong to this land, then right to vote is simply not constitutional, right to vote is equally sentimental. And that is a big message to make. Right to vote is definitely sentimental. So if you know that you belong to this land,
and the kind of turnouts also that we have seen this time around,
absolutely,
possibly one of the aspects which has played on people's mind, that they would want to be seen as a voter in Bengal,
right,
having passed the SIR test.
Right. So that's exactly what, the point is, when you know that you belong to this land, we have come across lakhs of people, like literally lakhs of people, or if you don't want to believe that number, hundreds and thousands of people who have got passport. Now please tell me, how can you call a passport holding man not Indian? And if you know that you are a citizen of this country with a passport, valid passport, you know you are the citizen of this country. And yet you have been deprived of from the right to vote. Because India clearly says that election belongs to Indians. So I as an Indian, the biggest proof is if I can cast my vote, right? You have been denied that right. So that means that you have been told that you are not Indian for this election. Imagine 27 lakh people, 27 lakh 16,393 people who have been disenfranchised, 80% of them have passport. I have been to a village in Pingla. The artists who make Pottochitro, they are known across the globe. They represent India, not only Bengal, with their Pottochitro art. Very limited to one or two villages. That's exquisite because not many artists have really carried that legacy forward. So when they have maintained that legacy, I mean, imagine they have got passport, yet deleted. I have been to a Boshirat village, mostly dominated by Muslims. In one village, there are 700 villagers, all 700 deleted. Is it really possible that all 700 are Rohingyas? Tell me. And of all those 700, many of them have got passport. So they did not get a fair chance. I also remember Justice Joymallo Bagchi say during the course of SIR hearing in Supreme Court that look, if you are being, you cannot be denied without a fair trial because that is natural justice. People are asking, I have got passport yet deleted. Is this natural injustice? Because Election Commission time and again in the courtroom, in Supreme Court had said, okay, let them prove their citizenship in the future, let them come back to the voter list in the future, let them participate in the future election. Why not in this election?
Right.
It is almost like saying that you don't choose to become Indian in this election, mortgage that, become something else, lose your right to vote, and after tribunal clears you out, become Indian again, and then cast your vote as an Indian again. So once they are back on the voter list for future elections, how do you go and respond to them? What do you go and tell them? That okay, you can vote in future election, but you were not allowed to vote in Bengal election 2026, and that was fair.
Exactly. Those are questions, of course, which the Election Commission will have to answer. A lot of voters, as Tamal was saying, 27 lakh plus numbers have been left out, and the adjudication process, the legal process,
We
as
do
we
have
know,
a
of course,
statement
take
now.
time.
We do have a statement, an official statement, press release, which has come from Trinamool Congress.
Right.
Trinamool Congress says that Trinamool Congress leading in around 100 seats, ECI suppressing information. That's what Mamata Banerjee said. There are still 70 to 100 seats where you're leading, but they are not sharing the data of those seats. A false narrative is being spread. Now, again, they are quoting Mamata Banerjee. They are saying that no one should leave the counting center. In several places, counting has been stopped after first 2 rounds of counting. In Kollani, we have kept 7 machines with we have caught 7 machines with severe anomalies. So that's what the Trinamool Congress is saying. In fact, if we can, we would try and play that Mamata Banerjee statement once again, because this press statement by Trinamool Congress has been attributed to Mamata Banerjee. Is it possible, producer? Okay. Okay, so you will play Mamata Banerjee's statement, which she has issued about an hour back. And you know what, I also want to point out something very, very interesting. We as political journalists, we observe as who is consuming whom, how much. Now, another reason why I find this number slightly difficult to digest. Look here, Mamata Banerjee the other day issued a statement, all right? After 29th of April, on 30th of April, she issued a statement. Now, she issued a statement, it was about 9-minute long video. Guess how many people have watched that video on Facebook alone? Guess.
Would be in lakhs.
In lakhs? I give you a number. That video was shared by, okay, I'll give you the exact number. That video of hers was shared by 66,000 and more people. What is the view? The view of that particular clip is 21.4 million.
Okay.
21.4 million. 1 million means 10 lakhs.
10 lakhs.
21 million means 2 crore plus.
2 crores.
So if Trinamool Congress can manage to get 2 crore votes, 2 crore votes, they are already securing their 25% or to 30% or 35% of vote share. Right? The other observation, about an hour back she has given this statement, which is there on Facebook.
Right.
Look, this hour back video which has been given by her has been shared by 32,000 people, close to 32,000 people. What is the view? 4.5 million. Now we all know the, yes, 4.5 million means 45 lakhs.
45 lakhs.
So we all know that political parties can amplify their post. Like we have been given the suggestion by Facebook, boost.
Yeah, boost the post.
They may have done that before election. But on the result day, if you know that I'm losing, why will you boost your post? Why will you take it on yourself? Why would you take the entire responsibility on you and then further boost messaging? So I don't know whether this is organic or not. If this is organic, then this traction of Mamata Banerjee, who is an incumbent chief minister, tells a story. Now there could be non-Trinamool Congress people also taking maza. Abhi dekho didi ka ye halat ho gaya. They also probably watching it. But the traction and engagement on her video is interesting. So,
and it is a factor that BJP, which has been said time and again, in Bengal, at the moment, possibly doesn't have a leader to match the stature of Mamata Banerjee. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, it was the Prime Minister who put his heft behind in this election campaign as well, and Amit Shah, his deputy, also coming over here and camping in Bengal for days on end in order to make this happen, in order to create history in a way. Of course, that might has been put behind in force in Bengal by the BJP, but nonetheless, the kind of engagement that the Chief Minister's comment has got even in the past 1 hour is indicative of the fact that a lot of people are of course tuning in and watching very closely the results in Bengal this time around, which is still not over, though of course as we know that BJP has, going by the Election Commission's figure, got a huge margin ahead of the TMC, as Tamal was saying that the TMC still to cross the 100 mark as per the Election Commission website, and BJP inching very close to the 200 mark. They're standing currently at 195. The
195. We have to update our
195
numbers.
seats.
On the grid, we must update our numbers. Trinamool Congress is at 92,
but
92
BJP is at
and
195.
BJP is at 95. So it's BJP's number which is constantly going up and changing, but Trinamool Congress has stayed constant in 92 for the past several minutes. Okay, Trinamool Congress is at 92. They're leading in 92 and BJP is leading in 195. And can you confirm as how many rounds have been it's very difficult to say.
Yeah, at the moment, what I can say is that the election counting is going on in 291 seats, but rounds will have to individually go to all the seats in order to figure that out. For example, in Bhawanipur, 10 rounds have been counted. Mamata Banerjee is still comfortably leading over there by a margin of, if you have to go by the latest figures, by a margin of 12,000 votes. She is currently at 41,138 votes. Shubhendu Adhikari at 29,007 votes.
Well, Shubhendu Adhikari did say in the first couple of rounds of counting in Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee would be leading, and he had tried harping on the fact that there are certain pockets, certain booths which are Muslim dominated, and those Muslim dominated seats overwhelmingly would be going with Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee. In fact, he had said there are 20 rounds of counting, 17 rounds onwards your postal ballot would open, and 13th or 14th round onwards, it's going to be a surge of BJP where more Hindu consolidation would be reflected in the election results. So we have to now wait and see whether that be able to bridge the current gap of about 15,000, right?
Roughly
about 15,000 margin which is there.
12,000.
12,000. A 12,000 margin is not a small number. Well, that can be bridged by Shubhendu Adhikari in the next couple of rounds. We have to wait and see.
করব 2026-এ মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা বিশ্বাস আস্থা আছে 226 ক্রস করব 2026-এ মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা বিশ্বাস আস্থা আছে 226 ক্রস করব 2026-এ মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা বিশ্বাস আস্থা আছে 226 ক্রস করব 2026-এ মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা বিশ্বাস আস্থা আছে
And it would also, when you play that bite, it's going to be a breather for us as well. So obviously, in that statement, she said 226 is what she was confident of. Here, at this stage, the leads show Trinamool Congress is not even close to 100. They have not.
Achha, they have gone up to 93 though. One seat lead increase has happened.
Okay, one lead of Trinamool Congress from 92 to 93, and the number that was 195 for BJP has now come down to 194. We will also try and make some graphics now to show who is leading and who is trailing, and that would be quite interesting, an indicator as who is leading, who is trailing. But at the moment, the numbers as they dance, the dance of numbers should not make the democracy dance. That's all we know. We always hear this, on couple of challenge, dance of democracy, dance of democracy. If democracy really starts dancing, we get to see. I mean, if democracy starts dancing, then, I mean, what happens to all of us? There will be too many earthquakes, I would say. Democracy is dancing. Why would democracy dance? Why can't democracy quietly sit and have jhalmuri? Why can't democracy quietly sit and have fish fry? But democracy can also be vocal, critical of the government. Democracy should also mean, space for the opposition voice. Democracy also meant that parliament stays with the opposition more, or the assembly stays with the opposition more than the ruling side. Democracy also means they do not silence the opposition leaders when they are speaking in the parliament, because they do represent.
Democracy should also mean speaking truth to power. Democracy
Absolutely.
should also be about accountability of the people in power.
Democracy need not dance. If you ask me to dance, I can do it for the sake of those who are trying to democracy dance.
Tamal has practiced his moves.
I will not be showing any of that. But I don't want democracy to dance. I want democracy to be very stable. I don't want a dancing democracy. I want a stable democracy where dissent is also given space. Dissent is not equivalent to UAPA. Dissent is not equivalent to National Security Act, a threat to the country, a threat to the power. Dissent means democracy. Let's hope for such a democracy to prevail in this country, in every corner of this country, every state of this country. But going back to the elections, Mamata Banerjee's statement is ready, which she had given 2 days back. Let's play it out in entirety, and let's see whether what she had apprehended can hold ground as the day progresses further. We are not going anywhere.
আমার প্রণাম সালাম জোহার এবং জয় জিনেন্দ্র, আমি সব কিছু জানাচ্ছি। সত শ্রী আকাল জি, আপনারা সকলে ভালো থাকুন, সুস্থ থাকুন। আপনাদের প্রতি আমরা খুব কৃতজ্ঞ। এত রোদ্দুরের মধ্যেও এবং সব কিছু অত্যাচার সহ্য করুন আপনারা যেভাবে ভোট দিয়েছেন লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে, আপনাদের কাছে আমরা খুব কৃতজ্ঞ। আমি আমার কর্মীদের কাছেও খুব কৃতজ্ঞ, যারা জীবনপণ লড়াই করে অনেক অত্যাচার সহ্য করে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স এবং এখানকার ফোর্স সবার যৌথ অত্যাচার সহ্য করেও টোটাল সমস্ত মেশিনারি গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া, প্রাইম মিনিস্টার, হোম মিনিস্টার থেকে শুরু করে পুরো গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং 19টা রাজ্যের বিজেপি নেতাদের এবং অর্থ ভাণ্ডার, শক্তির ভাণ্ডার, বন্দুকের ভাণ্ডার নিয়ে যারা বাংলার মানুষকে জব্দ করতে চেয়েছিলেন, জব্দ তারা কিন্তু ভোট বাক্সে হয়ে গেছে। আমি আপনাদের নিশ্চিন্ত করে বলতে চাই, যেটা টিভিতে দেখাচ্ছে এটা বিজেপি অফিস থেকে কালকে বেলা 1:08 সার্কুলেট করেছে এবং টাকা দিয়ে বলেছে যাতে এটা দেখানো হয়। তার কারণ হচ্ছে আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক ইনফরমেশন এসছে 1:08 আমি কোনো একটা প্রেস মিডিয়ার থ্রুতে পেয়েছি, এবং সেই ইনফরমেশনে দেখা যাচ্ছে তারা পরিষ্কার বলছে ফোর্সফুলি তোমায় করতে হবে, এটা তোমাকে এর মধ্যে যাওয়া যাবে না। কারণটা আসলে জানেন আপনারা, আমরা 230ও পেয়ে যেতে পারি, 226 ক্রস করবো 2026-এ। মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে, আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা, বিশ্বাস, আস্থা আছে। এবং ওরা কালকে এটা করিয়েছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, তার কারণ গদি মিডিয়াকে দিয়ে, তার কারণ হচ্ছে ওরা তো আপনারা জানেন ইডি, সিবিআই, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স সবাইকেই চমকায়, এবং সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স যে ব্যবহার কাল করেছে এবং তাতে যে নতুন পুলিশগুলো অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হয়েছিল যারা আমার হাতে ছিল না, তারা ভীষণ মেয়েদের মেরেছে, বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে। যে ভদ্রলোক উদয়নারায়ণপুরে ভোট দিতে গিয়ে মারা গিয়েছে, আমি তার শোকাহত পরিবারকে সমবেদনা জানাবার ভাষা আমার নেই, কিন্তু পরিবারটার পাশে আমরা থাকবো। এবং যে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস কর্মীরা এমনকি সাংবাদিকদেরও মেরেছে, আমি যেখানে ছিলাম ভবানীপুরে চক্রবেড়িয়ায়, আমি বাচ্চাদেরও মেরেছে, মহিলাদেরও মেরেছে, একতরফা মেরেছে। যাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসরা জীবন দিয়ে লড়াই করেছেন, মার খেয়েছেন, তবুও তারা এলাকা ছেড়ে যাননি। অনেককে ইচ্ছে করে অ্যারেস্টও করা হয়েছে যাতে তারা এজেন্ট হিসেবে কাজ করতে না পারে। বিশেষ করে ভাটপাড়া, জগদ্দল, নোয়াপাড়া, এরকম অনেকগুলো জায়গা আছে। এমনকি আমাদের এখানেও ভবানীপুরে সারা রাত ধরে রেড হয়েছে। আমি সারা রাত 2 দিন ধরে দুরাত ঘুমাইনি। তাই আপনাদের কাছে বলবো, ওটা বিজেপির চক্রান্ত, এবং বিজেপি এত করেও মানুষের অধিকার থেকে মানুষকে বঞ্চিত করতে পারলো না, এবং তাই বিজেপি শেষ খেলাটা খেলেছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, যাতে উল্টো পাল্টা বলে আমাদের মনোবলটা কর্মীদের ভেঙে যায়, মানুষের মনোবল ভেঙে যায়। শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নামবে আসল সত্যিটা বেরোলে। সেই জন্য শেয়ার মার্কেটকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে গিয়ে, এটা আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক খবর আছে, এইটা করেছে। এবং আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি, 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে, 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে। ওরা কিন্তু বারবার করে যা এক্সিস্ট পোল যা দেখিয়েছে, টোটালটাই দেখিয়েছে বিজেপির কথায়। এবং আজকে তো আপনারা জানেন, নিরপেক্ষতা বলে ভারতবর্ষে কিছু নেই, সব একপক্ষ হয়ে গেছে। আমি তাদের বলবো, আমাদের কর্মীদের এবং মানুষকে সাথে থাকতে, যাতে কাউন্টিংয়ে সবাই সমানভাবে আজ থেকে পাহারা দেয়। দরকার হলে আমিও আমার এলাকায় পাহারা দিতে নামবো, এবং আমি সব 294টের কেন্দ্রে, 294টা তৃণমূল প্রার্থী, দার্জিলিংয়েও যে 2টো প্রার্থী আছে অনেকদের, আমাদের সাথে জোট আছে, সবাইকে বলবো নিজেরা ক্যান্ডিডেটরা পাহারা দিন। দিনের বেলায় কর্মীদের রাখুন, রাতের বেলায় নিজেরা থাকুন, পাহারা দিন। আমি যদি পাহারা দিতে পারি, আপনারাও পাহারা দিতে পারেন। রাত জাগুন, সকালে এসে অন্য টিমকে হ্যান্ড ওভার করে তবে ঘুমবেন। তার কারণ এই সময় ওরা ইভিএম মেশিন যখন কাউন্টিং হল থেকে, যখন মানে যেখানে স্টোর করা হয়েছে সেখান থেকে যখন কাউন্টিং হলে নিয়ে যাবে, তখন কিন্তু মেশিন বদলে দেওয়ার সম্ভাবনা ওরা প্ল্যান করেছে। সুতরাং নজর রাখতে হবে যাতে কোনো রকম নেগলিজেন্স না হয়, অবহেলা করবেন না। আর কাউন্টিং এমন ভাবে করবেন, এমন যোগ্য লোককে দেবেন, লাস্ট অব্দি আমি যতক্ষণ প্রেস কনফারেন্স করে না বলবো ততক্ষণ কেউ কাউন্টিং টেবিল ছাড়বেন না। এবং মনে রাখবেন যে টেবিলে যেটা কাউন্ট হয়, তারপরে ওরা কম্পিউটারে আপলোড করার সময় সেটাকে চেঞ্জ করে দেয়। মানে আমাদেরটা দিয়ে দেয় বিজেপিকে, বিজেপিটা দিয়ে দেয় আমাদের। সেদিকেও নজর দিন, সতর্ক থাকুন। এবং আমি নিজেও কাউন্টিং হলে হানা দেবো, কারণ আমি অ্যাজ এ ক্যান্ডিডেট যেতেই পারি, সেরকম সব ক্যান্ডিডেট বসে থাকবেন। যখন দেখবেন আপনাকে ওয়াশরুমে যেতে হবে বা আপনাকে খাবার খেতে যেতে হবে, একদম স্ট্রেট মনে রাখবেন, একজনকে বসিয়ে বিশ্বস্ত, যাতে যাকে কেউ টাকা দিয়ে কিনতে না পারে, তবেই যাবেন, তাছাড়া যাবেন না, তাও 2 মিনিটের জন্য। এত কষ্ট করেছেন, এইটুকু কষ্ট কিন্তু করতে হবে বাংলা মায়ের জন্য, বাংলার মানুষকে বাঁচানোর জন্য, বাংলার মানুষের অধিকার রক্ষার জন্য। আর একটা কথা বলি, সবাই শান্ত থাকবেন, সংযত থাকবেন, দিদির প্রতি ভরসা রাখুন, বাংলার মানুষের প্রতি ভরসা রাখুন। আমাদের মামাটি মানুষের সরকারই আমরা গঠন করছি এবং করব। নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, নিশ্চিন্তে শান্তভাবে সংযতভাবে থাকুন। ওরা হামলা করলেও আপনারা এক্ষুনি হামলাতে যাবেন না। আমি জানি কালো বেহালাতে অনেক মারধর করেছে, রাতের বেলায় অনেক জায়গায় অত্যাচার করেছে। ভাঙড়ে আমার কর্মীদের যেভাবে পেটানো হয়েছে, রক্তাক্ত করা হয়েছে, এর জবাব ওদের দিতেই হবে আগামী দিন। এর জন্য আমরা ব্যবস্থা করবো, আপনাদের আইন হাতে তুলে নেওয়ার দরকার নেই। আর আমি প্রশাসনকেও বলবো, অনেক খেল আপনারা দেখিয়েছেন বিজেপির কথায়, দয়া করে কাউন্টিংয়ে আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েদের গায়ে বা মানুষের গায়ে বা কোনো রাজনৈতিক দলের গায়ে হাত দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবেন না। অনেক পিটিয়েছেন, আর নয়, অনেক হয়েছে, আর না। বাংলা আপনাদের নয়, বাংলার মামাটি মানুষ বাংলার দখলে। বাংলারা বহিরাগতদের সমর্থন করে না। বিজেপির নিজস্ব এজেন্ট নেই কোনো বুথে, সেই জন্য বিজেপি কি করেছে, সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে কাজে লাগিয়ে ওরা ওদের এজেন্ট হিসেবে কাজ করেছে। এবং অমিত শাহ ডাইরেক্ট ইন্টারফেয়ারেন্সে, এটা করা যায় না। এবং প্রধানমন্ত্রী কালকে 4:30টার সময় ভোট চলাকালীন বললেন কি করে, টোটাল বাংলাটা ওনার, উনি বাংলাকে চেনেন, বাংলার মাটি চেনেন, রবীন্দ্র নজরুলকে চেনেন, নেতাজিকে চেনেন, গান্ধীকে চেনেন, রাজা রামমোহন রায়, বিদ্যাসাগরদের চেনেন, কাউকে চেনে না। শুধুমাত্র কানে কানে কথা বলো আর মিথ্যে কথা বলে যাও, অপপ্রচার করে যাও। টাকার ভান্ডার নিয়ে কাউকে খামে করে 3,000 টাকা করে দিয়েছে, তাই সে খবরও আমার আছে। আর ভান্ডারের নামে টাকা দিয়েছে, যারা টাকা নিয়েছেন তারা খুব ভুল করেছেন। তবু মনে রাখবেন, আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আপনাদের ভুল বুঝব না। ভোট যাকেই দিয়ে থাকুন, অর্থের বিনিময়ে ভোট দেওয়াটা ঠিক নয়। কিন্তু আমার বিশ্বাস আছে আপনারা সঠিক দায়িত্ব পালন করেছেন আগামী দিন আপনাদের অধিকার রক্ষার জন্য। আমি নিশ্চিন্ত করে বলে যাচ্ছি, মা মাটি মানুষ জিন্দাবাদ, মা মাটি মানুষ ধন্যবাদ, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস ধন্যবাদ, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস জিন্দাবাদ, ঝোড়া ফুল জিন্দাবাদ এবং জয় বাংলা। বাংলার জয় হবেই, বাংলা করবে জয়, বাংলার মা করবে জয়, আম্মা করবে জয়, মাদার করবে জয়, বাংলার মা মাটি মানুষের হবে জয়। এটুকু বিশ্বাস আপনারা আমার প্রতি রাখতে পারেন। তাই ইভিএম মেশিন অ্যান্ড কাউন্টিং ক্যান্ডিডেটরা নিজেরা একটু মাঠে নামুন। আমি যদি 3 রাত জেগে গার্ড করার জন্য, আমাদের রাতে অনেক অত্যাচার করেছে কর্মীদের, আমি যদি পুরো রাত জেগে সকালে ইলেকশনে বেরোতে পারি, আমি 1 মাস 10 দিন কাজ করে এই রোদ্দুরের মধ্যে 50 লু নিয়ে সমস্ত সাউথবঙ্গের দেয়ালগুলো, বিশেষ করে সাউথবঙ্গের জায়গাগুলো যে গরম ছিল, আর মানুষ যেভাবে রোদ্দুরে দাঁড়িয়ে ভোট দিয়েছেন, সবাই অত্যাচারিত হয়েছে। এক তো এসআইআর এর অত্যাচার, এক হচ্ছে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সের অত্যাচার। এই অত্যাচারের বিরুদ্ধে মানুষ রায় দিয়েছেন। বিজেপি যতই ভাবুন, ভেবেই বসে থাকুন, আর যতই অপপ্রচার করুন, মনে রাখবেন জবাব পাবেন 4 তারিখে সন্ধ্যের মধ্যে। অপেক্ষা করুন। নমস্কার, ভালো থাকবেন, অনেক অনেক জয় হিন্দ, জয় বাংলা। নমস্কার, আমি বাংলার মামাটি মানুষকে অনেক আমার প্রণাম, সালাম, জোহার এবং জয় জিনেন্দ্র আমি সব কিছু জানাচ্ছি। সত শ্রী আকাল জি। আপনারা সকলে ভালো থাকুন, সুস্থ থাকুন। আপনাদের প্রতি আমরা খুব কৃতজ্ঞ, এত রোদ্দুরের মধ্যেও এবং সব কিছু অত্যাচার সহ্য করুন আপনারা যেভাবে ভোট দিয়েছেন লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে, আপনাদের কাছে আমরা খুব কৃতজ্ঞ। আমি আমার কর্মীদের কাছেও খুব কৃতজ্ঞ, যারা জীবনপণ লড়াই করে অনেক অত্যাচার সহ্য করে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স এবং এখানকার ফোর্স সবার যৌথ অত্যাচার সহ্য করেও টোটাল সমস্ত মেশিনারি গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া, প্রাইম মিনিস্টার, হোম মিনিস্টার থেকে শুরু করে পুরো গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং 19টা রাজ্যের বিজেপি নেতাদের এবং অর্থ ভাণ্ডার, শক্তির ভাণ্ডার, বন্দুকের ভাণ্ডার নিয়ে যারা বাংলার মানুষকে জব্দ করতে চেয়েছিলেন, জব্দ তারা কিন্তু ভোট বাক্সে হয়ে গেছে। আমি আপনাদের নিশ্চিন্ত করে বলতে চাই, যেটা টিভিতে দেখাচ্ছে এটা বিজেপি অফিস থেকে কালকে বেলা 1:08 সার্কুলেট করেছে এবং টাকা দিয়ে বলেছে যাতে এটা দেখানো হয়। তার কারণ হচ্ছে আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক ইনফরমেশন এসছে 1:08 আমি কোনো একটা প্রেস মিডিয়ার থ্রুতে পেয়েছি এবং সেই ইনফরমেশনে দেখা যাচ্ছে তারা পরিষ্কার বলছে ফোর্সফুলি তোমায় করতে হবে, এটা তোমাকে এর মধ্যে যাওয়া যাবে না। কারণটা আসলে জানেন আপনারা, আমরা 230ও পেয়ে যেতে পারি, 226 ক্রস করবো 2026-এ। মানুষ যে বিপুলভাবে ভোট দিয়েছে, আমার তাদের প্রতি পুরো ভরসা, বিশ্বাস, আস্থা আছে। এবং ওরা কালকে এটা করিয়েছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, তার কারণ গদি মিডিয়াকে দিয়ে, তার কারণ হচ্ছে ওরা তো আপনারা জানেন ইডি, সিবিআই, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স সবাইকেই চমকায় এবং সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সের ব্যবহার কাল করেছে এবং তাতে যে নতুন পুলিশগুলো অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হয়েছিল যারা আমার হাতে ছিল না, তারা ভীষণ মেয়েদের মেরেছে, বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে। যে ভদ্রলোক উদয়নারায়ণপুরে ভোট দিতে গিয়ে মারা গিয়েছে, আমি তার শোকাহত পরিবারকে সমবেদনা জানাবার ভাষা আমার নেই, কিন্তু পরিবারটার পাশে আমরা থাকবো। এবং যে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস কর্মীরা এমনকি সাংবাদিকদেরও মেরেছে, আমি যেখানে ছিলাম ভবানীপুরে চক্রবেড়িয়ায়, আমি বাচ্চাদেরও মেরেছে, মহিলাদেরও মেরেছে, একতরফা মেরেছেন। যাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসরা জীবন দিয়ে লড়াই করেছেন, মার খেয়েছেন, তবু তারা এলাকা ছেড়ে যাননি। অনেককে ইচ্ছা করে অ্যারেস্টও করা হয়েছে যাতে তারা এজেন্ট হিসেবে কাজ করতে না পারে। বিশেষ করে ভাটপাড়া, জগদ্দল, নোয়াপাড়া, এরকম অনেকগুলো জায়গা আছে। এমনকি আমাদের এখানেও ভবানীপুরে সারা রাত ধরে রেড হয়েছে। আমি সারা রাত 2 দিন ধরে দু রাত ঘুমাইনি। তাই আপনাদের কাছে বলবো, ওটা বিজেপির চক্রান্ত এবং বিজেপি এত করেও মানুষের অধিকার থেকে মানুষকে বঞ্চিত করতে পারলো না, এবং তাই বিজেপি শেষ খেলাটা খেলেছে প্রেসকে দিয়ে, যাতে উল্টোপাল্টা বলে আমাদের মনোবলটা কর্মীদের ভেঙে যায়, মানুষের মনোবল ভেঙে যায়, শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নামবে আসল সত্যিটা বেরোলে। সেই জন্য শেয়ার মার্কেটকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে গিয়ে, এটা আমার কাছে স্পেসিফিক খবর আছে, এইটা করেছে। এবং আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি, 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে, 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে। ওরা কিন্তু বারবার করে যা এক্সিস্ট পোল যা দেখিয়েছে, টোটালটাই দেখিয়েছে বিজেপির কথায়। এবং আজকে তো আপনারা জানেন, নিরপেক্ষতা বলে ভারতবর্ষে কিছু নেই, সব একপক্ষ হয়ে গেছে। আমি তাদের বলবো আমাদের কর্মীদের এবং মানুষকে সাথে থাকতে, যাতে কাউন্টিংয়ে সবাই সমানভাবে আজ থেকে পাহারা দেয়। দরকার হলে আমিও আমার এলাকায় পাহারা দিতে নামবো, এবং আমি সব 294টা কেন্দ্রে, 294টা তৃণমূল প্রার্থী, দার্জিলিংয়েও যে 2টো প্রার্থী আছে অনেকদের, আমাদের সাথে জোট আছে, সবাইকে বলবো নিজেরা ক্যান্ডিডেটরা পাহারা দিন। দিনের বেলায় কর্মীদের রাখুন, রাতের বেলায় নিজেরা থাকুন, পাহারা দিন। আমি যদি পাহারা দিতে পারি, আপনারাও পাহারা দিতে পারেন। রাত জাগুন, সকালে এসে অন্য টিমকে হ্যান্ড ওভার করে তবে ঘুমবেন। তার কারণ এই সময় ওরা ইভিএম মেশিন যখন কাউন্টিং হল থেকে, যখন মানে যেখানে স্টোর করা হয়েছে সেখান থেকে যখন কাউন্টিং হলে নিয়ে যাবে, তখন কিন্তু মেশিন বদলে দেওয়ার সম্ভাবনা ওরা প্ল্যান করেছে। সুতরাং নজর রাখতে হবে যাতে কোনো রকম নেগলিজেন্স না হয়, অবহেলা করবেন না। আর কাউন্টিং এমনভাবে করবেন, এমন যোগ্য লোককে দেবেন লাস্ট অব্দি। আমি যতক্ষণ প্রেস কনফারেন্স করে না বলবো ততক্ষণ কেউ কাউন্টিং টেবিল ছাড়বেন না। এবং মনে রাখবেন যে টেবিলে যেটা কাউন্ট হয়, তারপরে ওরা কম্পিউটারে আপলোড করার সময় সেটাকে চেঞ্জ করে দেয়, মানে আমাদেরটা দিয়ে দেয় বিজেপিকে, বিজেপিটা দিয়ে দেয় আমাদের। সেদিকেও নজর দিন, সতর্ক থাকুন। এবং আমি নিজেও কাউন্টিং হলে হানা দেবো, কারণ আমি অ্যাজ এ ক্যান্ডিডেট যেতেই পারি, সেরকম সব ক্যান্ডিডেট বসে থাকবেন। যখন দেখবেন আপনাকে ওয়াশরুমে যেতে হবে বা আপনাকে খাবার খেতে যেতে হবে, একদম স্ট্রেট মনে রাখবেন, একজনকে বসিয়ে বিশ্বস্ত, যাতে কেউ টাকা দিয়ে কিনতে না পারে, তবেই যাবেন, তাছাড়া যাবেন না, তাও 2 মিনিটের জন্য। এত কষ্ট করেছেন, এইটুকু কষ্ট কিন্তু করতে হবে বাংলা মায়ের জন্য, বাংলার মানুষকে বাঁচানোর জন্য, বাংলার মানুষের অধিকার রক্ষার জন্য। আর একটা কথা বলি, সবাই শান্ত থাকবেন, সংযত থাকবেন, দিদির প্রতি ভরসা রাখুন, বাংলার মানুষের প্রতি ভরসা রাখুন। আমাদের মামাটি মানুষের সরকারই আমরা গঠন করছি এবং করব। নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, নিশ্চিন্তে শান্তভাবে সংযতভাবে থাকুন। ওরা হামলা করলেও আপনারা এক্ষুনি হামলাতে যাবেন না। আমি জানি কালো বেহালাতে অনেক মারধর করছে, রাতের বেলায় অনেক জায়গায় অত্যাচার করেছে। ভাঙড়ে আমার কর্মীদের যেভাবে পেটানো হয়েছে, রক্তাক্ত করা হয়েছে, এর জবাব ওদের দিতেই হবে আগামী দিন। এর জন্য আমরা ব্যবস্থা করব, আপনাদের আইন হাতে তুলে নেওয়ার দরকার নেই। আর আমি প্রশাসনকে বলবো, অনেক খেল আপনারা দেখিয়েছেন বিজেপির কথায়, দয়া করে কাউন্টিংয়ে আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েদের গায়ে বা মানুষের গায়ে বা কোনো রাজনৈতিক দলের গায়ে হাত দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবেন না। অনেক পিটিয়েছেন, আর নয়, অনেক হয়েছে, আর না। বাংলা আপনাদের নয়, বাংলার মামাটি মানুষ বাংলার দখলে। বাংলারা বহিরাগতদের সমর্থন করে না, বিজেপির নিজস্ব এজেন্ট নেই কোনো বুথে। সেই জন্য বিজেপি কি করেছে, সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে কাজে লাগিয়ে ওরা ওদের এজেন্ট হিসেবে কাজ করেছে, এবং অমিত শাহ ডাইরেক্ট ইন্টারফেয়ারেন্সে। এটা করা যায় না। এবং প্রধানমন্ত্রী কালকে 4:30টার সময় ভোট চলাকালীন বললেন কি করে, টোটাল বাংলাটা ওনার, উনি বাংলাকে চেনেন, বাংলার মাটি চেনেন, রবীন্দ্র নজরুলকে চেনেন, নেতাজিকে চেনেন, গান্ধীজিকে চেনেন, রাজা রামমোহন রায়, বিদ্যাসাগরদের চেনেন, কাউকে চেনে না। শুধুমাত্র কানে কানে কথা বলো আর মিথ্যে কথা বলে যাও, অপপ্রচার করে যাও। টাকার ভান্ডার নিয়ে কাউকে খামে করে 3,000 টাকা করে দিয়েছে, তাই সে খবরও আমার আছে। আর ভান্ডারের নামে টাকা দিয়েছে, যারা টাকা নিয়েছেন তারা খুব ভুল করেছেন। তবু মনে রাখবেন, আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আপনাদের ভুল বুঝব না। ভোট যাকেই দিয়ে থাকুন, অর্থের বিনিময়ে ভোট দেওয়াটা ঠিক নয়, কিন্তু আমার বিশ্বাস আছে আপনারা সঠিক দায়িত্ব পালন করেছেন আগামী দিন আপনাদের অধিকার রক্ষার জন্য। আমি নিশ্চিন্ত করে বলে যাচ্ছি, মামাটি মানুষ জিন্দাবাদ, মামাটি মানুষ ধন্যবাদ, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস ধন্যবাদ, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস জিন্দাবাদ, ঝোড়া ফুল জিন্দাবাদ, এবং জয় বাংলা। বাংলার জয় হবেই, বাংলা করবে জয়, বাংলার মা করবে জয়, আম্মা করবে জয়, মাদার করবে জয়, বাংলার মা মাটি মানুষের হবে জয়। এটুকু বিশ্বাস আপনারা আমার প্রতি রাখতে পারেন। তাই ইভিএম মেশিন অ্যান্ড কাউন্টিং ক্যান্ডিডেটরা নিজেরা একটু মাঠে নামুন। আমি যদি 3 রাত জেগে গার্ড করার জন্য, আমাদের রাতে অনেক অত্যাচার করেছে কর্মীদের, আমি যদি পুরো রাত জেগে সকালে ইলেকশনে বেরোতে পারি, আমি 1 মাস 10 দিন কাজ করে এই রোদ্দুরের মধ্যে 50 লু নিয়ে সমস্ত সাউথবঙ্গের দেয়ালগুলো, বিশেষ করে সাউথবঙ্গের জায়গাগুলো যে গরম ছিল, আর মানুষ যেভাবে রোদ্দুরে দাঁড়িয়ে ভোট দিয়েছেন, সবাই অত্যাচারিত হয়েছেন। এক তো এসআইআর এর অত্যাচার, এক হচ্ছে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সের অত্যাচার। এই অত্যাচারের বিরুদ্ধে মানুষ রায় দিয়েছেন। বিজেপি যতই ভাবুন, ভেবেই বসে থাকুন, আর যতই অপপ্রচার করুন, মনে রাখবেন জবাব পাবেন 4 তারিখে সন্ধ্যের মধ্যে। অপেক্ষা করুন। নমস্কার, ভালো থাকবেন। অনেক অনেক জয় হিন্দ, জয় বাংলা। যে 7টা মেশিন, নমস্কার জানিয়ে বলছি, প্লিজ দয়া করে কেউ কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না। স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে, মানে সেন্টারে, সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না। এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে। এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর এর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে। আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত, কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। টোটালটা ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছে মতো খেলছে, এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে। এবং আমাদের পুলিশরা টোটাল মাথা নত করে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীর আন্ডারে কাজ করছে। সুতরাং আমি আমাদের কাউন্টিং এজেন্টদের, আমাদের সমস্ত পার্টির কর্মীদের বলবো, অত মন খারাপ করার কারণ নেই। আমি বলেছিলাম সূর্যাস্ত পরে আপনারা জিতবেন। 3 রাউন্ড 4 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হলেও এটা 14 রাউন্ড থেকে 18 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হয়, তখন আপনারা জিতবেন। ওয়েট অ্যান্ড সি, ওয়াচ। আমরা সবাই আপনাদের সাথে আছি, আপনারা কেউ ভয় পাবেন না, নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন। আমরা বাঘের বাচ্চার মতো লড়াই করে যাব। সবাইকে নমস্কার জানিয়ে বলছি, প্লিজ দয়া করে কেউ কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না। স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে, মানে সেন্টারে, সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না। এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে। এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর এর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে। আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত, কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। টোটালটাই ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছে মতো খেলছে, এবং সাথে
sorry for that small little technical glitch. I hope Election Commission doesn't have to say that as more counting happens. And why am I saying this? Audience actually pointed out there was some audio issue. I did write to the people that we are coming back and we are back again, and we will be here till the last vote is being counted, not leaving this place, not leaving this chair, not leaving this live under any circumstances. Well, why do I say if there is any technical glitch in Election Commission's part? Because very surprisingly, the total counting which has happened in Bengal is 14%. Only 14%, Tonima. Half of the day is gone. It's close to 3 o'clock. Right. In fact, counting started at 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 plus 4, 12. 12 plus 3, 7. 7 hours have passed by and we have only touched 14% of counting. 14%.
Going by your experience, what is it like usually?
It is very shocking. Very, very shocking. I mean, in 2021, the trends became clear that Trinamool Congress is holding on because by 5 o'clock, 60% of counting had happened. Now, please tell me, how can you match up 60% within 5 o'clock if now at 3 o'clock you're standing at 14%? And if you compare Bengal counting, with the rest of the states, it's very, very, very slow. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry and also Assam, on an average, 37% of counting has already happened. I repeat, 37% of counting has already happened. But in Bengal, the counting is now currently standing at 14%. And that's what the Election Commission is saying.
And the Election Commission's website also shows that all these other states that Tamal was talking about, the winning numbers are also coming through. But in Bengal, the winning number, as we just mentioned, that 14% counting has happened so far. So clearly even the seats, no winning seat declaration has happened yet, which is also what sets Bengal apart from all the other states. Which
Not a single seat has been called out by Election Commission. Not a single seat. So it's very, very surprising, very, very surprising. And we know BJP celebrations have already started. But you know, I just want to quickly go to those celebratory visuals. If you can play those celebratory visuals in second window, would be very helpful. We saw celebrations happening outside BJP party office. We saw celebrations happening in Bhawanipur. In fact, we saw celebrations happening outside Mamata Banerjee's residence, very close to Mamata Banerjee's residence. Couple of people went and shouted Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram. There were some BJP workers who went there playing with saffron, gulal, and then they left the spot. But you know what, if I have to recall my own experience, I have covered Tripura. Like what you had seen in Bengal during 2011, the Poriborton. The wave of Poriborton was all-encompassing. The wave of Poriborton was so overwhelming that as soon as results became clear, hundreds and thousands of people had taken to the street. What you had seen in Tehran in a negative way, but in 2011, we had seen a similar scene of people coming on the street celebrating the victory of one political party, and that almost gave the impression that these silent voters have voted for Trinamool Congress that left had failed to gauge. And that kind of sentiment, that kind of surge, we had also seen during Tripura. In Tripura, when Poriborton happened from left to BJP, when Dr. Manik Saha became the chief minister, we had seen saffron surge. The moment results were out, the streets in Agartala were filled with BJP supporters. Now let's talk about Kolkata. Yes, you are seeing celebrations. These celebrations are happening in pockets. Why aren't we seeing that kind of outflow of emotion? Why not from the rest of Bengal? We have our reporters all across. They could have sent us visuals, but we haven't really received such visual which indicate that people are celebrating this kind of massive landslide, quote unquote, as being told by all these mainstream media, victory of BJP. Because for such kind of a victory to happen for BJP, there has to be massive consolidation of voters cutting across religious lines, cutting across gender lines. And if that kind of consolidation has happened, the outflow of emotion would have been much more boisterous, if I can use that word, rather than what you are seeing now. It seems like slightly muted.
Which is sporadic at the best.
Which is sporadic at the best. It doesn't look organic. You know, in a couple of places, people are celebrating with Jhalmuri. And if this is your camera lens, if I take the camera close to Tonima's face, you cannot really figure out whether there is a person standing right to her or left to her. All the celebration shots that you have received so far are very zoomed in. They're very close, compact shots. They're not panoramic. They're not showing the mammoth expansion of crowd which has spilled onto the street, and that only gives me a sense. Whether the numbers which you are now seeing, they really reflect people's mandate. I'm sure they would. If BJP holds on to the number, I would definitely congratulate BJP, and of course that would also reflect public support to BJP. But on a day when most of the offices are silent because people are so engaged to the elections, many offices have given a holiday. So here we do not see such overwhelming outflow of emotion, and I wonder why. Why in even BJP pockets, where BJP is strong, known to be their bastion, why are there so less celebration happening at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where most of the national media houses have already called the election and given this mandate to BJP? So that's one question bothering me. The second thing, we have seen the visuals. The second thing that you observe, there had been one unfortunate incident of violence in Asansol. Now, in Asansol Dokhin, BJP is leading and Ognimitra Paul is leading. It is known to be a BJP stronghold. And over there, we came across a very unfortunate picture of violence, all right? Now, these incidents of violence only trigger tension in all of us as whether there would be violence as post-poll violence after the election. But having said that, again, I would go back to the same moot point. We do not pray for violence, we do not want violence. Whoever is winning, whoever is losing, doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's your life. You have to struggle with your everyday struggles and survive. So kindly do not resort to violence in any form. We have seen one incident of violence in Asansol, and we are showing visuals of 10-15 people. Acha, the shot that you are playing now in the second window, watch that shot, and how many people do you count? You count at max about 20 people. 20 people. Now, can 20 people reflect the mandate of 6.8 crore voters? And if BJP is touching 200, I'm not doubting. Please don't take me otherwise. I'm only going by observation. What I'm seeing now, if BJP is touching 200, in that case, the kind of outflow of emotion I'm seeing, it doesn't really match. This visual is from Asansol, where there had been this sporadic incident of violence where the TMC camp office outside the counting center, close to the counting center, was vandalized and ransacked. This was an arrangement made by Trinamool Congress workers with a LED screen and blue chairs, the symbolic of the color of Trinamool Congress, blue and white. Over there, vandalism happened. BJP workers went and tried resorting to ransacking the place. So obviously, we don't appreciate such visuals, but then this is the only one incident, an isolated one, which has come to fore. Now, Torima, we really need to focus on at a microscopic level on seats to indicate how smooth and how fast the counting is happening. Right?
And you were pointing out, actually, maybe we had the audio glitch at that point, where you were talking about how the counting is very slow in at least 13 seats.
This is just a sample. This is just a sample, and this sample would actually give us a sense. What is the sample? The sample says Alipurduar, Amdanga, Bagnan 3, Ramnagar, Rampurhat, Jongipur, Gajol, Ranaghat, Moyureshwar, Dubrajpur, Gorbeta, Holdia and Sharupnagar, 11 seats. We have taken a sample of 11 seats. We are actually, we are struggling with the data. So whatever we can manage to do, we have come across with sample size. And in this sample size, there is a very interesting observation. What is it? In Alipurduar, total number of rounds that have to be counted are 22. 22. Guess how many rounds have been counted so far? Only 6. In Amdanga, where Trinamool Congress is leading, in Alipurduar BJP is leading. In Amdanga, there are 20 such rounds which needed to be counted. Out of 20, only 7 have been counted so far. There Trinamool Congress is leading. Bagnan, there are 19 rounds. Only 3 have been counted so far.
Right. And in one point I can even see that in Swarupnagar, out of 14 rounds, only 2 rounds of counting has happened. In Holdia, there's 4 rounds of counting which has happened out of 20 rounds in total. In Gorbeta, 8 rounds out of 17 rounds of counting in total. In Dubrajpur, there is 9 rounds of counting which has happened out of 21 rounds in total. And in Ranaghat, Uttar and Poshchim, there's 3 rounds which have been counted so far out of 16 rounds in total. And so this is the trend that we are looking at in Ramnagar as well. As out of 23 rounds, 8 rounds have been counted. So what we are trying to elucidate or highlight from this point is that the numbers overall which have come out so far from the Election Commission, please be mindful of the fact that counting of votes is still at a very preliminary stage. And this is just a sample of 13 seats that we picked up and decided to talk about it. And we are referring to Election Commission sites. Anyone can go and access it in order to match what we are trying to say. And but what we are trying to point out is none of these seats have completed counting, and which is in a way indicative of what we have seen so far is most of these are still leads, and nowhere are these seats close to completely be the counting coming anywhere even close to the halfway mark of the total rounds which have to be counted by the Election Commission officials. So as we mentioned that this is Bengal stands out in from the list of the host of states which are seeing counting today. In all the other states, if I can point out over here, winning seats are being declared, but it's only in Bengal that we are still to see any kind of lead converting into a seat, and the numbers are quickly fluctuating. In fact, I was seeing that there was some sort of a seesaw kind of happening even now as far as the numbers are concerned, the leads are concerned rather. So even with that, keeping that in mind, BJP is still leading at 192 seats. Trinamool Congress now slowly inching towards the 3-figure mark at 96 seats that they're leading in. Congress has opened its book in a way and leading in 1 seat. AJUP is leading in 2 seats, CPIM in 1 seat. So at this moment, everything is indicative at best. In 292 seats, possibly the counting has still continued. Counting is still on. As we said, the 293 seats where counting is going on, where counting will in fact be concluded today. But other states, as we can mention in Assam, it's much ahead. In Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, the counting is much ahead in terms of the total votes being counted and converting into seats as well. So as Tamal was mentioning, 37% on an average, close to 40% on an average, where the count, which is the speed of counting of votes in all the other states and the union territory. But in Bengal, it is still at around 14%.
14% counted so far. In fact, I just want to give you another funny bit of information. So we are operating on a software. That software gives us a window of live broadcast for straight 7 hours. All right, and you are exhausting that 7 hours in 5 minutes. Essentially means that we have to end this live broadcast in 5 minutes and then start again. So to all our 300, 400, 500 viewers who are here, even more, it is a humble appeal. Just do not go far away from your phone or laptop, wherever you are watching us. Stay there. You're going to get a second notification as immediately as possible. We will just end it and come back again. I'm not even leaving my seat. Torima is not leaving her seat. None of us actually leaving the office, not taking any lunch break. This is more like the adrenaline that you have all been waiting for. But yes, I earnestly request all our viewers to please join back and join back on the same YouTube channel, that is NTT Bangla. If you're watching us on Facebook, many people are watching us on Facebook, please do stay there on that same page. We will be back in no time. Imagine, our software also expected that entire counting would be over in 7 hours.
And the numbers would be clearer by then, but they're far from clear. So
all right. So we are not saying a goodbye. We are just taking a break. Treat this as a break, not a commercial one. A break. You gay or you I.
We'll
See
be
you on the
back
other
before
side.
you know it.